Chapter 1 of The Trail of the Axe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 1 Dave. Dave was 32, but looked 40, for in molding his great, strong, ugly face, nature had been less than kind to him. It is probable, from his earliest, Dave had never looked less than 10 years older than he really was. Observing him closely, one had the impression that nature had set herself the task of equipping him for a tremendous struggle in the battle of life, as though she had determined to make him invincible. Presuming this to have been her purpose, she set to work with a liberal hand. She gave him a big heart, doubtless wishing him to be strong to fight and of a great courage, yet with a wonderful sympathy for the beaten foe. She gave him the thews and sinews of a Hercules, probably arguing that a man must possess a mighty strength with which to carry himself to victory. To give him such physical strength it was necessary to provide a body in keeping. Thus his shoulders were abnormally wide, his chest was of a mighty girth, his arms were of phenomenal length, and his legs were gnarled and knotted with muscles which could never be satisfactorily disguised by a class of store clothes it was frugal custom to wear. For his head nature gave him a fine, keen brain, strong, practical, subtly far-seeing in matters commercial, bluntly honest and temperate, yet withal matching his big heart in kindly sympathy. It was thrilling with a vast energy and capacity for work, but so pronounced was its dominating force that in the development of his physical features it completely destroyed all delicacy of mold and gentleness of expression. He displayed to the world the hard, rugged face of the fighter, without any softening, unless, perhaps, one paused to look into the depths of his deep-set gray eyes. Nature undoubtedly fulfilled her purpose. Dave was equipped as few men are equipped, and if it were to be regretted that his architect had forgotten that even a fighting man had his gentler moments, and that there are certain requirements in his construction to suit him to such moments, in all other respects he had been treated lavishly. Summed up briefly, Dave was a tower of physical might, with a face of striking plainness. It was 12 years since he came to the Red Sand Valley. He was then fresh from the lumber regions of Puget Sound, on the western coast of the United States. He came to western Canada in search of a country to make his own, with a small capital and a large faith in himself, supported by a courage that did not know the meaning of defeat. He found the Red Sand Valley nestling in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. He saw the wonders of the magnificent pine woods which covered the mountain slopes in an endless sea of deep, somber green. And he knew that these wonderful primordial wastes were only waiting for the axe of the woodsman to yield a building lumber second to none in the world. The valley offered him everything he needed. A river that flowed in full tide all the open season, with possibilities of almost limitless timber booms in its backwaters, a delicious setting for a village, with the pick of a dozen adequate sites for the building of lumber mills. He could hope to find nothing better, so he stayed. His beginning was humble. He started with a horse-power saw pit, and a few men up in the hills cutting for him. But he had begun his great struggle with fortune, and in a man such as nature had made him, it was a struggle that could only end with his life. The battle was tremendous, but he never hesitated, he never flinched. Small as was his beginning, 6 years later his present great mills and the village of Malkern had begun to take shape. Then, a year later, the result of his own persistent representation, the Canadian Northwest Railroad built a branch line to his valley. And so, in 7 years, his success was practically assured. Now he was comfortably prosperous. The village was prosperous. But none knew better than he how much still remained to be achieved before the foundations of his little world were adequate to support the weight of the vast edifice of commercial enterprise, which, with his own 2 hands, his own keen brain, he hoped to erect. He was an American business man, raised in the commercial faith of his country. He understood the value of monopoly, and he made for it. Thus, when he could ill spare capital, by dint of hairy borrowings, he purchased all the land he required, and the lumbering rights of that vast region. Then it was that he extended operations. He abandoned his first mill and began the building of his larger enterprise further down the valley, at a point where he had decided that the village of Malkern should also begin its growth. Once the new mill was safely established, he sold his old one to a man who had worked with him from the start. The transaction was more in the nature of a gift to an old friend and comrade. The price was nominal, but the agreement was binding that the mill should only be used for the production of small building material, and under no circumstances to be used in the production of rough balks. This was to protect his own monopoly in that class of manufacture. George Truscott, the lumberman with whom he made the transaction, worked the old mills with qualified success for 2 years. Then he died suddenly of blood poisoning, supervening upon a badly mutilated arm torn by one of his own saws. The mill automatically became the property of his only son, Jim, a youth of 18, curly-headed, bright, lovable, but wholly irresponsible for such an uphill fight as the conduct of the business his father had left him. The master of the Malkern mills, as might be expected, was a man of simple habits and frugal tastes. In his early struggles he had had neither time nor money with which to indulge himself, and the habit of simple living had grown upon him. He required so very little. He had no luxurious home, a mere cottage of 4 rooms and a kitchen, over which an aged and doting mother ruled, her establishment consisting of 1 small maid. His office was a shack of 2 rooms, bare but useful, containing 1 chair and 1 desk, and anything he desired to find a temporary safe resting place for strewn about the floor, or hung upon nails driven into the walls. It was all he needed, a roof to shade him over from the blazing summer sun when he was making up his books, and 4 walls to shut out the cruel blasts of the Canadian winter. He was sitting at his desk now, poring over a heap of letters which had just arrived by the Eastern mail. This was the sort of thing he detested. Correspondence entailed a lot of writing, and he hated writing. Figures he could cope with, he had no grudge against them, but composing letters was a task for which he did not feel himself adequately equipped. Words did not flow easily from his pen. His education was rather the education of a man who goes through the world with ears and eyes wide open. He had a wide knowledge of men and things, but the inside of books was a realm into which he had not deeply delved. At last he pushed his letters aside and sat back, his complaining chair protesting loudly at the burden imposed upon it. He drew an impatient sigh and began to fill his pipe, gazing through the rain-stained window under which his untidy desk stood. He had made up his mind to leave the answering of his letters until later in the day, and the decision brought him some relief. He reached for the matches, but suddenly he altered his mind and removed his pipe from his mouth. A smile shone in his deep-set eyes at the sight of a dainty, white figure which had just emerged from behind a big stack of milled timber out in the yard and was hurrying toward the office. He needed no second glance to tell him who the figure belonged to. It was Betty, little Betty Somers, as he loved to call her, who taught the extreme youth of Malkern out of her 22 years of erudition and worldly wisdom. He sprang from his chair and went to the door to meet her, and as he walked, his great bulk and vast muscle gave his gait something of the roll of a sailor. He had no lightness, no grace in his movements, just the ponderous slowness of monumental strength. He stood awaiting her in the doorway, which he almost filled up. Betty was not short, but he towered above her as she came up, his 6 feet 5 inches making nothing of her 5 feet 6. "This is bully!" he cried delightedly as she stood before him. "I hadn't a notion you were getting around this morning, Betty." His voice was as unwieldy as his figure. It was husky, too, in the manner of powerful voices when their owners attempt to moderate them. The girl laughed frankly up into his face. "I'm playing truant," she explained. Then her pretty lips twisted wryly, and she pointed at the lintel of the door. "Please sit down there," she commanded. Then she laughed again. "I want to talk to you, and I have no desire to dislocate my neck." He made her feel so absurdly small. She was never comfortable unless he was sitting down. The man grinned humorously at her imperious tone, and sat down. They were great friends, these two. Betty looked upon him as a very dear, big, ugly brother to whom she could always carry all her little worries and troubles, and ever be sure of a sympathetic adviser. It never occurred to her that Dave could be anything dearer to anybody. He was just Dave, dear old Dave, an appellation which seemed to fit him exactly. The thought of him as a lover was quite impossible. It never entered her head. Probably the only people in Malkern who ever considered the possibility of Dave as a lover were his own mother and perhaps Mrs. Tom Chepstow. But then they were wiser than most of the women of the village. Besides, doubtless his mother was prejudiced, and Mrs. Tom, in her capacity as the wife of the Reverend Tom Chepstow, made it her business to study the members of her husband's parish more carefully than the other women did. But to the ordinary observer, he certainly did not suggest the lover. He was so strong, so cumbersome, so unromantic. Then his ways were so deliberate, so machine-like. It almost seemed as though he had taken to himself something of the harsh precision of his own mills. On the other hand, his regard for Betty was a matter of less certainty. Good comradeship was the note he always struck in their intercourse, but oftentimes there would creep into his gray eyes a look which spoke of a warmth of feeling only held under because his good sense warned him of the utter hopelessness of it. He was too painfully aware of the quality of Betty's regard for him to permit himself any false hopes. Betty's brown eyes took on a smiling look of reproach as she held up a warning finger. "Dave," she said with mock severity, "I always have to remind you of our compact. I insist that you sit down when I am talking to you. I refuse to be made to feel and look small. Now, light your pipe and listen to me." "Go ahead," he grinned, striking a match. His plain features literally shone with delight at her presence there. Her small, oval, sun-tanned face was so bright, so full of animation, so healthy looking. There was such a delightful frankness about her. Her figure, perfectly rounded, was slim and athletic, and her every movement suggested the open air and perfect health. "Well, it's this way," she began, seating herself on the corner of a pile of timber. "I'm out on the warpath. I want scalps. My pocketbook is empty and needs filling, and when that's done I'll get back to my school children, on whose behalf I am out hunting." "It's your picnic?" suggested Dave. "Not mine. The kiddies. So, now, old boy, put up your hands. It's your money or your life." And she sat threatening him with her pocketbook, pointing it at him as though it were a pistol. Dave removed his pipe. "Guess you'd better have 'em both," he smiled. But Betty shook her head with a joyous laugh. "I only want your money," she said, extending an open hand toward him. Dave thrust deep into his hip pocket and produced a roll of bills. "It's mostly that way," he murmured, counting them out. But his words had reached the girl, and her laugh died suddenly. "Oh, Dave," she said reproachfully, and the man's contrition set him blundering. "Say, Betty, I'm a fool man anyway. Don't take any sort of notice. I didn't mean a thing. Now, here's 50, and you can have any more you need." He looked straight into her eyes, which at once responded to his anxious smile. But she did not attempt to take the money. She shook her head. "Too much." But he pushed the bills into her hand. "You can't refuse," he said. "You see, it's for the kiddies. It isn't just for you." When Dave insisted, refusal was useless. Betty had long since learned that. Besides, as he said, it was for the kiddies. She took the money, and he sat and watched her as she folded the bills into her pocketbook. The girl looked up at the sound of a short laugh. "What's that for?" she demanded, her brown eyes seriously inquiring. "Oh, just nothing. I was thinking." The man glanced slowly about him. He looked up at the brilliant summer sun. Then his eyes rested upon the rough exterior of his unpretentious office. "It meant something," asserted Betty. "I hate people to laugh in that way. I was thinking of this shack of mine. I was just thinking, Betty, what a heap of difference an elegant coat of paint makes to things. You see, they're just the same underneath, but they kind of look different with paint on 'em, kind of please the eye more." "Just so," the girl nodded wisely. "And so you laughed in that way." Dave's eyes twinkled. "You're too sharp," he said. Then he abruptly changed the subject. "Now, about this picnic. You're expecting all the grown folk?" The girl's eyes opened to their fullest extent. "Of course I do. Don't you always come? It's only once a year." The last was very like a reproach. The man avoided her eyes. He was looking out across the sea of stacked timber at the great sheds beyond, where the saws were shrieking out their incessant song. "I was thinking," he began awkwardly, "that I'm not much good at those things. Of course I guess I can hand pie around to folks. Any fellow can do that. But—" "But what?" The girl had risen from her seat and was trying to compel his gaze. "Well, you see, we're busy here. desperately busy. Dawson's always grumbling that we're short-handed." Betty came up close to him, and he suddenly felt a gentle squeeze on his shoulder. "You don't want to come," she said. "'Tisn't that. Not exactly." He kept his eyes turned from her. "You see," he went on, "you'll have such a heap of folk there. They mostly all get round, for you. Then there'll be Jim Truscott, and Jim's worth a dozen of me when it comes to picnics and sociables and such like." The girl's hand suddenly dropped from his shoulder, and she turned away. A flush slowly mounted to her sun-tanned cheeks, and she was angry at it. She stood looking out at the mills beyond, but she wasn't thinking of them. At last she turned back to her friend, and her soft eyes searched his. If you don't come to the picnic tomorrow, I'll never forgive you, Dave. Never." And she was gone before his slow tongue could frame a further excuse. End of chapter 1. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 2 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 2. A Picnic in the Red Sand Valley. Summer at the foot of the Canadian Rockies sets in suddenly. There are no dreary days of damp and cold when the east wind bites through to the bones and chills right down to the marrow. One moment all is black, dead. The lean branches and dead grass of last year make a waste of dreary decay. Watch. See the magic of the change. The black of the trees gives way to a warming brown. The grass, so sad in its depression, suddenly lightens with the palest hue of green. There is at once a warmth of tone which spreads itself over the world, and gladdens the heart and sets the pulses throbbing with renewed life and hope. Animal life stirs. The insect world rouses. At the sun's first smile the whole earth wakens. It yawns and stretches itself. It blinks and rubs its eyes, and presently it smiles back. The smile broadens into a laugh, and lo, it is summer, with all the world clad in festal raiment, gorgeous in its myriads of changing color harmonies. It was on such a day in the smiling valley of the Red Sand River that Betty Somers held her school picnic. There were no shadows to mar the festivities she had arranged. The sky was brilliant, cloudless, and early in the season as it was, the earth was already beginning to crack and parch under the fiery sun. A dozen Democrat wagons, bedecked with flags and filled to overflowing with smiley, rosy-faced children, each wagon under the charge of one of the village matrons, set out at 8 o'clock in the morning for the camping ground. Besides these, an hour later, a large number of private buggies conveyed the parents and provender, while the young people of the village rode out on horseback as a sort of escort to the commissariat. It was a gay throng, and there could be little doubt but that the older folk were as delighted at the prospect of the outing as the children themselves. Dave was there with the rest. Betty's challenge had had its effect. But he came without any of the enthusiasm of the rest of the young people. It was perfectly true that the demands of his mill made the outgoing inconvenient to him, but that was not the real reason of his reluctance. There was another, a far stronger one. All the years of his manhood had taught him that there was small place for him where the youth of both sexes foregathered. His body was too cumbersome, his tongue was too slow, and his face was too plain. The dalliance of man and maid was not for him, he knew, and did he ever doubt or forget it, his looking-glass, like an evil spirit, was ever ready to remind and convince him. The picnic ground was some 5 miles down the valley, in the depths of a wide forest-grown glen, through which a tiny tributary of the Red Sand River tumbled its way over a series of miniature waterfalls. The place was large and magnificently rock-bound, and looked as though it had originally been chiseled by nature to accommodate a rushing mountain torrent. It gave one the impression of a long disused waterway which, profiting by its original purpose, had become so wonderfully fertilized that its vegetation had grown out of all proportion to its capacity. It was a veritable jungle of undergrowth and forest, so dense and wide-spreading as almost to shut out the dazzling sunlight. It was an ideal pleasure camping ground, where the children could romp and play every game known to the Western child, and their elders could revel in the old game which never palls, and which the practice of centuries can never rob of its youth. All the morning the children played, while the women were kept busy with the preparations for the midday feast. The men were divided up into 2 sections, the elders taking office under the command of Tom Chepstow, organizing the children's games, and the other half, acknowledging the leadership of Mrs. Tom, assisting those engaged in the culinary arrangements. As might be expected, the latter occupation found most favor with the younger men. There was far more fun in wandering through the tangled undergrowth of the riverside to help a girl fill a kettle, than in racking one's brains for some startlingly unoriginal and long-forgotten game with which to dazzle the mind of Malkern's youth. Then there were the joys of gathering firewood, a task which enlisted the services of at least a dozen couples. This was a much favored occupation. There was no time limit, and it involved a long ramble. Then, too, it was remarkable that every girl performing the simplest duty, and one in which she never required the least assistance when at home, found it quite impossible to do so here without the strong physical and moral support of the man she most favored. Thus the morning passed. While the girls and men flirted, and the older women took to themselves a reflected enjoyment of it all, the children shrieked their delight at the simplest game, and baited their elders with all the impudence of childhood. It was a morning of delight to all, a morning when the sluggish blood of the oldest quickened in the sunken veins, a morning when the joy of living was uppermost, and all care was thrust into the background. It was not until after dinner that Dave saw anything of Betty. As he had anticipated, Jim Truscott never left her side, and his own morning had been spent with Tom Chepstow and the children. Then, at dinner, it had fallen to his lot to assist the matrons in waiting upon the same riotous horde. In consequence, by the time he got his own meal, Betty and the younger section of the helpers had finished theirs and were walking off into the woods. After dinner he sought out a secluded spot in which to smoke and make the best of things. He felt he had earned a rest. His way took him along the bank of the little tumbling river. It was delightfully restful, cool and shadowed by the overhanging trees that nearly met across it. It was not an easy path, but it was calmly beautiful and remote, and that was all he sought. Just above one rapid, something larger than the others he had passed, he came to a little log footbridge. It was a delicious spot, and he sat down and filled his pipe. The murmur of the rapids below came up to him pleasantly. All the foliage about him was of that tender green inspired by the humidity of the dank river atmosphere. Here and there the sun broke through in patches and lit up the scene, and added beauty to the remoter shadows of the woods. It was all so peaceful. Even the distant voices of the children seemed to add to the calm of his retreat. His pipe was nearly finished, and an insidious languor was stealing over him. He nodded once or twice, almost asleep. Then he started wide awake. A familiar laughing voice sounded just behind him, calling him by name. "Oh, Dave, so this is where you are. I've been hunting for you till my feet are sore." Before he could move, Betty had plumped herself down beside him on the bridge. He was wide enough awake now, and his delight at the girl's presence was so apparent that she promptly and frankly remarked upon it. "I do believe you're glad I came and woke you up," she laughed. The man leant back luxuriously and propped himself against the post of the handrail. "I am, surely," he said with conviction. "I've been thinking about picnics. It seems to me they're a heap of fun. So you stole away by yourself to enjoy this one?" Betty's brown eyes glanced slyly at him. There was a half smile in them, and yet they were serious. Dave began to refill his pipe. "Well, Betty, you see I just thought I'd like a smoke. I've been with the kiddies all morning." Suddenly the girl sat round facing him. "Dave, I'm a little beast. I oughtn't to have made you come. I know you don't care for this sort of thing. Only, well, you are so kind, and you are so fond of making people happy. And you... Oh, Dave, I want to tell you something. That's why I was hunting for you." She had turned from him and was gazing out down the stream now. Her face was flushed a deep scarlet. For an instant she had encountered his steady gray eyes and her confusion had been complete. She felt as though he had read right down into her very soul. Dave put his pipe away. The serious expression of his rugged face was unchanged, but the smile in his eyes had suddenly become more pronounced. "So that's why you hunted me out?" he said gently. "Well, Betty, you can tell me." He had seen the blushing face. He had noted the embarrassment and hesitancy and the final desperate plunge. He knew in his heart what was coming, and the pain of that knowledge was so acute that he could almost have cried out. Yet he sat there waiting, his eyes smiling, his face calmly grave as it always was. For nearly a minute neither spoke. Then the man's deep voice urged the girl. "Well?" Betty rested her face in her hands and propped her elbows on her knees. All her embarrassment had gone now. She was thinking, and when at last her words came, that tone of excitement which she had used just a moment before had quite gone out of her voice. "It's Jim," she said quietly. "He's asked me to marry him. I've promised, and he's gone to speak to Uncle." Dave took out his pipe again and looked into the bowl of it. "I guessed it was that," he said after a while. Then he fumbled for his tobacco. "And are you happy, little Betty?" he asked a moment later. "Yes, I think so." "You think so?" Dave was astonished out of himself. "You only think so?" he went on, his breath coming quickly. Betty sat quite still, and the man watched her, with his pipe and tobacco gripped tightly in his great hand. He was struggling with a mad desire to crush this girl to his heart and defy anyone to take her from him. It was a terrible moment. But the wild impulse died down. He took a deep breath and, slowly filled his pipe. "Tell me," he said, and his tone was very tender. The girl turned to him. She rested an arm on his bent knee and looked up into his face. There was no longer any hesitation or doubt. She was pale under the warm tanning of her cheeks, but she was very pretty and, to Dave, wildly seductive as she thus appealed to him. "Oh, Dave, I must tell you all. You are my only real friend. You, I know, will understand and can help me. If I went to Uncle, good and kind as he is, I feel he would not understand. And Auntie, she is so matter-of-fact and practical. But you are different from anybody else." The man nodded. "I have loved Jim for so long," she went on hurriedly. "Long, long before he ever even noticed me. To me he has always been everything a man should and could be. You see, he is so kind and thoughtful, so brave, so masterful, so handsome, with just that dash of recklessness which makes him so fascinating to a girl. I have watched him pay attention to other girls, and night after night I have cried myself to sleep about it. Dave, you have never known what it is to love anybody, so all this may seem silly to you, but I only want to show you how much I have always cared for Jim. Well, after a long time, he began to take notice of me. I remember it so well," she went on, with a faraway look in her eyes. "It was a year ago, at our church social. He spent a lot of time with me there, and gave me a box of candy, and then asked permission to see me home. Dave, from that moment I was in a seventh heaven of happiness. Every day I have felt and hoped that he would ask me to be his wife. I have longed for it, prayed for it, dreaded it, and lived in a dream of happiness. And now he has asked me." She turned away to the bustling stream. Her eyes had become pathetically sad. "And?" Dave prompted her. "Oh, I don't know." She shook her head a little helplessly. "It all seems different now." "Different?" "Yes, that wildly happy feeling is gone." "You are unhappy?" The man's voice shook as he put his question. "It isn't that. I'm happy enough, I suppose. Only, I think I'm frightened now, or something. All my dreams seem to have tumbled about my ears. I have no longer that wonderful looking forward. Is it because he is mine now, and no one can take him from me? Or is it—" her voice dropped to an odd whisper, "that I don't—" She broke off as though afraid to say all she feared. Dave lit his pipe and smoked slowly and thoughtfully. He had gone through his ordeal listening to her, and now felt that he could face anything without giving his own secret away. He must reassure her. He must remove the doubt in her mind, for in his quiet, reasoning way he told himself that all her future happiness was at stake. "No, it's not that, Betty," he said earnestly. "It's not that you love him less. It's just that for all that year you've thought and hoped about it, till there's nothing more to it," he added lamely. "You see, it's the same with all things. Realization is nothing. It's all in the anticipation. You wait, little girl. When things are fixed, and Parson Tom has said 'right,' you'll just be the happiest little bit of a girl in Malkern. That's sure." Betty lifted her eyes to his ugly face and looked straight into the kindly eyes. Just for one impulsive moment she reached out and took hold of his knotty hand and squeezed it. "Dave, you are the dearest man in the world. You are the kindest and best," she cried with unusual emotion. "I wonder—" and she turned away to hide the tears that had suddenly welled up into her troubled eyes. But Dave had seen them, and he dared not trust himself to speak. He sat desperately still and sucked at his pipe, emitting great clouds of smoke till the pungent fumes bit his tongue. Then relief came from an unexpected quarter. There was a sharp crackling of bush just above where they sat, and the scrunch of crushing pine cones trodden underfoot, and Jim Truscott stepped onto the bridge. "Ah, here you are at last. My word, but I had a job to find you." His tone was light and easy, but his usually smiling face was clouded. Betty sprang to her feet. "What is it, Jim?" she demanded, searching his face. "Something is wrong. I know it is." Jim seated himself directly in front of Dave, who now watched him with added interest. He now noticed several things in the boy he did not remember having observed before. The face in repose, or rather without the smile it usually wore, bore signs of weakness about the mouth. The whole of the lower part of it lacked the imprint of keen decision. There was something almost effeminate about the mold of his full lips, something soft and yielding, even vicious. The rest of his face was good, and even intellectual. He was particularly handsome, with crisp curling hair of a light brown that closely matched his large, expressive eyes. His tall, athletic figure was strangely at variance with the intellectual cast of his face and head. But what Dave most noticed were the distinct lines of dissipation about his eyes. And he wondered how it was he had never seen them before. Perhaps it was he so rarely saw Jim without his cheery smile. Perhaps, now that Betty had told him what had taken place, his observation was closer, keener. "What is it, Jim?" He added his voice to Betty's inquiry. Jim's face became gloomier. He turned to the girl, who had resumed her seat at Dave's side. "Have you told him?" he asked, and for a moment his eyes brightened with a shadow of their old smile. The girl nodded, and Dave answered for her. "She's told me enough to know you're the luckiest fellow in the Red Sand Valley," he said kindly. Jim glanced up into the girl's face with all the passion of his youthful heart shining in his handsome eyes. "Yes, I am, Dave, in that way," he said. Then his smile faded out and was replaced by a brooding frown. "But all the luck hasn't come my way. I've talked to Parson Tom." "Ah!" Dave's ejaculation was ominous. Suddenly Jim exploded, half angrily, half pettishly, like a disappointed schoolboy. "Betty, I've got to go away. Your uncle says so. He asked me all about my mill, what my profits were, and all that. I told him honestly. I know I'm not doing too well. He said I wasn't making enough to keep a nigger servant on. He told me that until I could show him an income of $2,500 a year, there was to be no talk of engagement. What is more, he said he couldn't have me philandering about after you until there was a reasonable prospect of that income. We talked and argued, but he was firm. And in the end he advised me, if I were really in earnest and serious, to go right away, take what capital I had, and select a new and rising country to start in. He pointed out that there was not room enough here for two in the lumbering business, that Dave, here, complained of the state of trade, so what chance could I possibly have without a tithe of his resources? Finally, he told me to go and think out a plan, talk it over with you, and then tell him what I had decided upon. So here I am, and—" "So am I," added Betty. "And as I am here as well," put in Dave, "let's talk it over now. Where are you thinking of going?" "Seems to me the Yukon is the place. There's a big rush going on. There's great talk of fabulous fortunes there." "Yes, fabulous," said Dave dryly. "It's a long way. A big fare. You'll find yourself amongst all the scum and blacklegs of this continent. You'll be up against every proposition known to the crook. You'll get tainted. Why not do some ranching? Somewhere around here, toward Edmonton." Jim shook his head gloomily. "I haven't nearly enough capital." "Maybe I could manage it for you," said Dave thoughtfully. "I mean it as a business proposition," he added hastily. Jim's face cleared, and his ready smile broke out like sunshine after a summer storm. "Would you?" he cried. "Yes, a business proposition. Business interest. I know the very place," he went on ardently. "Betty, wouldn't that be bully? How would you like to be a rancher's wife?" But his spirits quickly received a damper. Betty shook her head. "No, Jim, not at Dave's expense." Then she turned to the man who had made the offer. "No, no, Dave, old friend. Jim and I know you. This is not business from your point of view. You added that to disguise your kindly intention." "But—" Dave began to protest. But Betty would have none of it. "This is a debate," she said with a brightness she did not feel, "and I am speaking. Jim," she turned gently to her lover, "we'll start fair and square with the world. You must do as Uncle says. And you can do it. Do it yourself unaided. God will help you, surely. You are clever, you have youth, health, and strength. I will wait for you all my life if necessary. You have my promise, and it is yours until you come back to claim me. It may be only a year or two. We must be very, very brave. Whatever plan you decide on, if it is the Yukon or Siberia or anywhere else, I am content, and I will wait for you." The girl's words were so gently spoken, yet they rang with an irrevocable decision that astonished her hearers. Dave looked into the pretty, set face. He had known her so long. He had seen her in almost every mood, yet here was a fresh side to her character he had never even suspected, and the thought flashed through his mind to what heights of ambition might a man not soar with such a woman at his side. Jim looked at her too, but his was a stare of amazement and even resentment. "But why, Betty?" he argued sharply. "Why throw away a business offer such as this, when it means almost certain success? Dave offered it himself, and surely you will allow that he is a business man before all things." "Is he?" Betty smiled. Then she turned to the man who had made the offer. "Dave, will you do something for me?" "Why, yes, Betty, if it's not to go and wash up cups down there," he replied at once, with a grin. "No, it isn't to wash cups. It's—" She glanced quickly at Jim, who was watching her with anything but a lover-like stare. "It's to withdraw that offer." Dave removed his pipe and turned to Jim. "That ranch business is off," he said. Then he suddenly sat up and leaned toward the younger man. "Jim, boy, you know I wish you well," he said. "I wish you so well that I understand and appreciate Betty's decision now, though I allow I didn't see it at first. She's right. Parson Tom is right. I was wrong. Get right out into the world and make her a home. Get right out and show her and the rest of us the stuff you're made of. You won't fail if you put your back into it. And when you come back, it'll be a great day for you both. And see here, boy, so long as you run straight, you can ask me anything in the name of friendship, and I'll not fail you. Here's my hand on it." Something of Dave's earnestness, rather than the girl's quiet strength, seemed to suddenly catch hold of and lift the dejected man out of his moodiness. His face cleared, and his sunny smile broke out again. He gripped the great hand, and enthusiasm rang in his voice. "By God, you're right, Dave," he cried. "You're a good chap. Yes, I'll go. Betty," he turned to the girl, "I'll go to the Yukon, where there's gold for the seeking. I'll realize all the money I can. I won't part with my mill. That will be my fallback if I fail. But I won't fail. I'll make money No, I'll make money. And—" Suddenly, at the height of his enthusiasm, his face fell, and the buoyant spirit dropped from him. "Yes, yes," broke in Betty, anxious to see his mood last. Jim thought for a moment while the clouds gathered on his face. Then he looked steadily at Dave. "Dave," he said, and paused. Then he began again. "Dave, in friendship's name, I'll ask you something now. Betty here—" He swallowed, as though what he had to say was very difficult. "You see, I may be away a long time. You can never tell. Will you take care of her for me? Will you be her guardian, as you have always been mine? I know I'm asking a lot, but somehow I can't leave her here, and I know there's her uncle and aunt. But I don't know. Somehow I'd like to think you had given me your word that she would be all right, that you were looking after her for me. Will you?" His face and tone were both eager, and full of real feeling. Dave never flinched as he listened to the request, yet every word cut into his heart, lashed him till he wondered how it was Jim could not see and understand. He moistened his lips. He groped in his pocket for his matches and lit one. He let it burn out, watching it until the flame nearly reached his fingers. Then he knocked his pipe out on his boot and broke it with the force he used. Finally he looked up with a smile, and his eyes encountered Betty's. She smiled back, and he turned to her lover, who was waiting for his answer. "Sure, I'll look after her for you," he said slowly. Jim sprang to his feet. "I can never thank—" But Dave cut him short. "Don't thank me, boy," he said, preparing to return to the camp. "Just get out and do." And he left the lovers to return at their leisure. End of chapter 2. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 3 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 3. Affairs in Malkern. 4 glowing summers have gone, a 5th is dawning, driving before its radiant splendor the dark shadows and gray monotony of winter's icy pall. Malkern is a busy little town, spreading out its feelers in the way of small houses dotted about amidst the park land of the valley. Every year sees a further and further extension of its boarded sidewalks and grass-edged roadways. Every year sees its population steadily increasing. Every year sees an advancement in the architecture of its residences and some detail displaying additional prosperity in its residents. Behind this steady growth of prosperity sits Dave, large, quiet, but irresistible. His is the guiding hand. The tiller of the Malkern ship is in his grasp, and it travels the laid course without deviation whatsoever. The harbor lies ahead, and, come storm or calm, he drives steadily on for its haven. Thus far has the man been content. Thus far have his ambitions been satisfied. He has striven and gained his way inch by inch. But with that striving has grown up in him a desire such as inevitably comes to the strong and capable worker. A steady success creates a desire to achieve a master stroke, whereby the fruit which hitherto he has been content to pluck singly falls in a mass into his lap. And therein lies the human nature which so often upsets the carefully trained and drilled method of the finest tempered brain. Dave saw his goal looming. He saw clearly that all that he had worked for, hoped for, could be gained at one stroke. That one stroke meant capturing the great government contract for the lumber required for building the new naval docks. It was a contract involving millions of dollars, and with all the courage with which his spirit was laden, he meant to attempt the capture. His plans had been silently laid. No detail had been forgotten, no pains spared. Night and day his thoughtful brain had worked upon his scheme, and now had come that time when he must sit back and wait for the great moment. Nor did this great moment depend on him, and therein lay the uncertainty, the gamble so dear to the human heart. His scheme had been confided to only 3 people, and these were with him now, sitting on the veranda of the Reverend Tom Chepstow's house. The house stood on a slightly rising ground facing out to the east, whence a perfect view of the wide-spreading valley was obtained. It was a modest enough place, but trim and carefully kept. Parson Tom's stipend was so limited and uncertain that luxury was quite impossible. A rigid frugality was the ruling in his small household. It was Saturday. The day's work was over, and the family were watching the sunset and awaiting the hour for supper. The parson was luxuriating in a pipe in a well-worn deck chair at one extremity of the deep, wild cucumber-covered veranda. Dave sat near him. Mary Chepstow, the parson's wife, was crocheting a baby's woolen jacket, stoutly comfortable in a leather armchair, while Betty, a little more mature in figure, a little quieter in manner, but even prettier and more charming to look at than she was on the day of her picnic nearly 5 years ago, occupied a seat near the open French window, ready to attend at a moment's notice of the preparing of supper. Betty had been silent for quite a while. She was staring with introspective gaze out in the direction of the railroad depot. The 2 men had been discussing the best means of raising the funds for the building of a new church, aided by a few impracticable suggestions from Mrs. Chepstow, who had a way of counting her stitches aloud in the midst of her remarks. Suddenly Betty turned to her uncle, whose lean, angular frame was grotesquely hunched up in his deck chair. "Will old Mudley bring the mail over if the train does come in this evening?" she inquired abruptly. The parson shook his head. His lean, clean-shaven face lit with a quizzical smile as he glanced over at his niece. "Why should he?" he replied. "He never does bring mail around. Are you expecting a letter from him?" There was no self-consciousness in the girl's manner as she replied. There was not even warmth. "Oh, no. I was wondering if I should get one from Maud Hardwig. She promised to write me how Lily's wedding went off in Regina. It is a nuisance about the strike. But it's only the plate layers, isn't it? And it only affects the section where they are constructing east of Winnipeg?" Her uncle removed his pipe. "Yes, but it affects indirectly the whole system. You see, they won't put on local mails from Regina. They wait for the eastern mail to come through. By the way, how long is it since you heard from Jim?" Betty had turned away and was watching the vanishing point of the railway track, where it entered the valley a couple of miles away. Dave's steady eyes turned upon her. But she didn't answer at once, and her uncle had to call her attention. "Betty!" "Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle," she replied at once. "I was dreaming. When did I hear? Oh, nearly 9 months ago." Mary Chepstow looked up with a start. "9 months? Gracious, child! There, I've done it wrong." Bending over her work, she withdrew her hook and started to unravel the chain she was making. "Yes," Betty went on coldly, 9 months since I had a letter. But I've heard indirectly." Her uncle sat up. "You never told me," he said uneasily. The girl's indifference was not without its effect on him. She never talked of Jim Truscott now, and somehow the subject was rarely broached by any of them. Truscott had nominally gone away for 2 or 3 years, but they were already in the 5th year since his departure, and there was as yet no word of his returning. Secretly, her uncle was rather pleased at her silence on the subject. He augured well from it. He did not think there was to be any heartbreaking over the matter. He had never sanctioned any engagement between them, but he had been prepared to do so if the boy turned up under satisfactory conditions. Now he felt that it was time to take action in the matter. Betty was nearly 27, and, well, he did not want her to spend her life waiting for a man who showed no sign of returning. "I didn't see the necessity," she said quietly. "I heard of him through Dave." The parson swung round on the master of the mills. His keen face was alert with the deepest interest. "You, Dave?" he exclaimed. The lumberman stirred uneasily, and Mary Chepstow let her work lie idle in her lap. "Dawson, my foreman, you know, got a letter from Mansell. You remember Mansell. He acted as Jim's foreman at his mill. A fine sawyer, Mansell." "Yes, yes." Parson Tom's interest made him impatient. "Well, you remember that Mansell went with Jim when he set out for the Yukon. They intended to try their luck together. Partners, of course. Well, Mansell wrote Dawson he was sick to death of worrying things out up there. He said he'd left Jim, but did not state why. He asked him if my mill was going strong, and would there be a job for him if he came back. He said that Jim was making money now. He had joined a man named Bronco Bill, a pretty hard citizen, and in consequence he was doing better. How he was making money he didn't say. But he finished up his remarks about the boy by saying he'd leave him to tell his own story, as he had no desire to put any one away. Mrs. Chepstow offered no comment, but silently picked up her work and went on with it. Her husband sat back in his chair, stretching his long muscular legs and folding his hands behind his head. Betty displayed not the least interest in Dave's haltingly told story. The silence on the veranda was ominous. Chepstow began to refill his pipe, furtively watching his niece's pretty profile as she sat looking down the valley. It was his wife who broke the oppressive silence. I can't believe badly 3 treble in the adjacent hole, she muttered, referring to her pattern hook. Of him? I always liked him. 5 chain. So do I, put in Dave with emphasis. Betty glanced quickly into his rugged face. You don't believe the insinuations of that letter? She asked him sharply. I don't. Dave's reply was emphatic. Betty smiled over at him. Then she jumped up from her seat and pointed down the track. There's the mail, she cried. Then she came to her aunt's side and laid a hand coaxingly on her shoulder. Will you see to supper, dear, if I go down for the mail? Mrs. Chepstow would not trust herself to speak. She was in the midst of a complicated manipulation of the pattern she was working, so she contented herself with a nod, and Betty was off like the wind. The 2 men watched her as she sped down the hard red sand trail, and neither spoke until a bend in the road hid her from view. She's too good a girl, Dave, Chepstow said with almost militant warmth. She's not going to be made a fool of by... She won't be made a fool of by anyone, Dave broke in with equal warmth. There's no fear of it, if I'm any judge, he added. I don't think you realize that girl's spirit, Tom. Here, I'll tell you something I've never told anybody. When Jim went away, Betty came to me and asked me to let her study my mills. She wanted to learn all the business of 'em, all the inside of the management of 'em. If I'd have let her, she'd have learnt how to run the saws. And do you know why she did it? I'll tell you. Because she thought Jim might come back broke, and he and she together could start up his old mill again, so as to win through. That's Betty. Can you beat it? That girl has made up her mind to a certain line of action, and she'll see it through, no matter what her feelings may be. No word of yours or mine will turn her from her purpose. She'll wait for Jim. Yes, and waste the best of her life, exclaimed Mrs. Chepstow. 1, 2, 3, turn. Dave smiled over at the rotund figure crocheting so assiduously. Although Mary Chepstow was over 40, her face still retained its youthful prettiness. The parson laughed. He generally laughed at his wife's views upon anything outside of her small household and the care of the sick villagers. But it was never an unkind laugh. Just a large, tolerant good nature, a pronounced feature in his character. Parson Tom, like many kindly men, was hasty of temper, even fiery, and being a man of considerable athletic powers, this characteristic had, on more than one occasion, forcibly brought some recalcitrant member of his uncertain tempered flock to book, and incidentally acquired for him the sobriquet of the Fighting Parson. I don't know about wasting the best of her life, he said. Betty has never wasted her life. Look at the school she's got now, and mark you, she's done it all herself. She has 3 teachers under her. She has negotiated all the finance of the school herself. She got the government by the coat tails and dragged national support out of it. Why, she's a wonder. No, not waste, Mary. Let her wait if she chooses. We won't interfere. I only hope that when Jim does come back he'll be a decent citizen. If he isn't, I'd bet my last cent Betty will know how to deal with him. She'll sure give him up if he isn't, said Dave with conviction. Mary looked up, her round blue eyes twinkling. Dave knows Betty better than we do, Tom. I'd almost think... I'm not sure I like this shade of pink, she digressed, examining her wool closely. What was I saying? Oh, yes, I'd almost think he'd made a special study of her. A deep flush spread slowly over Dave's ugly face, and he tried to hide it by bending over his pipe and examining the inside of the bowl. Parson Tom promptly changed the subject. He shook his head and turned away to watch the ruddy extravagance of the sunset in the valley. Dave has got far too much to think of in his coming government contract to bother with a girl like Betty. By the way, when do you expect to hear the result of your tender, Dave?" "Any time." The lumberman's embarrassment had vanished at the mention of his contract. His eyes lit, and the whole of his plain features were suddenly illumined. This was his life's purpose. This contract meant everything to him. All that had gone before, all his labor, his early struggles, they were nothing to the store he set by this one great scheme. "Good. And your chances?" There was the keenest interest in the parson's question. "Well, I'd say they're good. You see, that find of ours up in the hills opens a possibility we never had before. The new docks require an enormous supply of 90-foot timber. It's got to be 90-foot stuff. Well, we've got the timber in that new find. There's a valley of some thousands of acres of forest which will supply it. Tom," he went on eagerly, "we could cut 'em 120-foot logs from that forest till the cows come home. It's the greatest proposition in lumbering. It's one of the greatest of those great primordial pine forests which are to be found in the Rockies, if one is lucky enough. At present we are the only people in Canada who can give them the stuff they need, and enough of it. Yes, I think I'll get it. I've set the wires pulling all I know. I've cut the price. I've done everything I can, and I think I'll get it. If I do, I'll be a millionaire half a dozen times over, and Malkern, and all its people, will rise to an immense prosperity. I must get it. And having got it, I must push it through successfully." Mary and her husband were hanging on the lumberman's words, carried away by his enthusiasm. There was that light of battle in his eyes, the firm setting of his heavy underjaw, which they knew and understood so well. To them he was the personification of resolution. To them his personality was irresistible. "Of course you'll push it through successfully," Tom nodded. "Yes, yes, I shall. I must," Dave said, stirring his great body in his chair, with a restlessness which spoke of his nervous tension. "But it's this time limit. You see, it's a government contract. They want these naval docks built quickly. The whole scheme is to be rushed through. Since the Imperial Conference has decided that each colony is to build its own share of the Navy for Imperial defense, in view of the European situation, that building is to be begun at once. They are laying down 5 ships this year, and by the end of the year they are to have docks ready for the laying down of 6 more. My contract is for the lumber for those docks. You see? My contract must be completed before winter closes down, without fail. I have guaranteed that. Well, as I am the only lumberman in Canada that can supply this heavy lumber, if they do not give it to me they will have to go to the States for it. Yes," he added, with something like a sigh, "I think I shall get it. But this time limit! If I fail it will break me. And, in the crash, Malkern will go too." Mary Chepstow sighed with emotion. Her crochet was forgotten. "You won't fail," she murmured, her eyes glistening. "You can't." "Malkern isn't going to tumble about our ears, old friend," Parson Tom said with quiet assurance. Dave had fallen back into his lounging attitude and puffed at his pipe. "No," he said. Then he pointed down the trail in the direction of the depot. There's Betty coming along in a hurry with Jenkins Mudley." All eyes turned to look. Betty was almost running beside the tall, thin figure of the operator and postmaster of Malkern. They came up with a final rush, the man flourishing a telegram at Dave. Betty was carrying a number of letters. "I just thought I'd bring this along myself," Mudley grinned. "Everything's been delayed through the strike down east. This, too. Felt I'd hate to let anyone else hand it to you, Dave." Dave snatched at the tinted envelope and tore it open, while Betty, nodding at her uncle and aunt, her eyes dancing with delight, made frantic signs to them. But they took no notice of her, keeping their eyes fixed on the towering form of the master of the mills. Dave was the calmest man present. He read the message over twice, and then deliberately thrust it into his pocket. Then, as he returned to his seat, he said, "I've got my contract, folks." "Hurrah!" cried Betty, no longer able to control herself. The operator had previously imparted the fact to her. Then, with a jump, she was on the veranda and flung some letters into her uncle's lap, retaining one for herself that had already been read. The next moment she had seized both of Dave's great hands, and was wringing them with all her heart and soul shining in her eyes. "I'm so glad, I don't know what I'm doing or saying," she cried, and then collapsed on her uncle's knee. Dave laughed quietly, but her aunt, her face belying her words, reproved her gently. "Betty," she said warningly as the girl scrambled to her feet, "don't get excited. I think you'd better go and see to supper. I see you got your letter. How did the wedding go off?" Betty was leaning against one of the veranda posts. "Oh, yes," she said indifferently. "I'd forgotten my letter. It's from Jim. He's coming home." Her aunt suddenly picked up her work. The parson began to open his letters. Dave's eyes, until that moment smiling, suddenly became serious. The girl's news had a strangely damping effect. Dave cleared his throat as though about to speak, but he remained silent. Then Betty moved across to the door. "I'll go and get supper," she said quietly, and vanished into the house. End of chapter 3. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 4 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 4. Dick Mansell's News. For Dave, the next fortnight was fraught with a tremendous pressure of work. But arduous and wearing as it was, to him there was that thrill of conscious striving which is the very essence of life to the ambition-inspired man. His goal loomed dimly upon his horizon. He could see it in shadowy outline, and every step he took now, every effort he put forth, he knew was carrying him on, drawing him nearer and nearer to it. He worked with that steady enthusiasm which never rushes. He was calm and purposeful. To hasten, to diverge from his deliberate course in the heat of excitement, he knew would only weaken his effort. Careful organization, perfect, machine-like, was what he needed, and the work would do itself. At the mills a large extension of the milling floors and an added number of saws were needed. In its present state the milling floor could hardly accommodate the 90-foot logs demanded by the contract. This was a structural alteration that must be carried out at express speed, and had been prepared for, so that it was only a matter of executing plans already drawn up. Joel Dawson, the foreman, one of the best lumbermen in the country, was responsible for the alterations. Simon Odd, the master sawyer, had the organizing of the skilled labor staff inside the mill, a work of much responsibility and considerable discrimination. But with Dave rested the whole responsibility and chief organization. It was necessary to secure labor for both the mill and the camps up in the hills. And for this the district had to be scoured, while 200 lumberjacks had to be brought up from the forests of the Ottawa River. Dave and his lieutenants worked all their daylight hours, and most of the night was spent in harness. They ate to live only, and slept only when their falling eyelids refused to keep open. Only Dave and his 2 loyal supporters knew the work of that fortnight. Only they understood the anxiety and strain, but their efforts were crowned with success, and at the end of that time the first of the 90-footers floated down the river to the mouth of the great boom that lay directly under the cranes of the milling floor. It was not until that moment that Dave felt free to look about him, to turn his attention from the grindstone of his labors. It was midday when word passed of the arrival of the first of the timber, and he went at once to verify the matter for himself. It was a sight to do his heart good. The boom, stretching right into the heart of the mills, was a mass of rolling, piling logs, and a small army of men was at work upon them, piloting them so as to avoid a crush. It was perilous, skillful work, and the master of the mills watched with approval the splendid efforts of these intrepid lumberjacks. He only waited until the rattling chains of the cranes were lowered and the first log was grappled and lifted like a match out of the water and hauled up to the milling floor. Then, with a sigh as of a man relieved of a great strain, he turned away and passed out of his yards. It was the first day for a fortnight he had gone to his house for dinner. His home was a small house of weatherboarding with a veranda all creeper-grown, as were most of the houses in the village. It had only 1 story, and every window had a window box full of simple flowers. It stood in a patch of garden that was chiefly given up to vegetables, with just a small lawn of mean-looking turf with a center bed of flowers. Along the topped rail fence which enclosed it were, set at regular intervals, a number of small blue gum and spruce trees. It was just such an abode as one might expect Dave to possess, simple, useful, unpretentious. It was the house of a man who cared nothing for luxury. Utility was the keynote of his life, and the little trivial decorations in the way of creepers, flowers, and such small luxuries were due to the gentle, womanly thought of his old mother, with whom he lived, and who permitted no one else to minister to his wants. She was in the doorway when he came up, a small thin figure with shriveled face and keen questioning eyes. She was clad in black, and wore a print overall. Her snow-white hair was parted in the middle and smoothed down flat, in the method of a previous generation. She was an alert little figure for all her 60-odd years. The questioning eyes changed to a look of gladness as the burly figure of her son turned in at the gate. There could be no doubt as to her feelings. Dave was all the world to her. Her admiration for her son amounted almost to idolatry. "Dinner's ready," she said eagerly. "I thought I'd just see if you were coming. I didn't expect you. Have you time for it, Dave?" "Sure, Ma," he responded, stooping and kissing her upturned face. "The logs are down." "Dear boy, I'm glad." It was all she said, but her tone, and the look she gave him, said far more than the mere words. Dave placed one great arm gently about her narrow shoulders and led her into the house. I'm going to take an hour for dinner today, sure," he said, with unusual gaiety. "Just to celebrate. After this," he went on, "for 6 months I'm going to do work that'll astonish even you, Ma." "But you won't overdo it, Dave, will you? The money isn't worth it. It isn't, really. I've lived a happy life without much of it, boy, and I don't want much now. I only want my boy." There was a world of gentle solicitude in the old woman's tones. So much that Dave smiled upon her as he took his place at the table. "You'll have both, Ma, just as sure as sure. I'm not working for the sake of the money. Sounds funny to say that, when I'm working to make myself a millionaire. But it's not the money. It's success first. I don't like being beaten, and that's a fact. We Americans hate being beaten. Then there's other things. Think of these people here. They'll do well. Malkern'll be a city to be reckoned with, and a prosperous one. Then the money's useful to do something with. We can help others. You know, Ma, how we've talked it all out." The mother helped her son to food. "Yes, I know. But your health, boy, you must think of that." Dave laughed boisterously, an unusual thing with him. But his mood was light. He felt that he wanted to laugh at anything. What did anything matter? By this time a dozen or so of the 90-footers were already in the process of mutilation by his voracious saws. "Health, Ma?" he cried. "Look at me. I don't guess I'm pretty, but I can do the work of any French-Canadian horse in my yards." The old woman shook her silvery head doubtfully. Well, you know best," she said. "Only I don't want you to get ill." Dave laughed again. Then, happening to glance out of the window, he saw the figure of Joe Hardwig, the blacksmith, turning in at the gate. "Another plate, Ma," he said hastily. "There's Hardwig coming along." His mother summoned her hired girl, and by the time Hardwig's knock came at the door, a place was set for him. Dave rose from the table. "Come right in, Joe," he said cheerily. "We're just having grub. Ma's got some bully stew. Sit down and join us." But Joe Hardwig declined, with many protestations. He was a broad, squat little man, whose trade was in his very manner, in the strength of his face, and in the masses of muscle which his clothes could not conceal. "The missus is wantin' me," he said. "Thank you kindly all the same. Your servant, ma'am," he added awkwardly, turning to Dave's mother. Then to the lumberman, "I'd just come along to hand you a bit of information I guessed you'd be real glad of. Mansell, Dick Mansell's got back. I've been yarnin' with him. Say, guess you'll likely need him. He's wantin' a job, too. He's a bully sawyer." Dave had suddenly become serious. "Dick Mansell!" he cried. Then, after a pause, "Has he brought word of Jim Truscott?" The mother's eyes were on her son, shrewdly speculating. She had seen his sudden gravity. She knew full well that he cared less for Mansell's powers as a sawyer than for Mansell as the companion and sharer of Jim Truscott's exile. Now she waited for the blacksmith's answer. Joe shifted uneasily. His great honest face looked troubled. He had not come there to spill dirty water. He knew how much Dave wanted skilled hands, and he knew that Dick needed work. "Why, yes," he said at last. "At least, that is—" "Out with it, man," cried Dave, with unusual impatience. "How is Jim, and how has he done?" Just for an instant Joe let an appealing glance fall in the old woman's direction, but he got no encouragement from her. She was steadily proceeding with her dinner. Besides, she never interfered with her boy. Whatever he did was always right to her. "Well?" Dave urged the hesitating man. "Oh, I guess he's all right. That is, he ain't hard up. Why, yes, he was speaking of him," Joe stumbled on. "He guessed he was comin' along down here later. That is, Jim is, you see—" But Dave hated prevarication. He could see that Joe didn't want to tell what he had heard. However, he held him to it fast. "Has Jim been running straight?" he demanded sharply. "Oh, as to that, I guess so," said Joe awkwardly. Dave came over to where Joe was still standing, and laid a hand on his shoulder. "See here, Joe, we all know you. You're a good sportsman, and you don't go around giving folks away. And bully for you. But I'd rather you told me what Mansell's told you than that he should tell me. See? It won't be peaching. I've got to hear it." Joe looked straight up into his face, and suddenly his eyes lit angrily at his own thought. "Yes, you'd best have it," he exclaimed, all his hesitation gone. "That doggone boy's been running a wild racket. He's laid hold of the booze, and he's never done a straight day's work since he hit the Yukon trail. He's comin' back to here with a gambler's wad in his pocketbook. And he's dead crooked. Leastways, that's how Mansell says. It's been roulette, poker, and faro. And he's been runnin' the joint. Mansell says he ain't no sort of use for him no ways, and that he cut adrift from the boy directly he got crooked." "Oh, he did he?" said Dave, after a thoughtful pause. "I don't seem to remember that Dick Mansell was any saint. I'd have thought a crooked life would have fallen in with his views, but he preferred to turn the lad adrift when he most needed help. However, it don't signify. So the lad's coming back a drunkard, a gambler, and a crook? At least Dick Mansell says so. Does he say why he's coming back?" "Well, he supposes it's the girl, Miss Betty." "Ah." Joe shifted uneasily. "It don't seem right, him a crook," he said, with some diffidence. "No." Then Dave's thoughtful look suddenly changed to one of business alertness, and his tone became crisp. "See here, Joe, what about that new tackle for the mills? Those hooks and chains must be ready in a week. Then there's those cant hooks for the hill camps. The smiths up there are hard at it, so I'm going to look to you for a lot. Then there's another thing. Is your boy Alec fit to join the mills and take his place with the other smiths? I want another hand." "Sure, he's a right good lad. And thank you. I'll send him along right away." The blacksmith was delighted. He always wanted to get his boy taken on at the mill. The work that came his way he could cope with himself. Besides, he had an assistant. He didn't want his boy working under him. It was not his idea of things. It was far better that he should get out and work under strangers. "Well, that's settled." Dave turned to his dinner, and Joe Hardwick took his leave, and when mother and son were left together again, the old woman lost no time in discussing Dick Mansell and his unpleasant news. "I never could bear that Mansell," she said, with a severe shake of her head. "No, Ma, but he's a good sawyer, and I need such men." The old woman looked up quickly. "I was thinking of Jim Truscott." "That's how I guessed." "Well, what do you think?" Dave shook his head. "I haven't seen Jim yet," he said. Ma, we ain't Jim's judges." "No." "I'm going down to the depot," Dave said after a while. "Guess I've got some messages to send. I'm getting anxious about that strike. They say that neither side will give way. The railway is pretty arbitrary on this point, and the platelayers are a strong union. I've heard that the brakesmen and engine drivers are going to join them. If they do, it's going to be bad for us. That is, in a way. Strikes are infectious, and I don't want 'em around here just now. We've got to cut 100,000 foot a day steady, and anything delaying us means—well, it's no use thinking what it means. We've got to be at full work night and day until we finish. I'll get going." He pushed his plate away and rose from the table. He paused while he filled and lit his pipe, then he left the house. Joe Hardwig's news had disturbed him more than he cared to admit, and he did not want to discuss it, even with his mother. End of chapter 4. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 5 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 5. Jim Truscott Returns. Dave was on the outskirts of the village when he fell in with Parson Tom. Tom was on ahead, but he saw the great lumbering figure swinging along the trail behind him, and waited. "Hello, Dave," he greeted him as he came up. "It's ages since I've seen you." The master of the mills laughed good-naturedly. "Sure," he said. "My loafing days are over. I'll be ground hollow before I'm through. The grindstone's good and going. It's good to be at work, Tom. I mean what you'd call it your great work. When I'm through, you shall have the finest church that Red Pine can build." "Ah, it's good to hear you talk like that. I take it things are running smoothly. It's not many men who deserve to make millions, but I think you are one of the few." Dave shook his head. "You're prejudiced about me, Tom," he replied, smiling. "But I want that money. And when I get it, we'll carry out all our schemes. You know, the schemes we've talked over and planned. Well, when the time comes, we won't forget 'em. Like most people do. Hello!" The parson was looking ahead in the direction of a small crowd standing outside Harley Smith's saloon. There was an anxious look in his clear blue eyes, and some comprehension. The crowd was swaying about in unmistakable fashion, and experience told him that a fight was in progress. He had seen so many fights in Malkern. Suddenly he turned to Dave. "Where are you going?" he inquired. "To the depot." "Good. I'll just cut along over there. That must be stopped." Dave gazed at the swaying crowd. Several men were running to join it. Then he looked down from his great height at the slim, athletic figure of his friend. "Do you want any help?" he inquired casually. Parson Tom shook his head. "No," he said, with a smile of perfect confidence. "They're children, all simple children. Big and awkward and unruly, if you like, but all children. I can manage them." "I believe you can," said Dave. "Well, so long. Don't be too hard on them. Remember, they're children." Tom Chepstow laughed back at him as he hurried away. "All right, but unruly children need physical correction as well as moral. And if it is necessary, I shan't spare them." He went off at a run, and Dave went on to the depot. He knew his friend down to his very core. There was no man in the village who was the parson's equal in the noble art of self-defense, and it was part of his creed to meet the rougher members of his flock on their own ground. He knew that this militant churchman would stop that fight, and, if necessary, bodily chastise the offenders. It was this wholesome manliness that had so endeared the fighting parson to his people. They loved him for his capacity, and consequently respected him far more than they would have done the holiest preacher that ever breathed. He was a man they understood. The spiritual care of a small lumbering village is not lightly to be entered upon. A man must be peculiarly fitted for it. In such a place, where human nature is always at its crudest, where muscle and not intellect must always be the dominant note, where life is lived without a thought for the future, and the present concern is only the individual fitness to execute a maximum of labor, and so give expression to a savage vanity in the triumph of brute force, the man who would set out to guide his fellows must possess qualities all too rare in the general run of clergy. His theology must be of the simplest, broadest order. He must live the life of his flock, and teach almost wholly by example. His preaching must be lit with a local setting, and his brush must lay on the color of his people's everyday life. Besides this, he must possess a tremendous moral and physical courage, particularly the latter, for to the lumberjack nothing else so appeals. He must feel that he is in the presence of a man who is always his equal, if not his superior, in those things he understands. Tom Chepstow was all this. He was a lumberman himself at heart. He knew every detail of the craft. He had lived that life all his manhood's days. Then he possessed a rare gift in medicine. He had purposely studied it and taken his degrees, for no one knew better than he the strength this added to his position. He shed his healing powers upon his people, a gift that reaped him a devotion no sanctity and godliness could ever have brought him. Parson Tom was a practical Christian first, and attended only to spiritual welfare when the body had been duly cared for. Dave went on to the depot, where he dispatched his messages. Then he extracted from Jenkins Mudley all the information he possessed upon the matter of the plate-layers' strike, and finally took the river trail back to the mills. His way took him across the log bridge over the river, and here he paused, leaning upon the rail, and gazed thoughtfully down the woodland avenue which enclosed the turbulent stream. Somehow he could never cross that bridge without pausing to admire the wonderful beauty of his little friend's surroundings. He always thought of this river as his friend. How much it was his friend only he knew. But for it and its peculiarities his work would be impossible. He did not have to do as so many lumbermen have to, depend on the spring freshet to carry his winter cut down to his mill. The melting snows of the mountains kept the river flowing, a veritable torrent, during the whole of the open season, and at such time he possessed in it a never-failing transport line which cost him not 1 cent. The hour he had allowed for his dinner was not yet up, and he felt that he could indulge himself a little longer, so he refilled his pipe and smoked while he gazed contemplatively into the depths of the dancing waters below him. But his daydreaming was promptly interrupted, and the interruption was the coming of Betty, on her way home for dinner from the schoolhouse up on the hillside. He had seen her only once since the day that brought him the news of his contract. That was on the following Sunday, when he went, as usual, to Tom Chepstow's for supper. Just at that moment Betty was the last person he wanted to see. That was his first thought when he heard her step on the bridge. He had forgotten that this was her way home, and that this was her dinner time. However, there was no sign of his reluctance in his face when he greeted her. "Why, Betty," he said, as gently as his great voice would let him, "I hadn't thought to see you coming this way." Then he broke off and studied her pretty oval face more closely. "What's wrong?" he inquired presently. You look kind of tired." He was quite right. The girl looked pale under her tan, and there was an unusual darkness round her gentle brown eyes. She looked very tired, in spite of the smile of welcome with which she greeted him. "Oh, I'm all right, Dave," she said at once, but her tone was cheerless, in spite of her best effort. He shook his great head and knocked his pipe out. "There's something amiss, child. Guess maybe it's the heat?" He turned his eyes up to the blazing sun, as though to reassure himself that the heat was there. Betty leaned beside him on the rail. Her proximity, and the evident sadness of her whole manner, made him realize that he must not stay there. At that moment she looked such a pathetic little figure that he felt he could not long be responsible for what he said. He longed to take her in his arms and comfort her. He could think of nothing to say for a long time, but at last he broke out with, "You'd best not go back to the school this afternoon." But the girl shook her head. "It's not that," she said. Then she paused. Her eyes were fixed on the rushing water as it flowed beneath the bridge. He watched her closely, and gradually a conviction began to grow in his mind. "Dave," she went on at last, "we've always been such good friends, haven't we? You've always been so patient and kind with me when I have bothered you with my little troubles and worries. You never fail to help me out. It seems to me I can never quite do without your help. I—" She smiled more like her old self, and with relief the man saw some of the alarming shadows vanishing from her face. "I don't think I want to, either. I've had a long talk with Susan Hardwig this morning." "Ah!" The man's growing conviction had received confirmation. "What did that mean?" Betty asked quickly. Dave was staring out down the river. "Just nothing. Only I've had a goodish talk with Joe Hardwig." "Then I needn't go into the details. I've heard the news that Dick Mansell has brought with him." It was a long time before either spoke again. For Dave there seemed so little to say. What could he say? Sympathy was out of the question. He had no right to blame Jim yet. Nor did he feel that he could hold out hope to her, for in his heart he believed that the man's news was true. With Betty, she hardly knew how to express her feelings. She hardly knew what her feelings were. At the time Mrs. Hardwig poured her tale into her ears, she had listened quite impersonally. Somehow the story had not appealed to her as concerning herself, and her dominant thought had been pity for the man. It was not until afterward, when she was alone on her way to the school, that the full significance of it came to her, and then it came as a shock. She remembered, all of a sudden, that she was promised to Jim. That when Jim came back she was to marry him. From that moment the matter had never been out of her mind. Through all her school hours it was with her, and her attention had been so distracted from her work that she found her small pupils getting out of hand. Yes, she was to marry Jim, and they told her he was a drunkard, a gambler, and a crook. She had given him her promise, she had sent him away. It was her own doing. Her feelings toward him never came into her thoughts. During the long 5 years of his absence he had become a sort of habit to her. She had never thought of her real feelings after the first month or two of his going. She was simply waiting for him, and would marry him when he came. It was only now, when she heard this story of him, that her feelings were called upon to assert themselves, and the result was something very like horror at her own position. She remembered now her disappointment at the first realization of all her hopes, when Jim had asked her to marry him. She had not understood then, but now she did. She knew that she had never really loved him, and at the thought of his return she was filled with horror and dread. She was glad that she had met Dave. She had longed to see him. He was the one person she could always lean on. And in her present trouble she wanted to lean on him. "Dave," she began at last, in a voice so hopeless that it cut him to the heart, "somehow I believe that story. That is, in the main. Don't think it makes any difference to me. I shall marry him just the same. Only I seem to see him in his real light now. He was always weak, only I didn't see it then. He was not really the man to go out into the world to fight alone. We were wrong. I was wrong. He should have stayed here." "Yes," Dave nodded. "He must begin over again," she went on after a pause. "When he comes here we must help him to a fresh start, and we must blot his past out of our minds altogether. There is time enough. He is young. Now I want you to help me. We must ask him no questions. If he wants to speak, he can do so. Now that you are booming at the mills, we can help him to reopen his mill, and I know you can, and will, help him by putting work in his way. All this is what I've been thinking about. When he comes, and we are married—" There was the slightest possible hesitation before the word, and Dave's quick ears and quicker senses were swift to hear and interpret it. "I am going to help him with the work. I'll give up my school. I've always had such a contingency in my mind. That's why I got you to teach me your work when he first went away. Tell me, Dave, you'll help me in this? You see, the boy can't help his weakness. Perhaps we are stronger than he, and between us we can help him." The man looked at her a long time in silence, and all the while his loyal heart was crying out. His gray eyes shone with a light she did not comprehend. She saw their fixed smile, and only read in them the assent he never withheld from her. "I knew you would," she murmured. It was her voice that roused him. And he spoke just as she turned away in the direction of the schoolhouse trail, whence proceeded the sound of a horse galloping. "Yes, Betty, I'll help you sure," he said in his deep voice. "You'll help him, you mean," she corrected, turning back to him. But Dave ignored the correction. "Tell me, Betty," he went on again, this time with evident diffidence. "You're glad he's coming back? You feel happy about getting married? You love him?" The girl stared straight up into the plain face. Her look was so honest, so full of decision, that her reply left no more to be said. "5 years ago I gave him my promise. That promise I shall redeem, unless Jim himself makes its fulfillment impossible." The man nodded. "You can come to me for anything you need for him," he said simply. Betty was about to answer with an outburst of gratitude when, with a rush, a horseman came galloping around the bend of the trail and clattered on to the bridge. At sight of the two figures standing by the rail, the horse jibbed, threw himself onto his haunches, and then shied so violently that the rider was unseated and half out of the saddle, clinging desperately to the animal's neck to right himself, and as he hung there struggling, The string of filthy oaths that were hurled at the horse, and any and everybody, was so foul that Betty tried to stop her ears. Dave sprang at the horse and seized the bridle with one hand. With the other he grabbed the horseman and thrust him up into the saddle. The feat could only have been performed by a man of his Herculean strength. "Cut that language, you gopher!" he roared into the fellow's ears as he lifted him. "Cut the language!" cried the infuriated man. "What in hell are you standing on a bridge spooning your girl for? This bridge ain't for that sort of truck. It's for traffic, curse you!" By the time the man had finished speaking he had straightened up in the saddle, and his face was visible to all. Dave jumped back, and Betty gave a little cry. It was Jim Truscott. Yes, it was Jim Truscott, but so changed that even Betty could scarcely believe the evidence of her eyes. In place of the bright, clever-looking face, the slim figure she had always had in her mind during the long 5 years of his absence, she now beheld a bloated, bearded man, without one particle of the old refinement which had been one of his most pronounced characteristics. It seemed incredible that 5 years could have so changed him. Even his voice was almost unrecognizable, so husky had it become. His eyes no longer had their look of frank honesty, they were dull and lusterless, and leered morosely. Her heart sank as she looked at him, and she remembered Dick Mansell's story. All three stared for a moment without speaking. Then Jim broke into a laugh so harsh that it made the girl shudder. "Well, I'm damned!" he cried. "Of all the welcomes home, this beats hell." "Jim! Oh, Jim!" The cry of horror and pain was literally wrung from the girl. Nor was it without effect. The man seemed to realize his uncouthness, for he suddenly took off his hat, and his face became serious. "I beg your pardon, Betty," he said apologetically. "I forgot where I was. I forgot that the Yukon was behind me, and—" "That you're talking to the lady you're engaged to be married to," put in Dave sharply. Dave's words drew the younger man's attention to himself. For a second a malicious flash shone in the bloated eyes. Then he dropped them and held out his hand. "How do, Dave?" he said coldly. Dave responded without any enthusiasm. He was chilled and horrified, and he knew that Mansell's story was no exaggeration. He watched Jim turn again to Betty. He saw the strained look in the girl's eyes, and he waited. "I'll come along up to the house later," Jim said coolly. "Guess I'll get along to the hotel and get cleaned some. I allow I ain't fit for party calls at a hog pen just about now. So long." He jabbed his horse's sides with his heels and dashed across the bridge. In a moment he was gone. It was some time before a word was spoken on the bridge. Dave was waiting, and Betty could find no words. She was frightened. She wanted to cry, and through it all her heart felt like lead in her bosom, but her dominant feeling was fear. "Well, little Betty," said Dave presently, in that gentle, protecting manner he so often assumed toward her, "I must go on to the mills. What are you going to do?" "I'm going home," she said, and to the keenly sympathetic ears of the man the note of misery in her voice was all too plain. End of chapter 5. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 6 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a A Story of the Red Sand Valley by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 6 Parson Tom Interferes. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and the table was set for tea. Betty was standing at the window staring thoughtfully out upon the valley. Ordinarily her contemplation would have been one of delighted interest, for the scene was her favorite view of the valley, where every feature of it, the village, the mill, the river, assumed its most picturesque aspect. She loved the valley with a deep affection. Unlike most people, who tire of their childhood surroundings and pant for fresh sights, fresh fields in which to expand their thoughts and feelings, she clung to the valley with all an artist's love for the beautiful, and a strength inspired by the loyal affection of a simple woman. Her delight in her surroundings amounted almost to a passion. To her this valley was a treasured possession. The river was a friend, a fiery, turbulent friend, and often she had declared, when in a whimsical mood, one to whom she could tell her innermost secrets without fear of their being passed on, in confidence, to another, or of having them flung back in her face when spite stirred its tempestuous soul. She knew her river's shortcomings, she knew its every mood. It was merely a torrent, a strenuous mountain torrent, but to her it possessed a real personality. In the spring flood it was like some small individual bursting with its own importance, with its vanity, with resentment at the restraint of the iron hand of winter, from which it had only just torn itself loose, and stirred to the depths of its frothy soul with an overwhelming desire for self-assertion. Often she had watched the splendid destruction of which it was capable at such a time. She had seen the forest giants go down at the roar of its battle cry. She had often joined the villagers, standing fearful and dismayed, watching its mounting waters lest their home should be devoured by the insatiable little monster, and filled with awe at its magnificent bluster. Then, in the extreme heat of the late summer, when autumn had tinged the valley to a glorious gold and russet, she had just as often seen the reverse side of the picture. No longer could the river draw on the vast supplies of the melting mountain snows, and so it was doomed to fall a prey to the mighty grip of winter, and, as if in anticipation of its end, it would sing its song of sadness as it sobbed quietly over its fallen greatness, sighing dismally among the debris which, in the days of its power, it had so wantonly torn from its banks. There was a great deal of the girl's character in her love for the river. She possessed an enthusiastic admiration for that strength which fights until the last drop of blood, the last atom of power is expended. Fallen greatness evoked her enthusiasm as keenly as success, only that the enthusiasm was of a different nature. With her it was better to have striven with all one's might and encountered disaster than to have lived fallow, a life of the most perfect rectitude. Her 27 years of life had set her thrilling with a mental and physical virility which was forever urging her, and steadily molding her whole outlook upon life, even though that outlook carried her no farther than the confines of her beautiful sunlit valley. Something of this was stirring within her now. She was not thinking of that which her eyes looked upon. She was thinking of the man to whom she had given her promise, her woman's promise, which carries with it all the best a woman has to give. She was no weakling, dreaming regretfully of all that might have been. She had no thought of retracting because in her heart she knew she had made a mistake. She was reviewing the man as she had seen him that noon, and considering the story of his doings as she had been told them, quietly making up her mind to her own line of action. He was presently to come up to her home to have tea with them, and she would be given the opportunity of seeing the man that 5 years' absence in the wilds had made of him. Once or twice she almost shuddered as the details of their meeting on the bridge obtruded themselves. She tried to shut them out. She understood the rough side of men, for she lived amongst a people in whom it was difficult enough to trace even a semblance of gentleness. She allowed for the moment of provocation when the man's horse had shied and unseated him. She realized the natural inclination it would inspire to forcibly, even if irresponsibly, protest. Even the manner of his protest she condoned. But his subsequent attitude, his appearance, and his manner toward herself, these were things which had an ugly tone, and for which she could find no extenuation. However, it should all be settled that afternoon. She unfolded and straightened out a piece of paper she had been abstractly crumpling in her hand. She glanced at the unsteady writing on it, a writing she hardly recognized as Jim's. "Will come up to tea this afternoon. Sorry for this morning. Jim." That was the note he had sent her soon after she had reached home. There was no word of affection in it. Nothing but a bare statement, and an apology which scarcely warranted the name. To her it seemed to have been prompted by the man's realization of an unpleasant and undesired duty to be performed. The few letters she had received from him immediately before his return had borne a simple tone of indifference, and once or twice she had felt that she ought to write and offer him his freedom. This, however, she had never done, feeling that by doing so she might be laying herself open to misinterpretation. No, if their engagement were distasteful to him, it must be Jim who broke it. Unlike most women, she would rather he threw her over than bear the stigma of having jilted him. She had thought this all out very carefully. She had an almost mannish sense of honor, just as she possessed something of a man's courage to carry out her obligations. She glanced over at the tea-table. There were 4 places set. The table was daintily arranged, and though the china was cheap, and there was no display of silver, or any elaborate furnishings, it looked attractive. The bread and butter was delicate, the assortment of homemade cakes luscious, the preserves the choicest from her aunt's store cupboard. Betty had been careful, too, that the little sitting-room, with its simple furniture and unpretentious decorations, should be in the nicest order. She had looked to everything so that Jim's welcome should be as cordial and kindly hearts could make it. And now she was awaiting his coming. The clock on the sideboard chimed 5, and a few moments later her uncle came in. "What about tea, Betty?" he inquired, glancing with approval at the careful preparations for the meal. "I think we ought to wait," she replied, with a wistful smile into his keen blue eyes. "I sent word for Jim for 5 o'clock, but, well, perhaps something has detained him." "No doubt," observed the parson dryly. "I dare say 5 minutes added on to 5 years means nothing to Jim." He didn't approve the man's attitude at all. All his ideas on the subject of courtship had been outraged at his delay in calling. He had been in the village nearly 5 hours. The girl rearranged the teacups. "You mustn't be hard on him," she said quietly. "He had to get cleaned up and settled at the hotel. I don't suppose he'd care to come here like—" "It doesn't take a man 5 hours to do all that," broke in her uncle, with some warmth. Then, as he faced the steady gaze of the girl's brown eyes, he abruptly changed his tone and smiled at her. "Yes, of course we'll wait. We'll give him half an hour's grace, and then I'll fetch him." Betty smiled. There was a characteristic snap in the parson's final declaration. The militant character of the man was always very near the surface. He was the kindest and best of men, but anything suggesting lack of straightforwardness in those from whom he had a right to expect the reverse never failed to rouse his ire. For want of something better to do, Betty was carrying out a further rearrangement of the tea-table, and presently her uncle questioned her shrewdly. "You don't seem very elated at Jim's return," he said. "I am more than pleased," she replied gravely. Parson Tom took up his stand at the window with his back turned. "When I was engaged to your aunt," he said, smiling out at the valley, "if I had been away for 5 years and suddenly returned, she would probably have had about 3 fits, a scene of shrieking hysteria, and gone to bed for a week. By all of which I mean she would have been simply crazy with delight. It must be the difference of temperament, eh?" He turned round and stood smiling keenly across at the girl's serious face. "Yes, uncle, I don't think I am demonstrative." "Do you want to marry him?" The man's eyes were perfectly serious now. "I am going to marry him, unless—" "Unless?" "Unless he refuses to marry me." "Do you want to marry him, my dear? That was my question." Her uncle had crossed over to her and stood looking down at her with infinite tenderness in his eyes. She returned his gaze, and slowly a smile replaced her gravity. "You are very literal, uncle," she said gently. "If you want an absolutely direct reply, it is yes." But her uncle was not quite satisfied. "You love him?" he persisted. But this catechism was too much for Betty. She was devoted to her uncle, and she knew that his questions were prompted by the kindliest motives. But in this matter she felt that she was entirely justified in thinking and acting for herself. "You don't quite understand," she said, with just a shade of impatience. "Jim and I are engaged, and you must leave us to settle matters ourselves. If you press me, I shall speak the plain truth, and then you will have a wrong impression of the position. I perfectly understand my own feelings. I am not blinded by them. I shall act as I think best, and you must rely on my own judgment. I quite realize that you want to help me, but neither you nor anyone else can do that, uncle." "Ah, here is Auntie!" she exclaimed with evident relief. Mrs. Chepstow came in. She was hot from her work in the kitchen, where she was operating, with the aid of her hired girl, a large bake of cakes for the poor villagers. She looked at the clock sharply. "Why, it's 5:30 and no tea!" she exclaimed, her round face shining and her gentle eyes wide open. "Where's Jim? Not here? Why, I am astonished. Betty, what are you thinking of? And after 5 years, too." "Betty hasn't got him in proper harness yet," laughed the parson, but there was a look in his eyes which was not in harmony with his laugh. "Harness? Don't be absurd, Tom." Then she turned to Betty. "Did you tell him 5?" Tom Chepstow picked up his hat, and before the girl could answer he was at the door. "I'm going to fetch him," he said, and was gone before Betty's protest reached him. "I do wish Uncle wouldn't interfere," the girl said, as her aunt laughed at her husband's precipitate exit. "Interfere, my dear?" she exclaimed. "You can't stop him. He's got a perverted notion that we women are incapable of taking care of ourselves. He goes through life determined to fight our battles, determined to help us out when we don't need it. He's helped me out all our married life. He spends his life doing it, and I often wish he'd leave me in sometimes. I've never seen a man who could upset a woman's plans more completely than your uncle, and all with the best intention. One of these days I'll start to help him out, and then we'll see how he likes it," she laughed good-humoredly. "You know, if he finds Jim, he's sure to upset the boy, and he'll come back thinking he's done his duty by you. Poor Tom, and he does mean so well." "I know he does, Auntie, and that's why we all love him so. Everybody loves him for it. He never thinks of himself. It's always others, and—" "Yes, my dear, you're right. But all the same I think he's right just now. Why isn't Jim here? Why didn't he come straight away? Why has he been in Malkern 5 hours before he comes to see you? Betty, my child, I've not said a word all these years. I've left you to your own affairs because I know your good sense. But in view of the stories that have reached us about Jim, I feel that the time has come for me to speak. Are you going to verify those stories?" Mrs. Chepstow established her comfortable form in a basket chair, which audibly protested at the weight it was called upon to bear. She folded her hands in her lap, and assuming her most judicial air, waited for the girl's answer. Betty was thinking of her meeting with Jim on the bridge. "I shall hear what he has to say," she said decidedly, after a long pause. Her aunt stared. "You're going to let him tell you what he likes?" she cried in astonishment. "He can tell me what he chooses, or he need tell me nothing." Her aunt flushed indignantly. "You will never be so foolish," she said, exasperated. "Auntie, if Uncle Tom had been away 5 years, would you ask him for proof of his life all that time?" Betty demanded with some warmth. The other stirred uneasily. "That depends," she said evasively. "No, no, Auntie, it doesn't. You would never question Uncle. You are a woman, and just as foolish and stupid about that sort of thing as the rest of us. We must take our men on trust. They are men, and their lives are different from ours. We cannot judge them, or, at any rate, we would rather not. Why does a woman cling to a scoundrelly husband who ill-treats her, and makes her life one long round of worry and even misery? Is it because she simply has to? No. It is because he is her man. He is hers, and she would rather have his unkindliness than any other man's caresses. Foolish we may be, and I am not sure but that we would rather be foolish, where our men are concerned. Jim has come back. His past 5 years are his. I'm going to take up my little story where it was broken 5 years ago. The stories I have heard are nothing to me. So, if you don't mind, dear, we will close the subject." And you love him?" questioned the elder woman. But the girl had turned to the window. She pointed out down the road in the direction of the village. "Here is Uncle returning," she said, ignoring the question. "He's hurrying. Why, he's actually running." "Running?" Mrs. Chepstow bustled to the girl's side, and both stood watching the vigorous form of the parson racing up the trail. Just as he came to the veranda, they turned from the window and their eyes met. Betty's were full of pained apprehension, while her aunt's were alight with perplexed curiosity. Betty felt that she knew something of the meaning of her uncle's undignified haste. She did not actually interpret it, she knew it meant disaster, but the nature of that disaster never entered into her thought. Something was wrong, she knew instinctively, and with the patience of strength she made no attempt to even guess at it, but simply waited. Her aunt rushed at the parson as he entered the room and flung aside his soft felt hat. Betty gazed mutely at the flaming anger she saw in his blue eyes, as his wife questioned him. "What is it?" she demanded. "What has happened?" Parson Tom drew up a chair to the table and flung himself into it. "We'll have tea," he said curtly. His wife obediently took her seat. "And Jim?" she questioned. The angry blue eyes still flashed. "We won't wait for him." Then Betty came to the man's side and laid one small brown hand firmly on his shoulder. "You saw him?" she demanded. Her uncle shook her hand off almost roughly. "Yes, I saw him," he said. "And why isn't he here?" the girl persisted without a tremor, without even noticing his rebuff. "Because he's lying on his bed at the hotel. Drunk. Blind drunk, confound him." End of chapter 6. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 7 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe. A Story of the Red Sand Valley by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 7. The Work at the Mills. It was sundown. The evening shadows, long drawn out, were rapidly merging into the purple shades of twilight. The hush of night was stealing upon the valley. There was one voice alone, one discordant note, to jar upon the peace of nature's repose. It was the voice of Dave's mills, a voice that was never silent. The village, with all its bustling life, its noisy boarding houses, its well-filled drinking booths, its roistering lumberjacks released from their day's toil, was powerless to disturb that repose. But the harsh voice of the driving machinery rose dominant above all other sounds. Repose was impossible, even for nature, where the restless spirit of day's enterprise prevailed. The vast wooden structures of the mills, acres of them, stood like some devouring growth at the very core of nature's fair body. It almost seemed like a living organism feeding upon all the best she had to yield. Day and night the saws, like the gleaming fangs of a voracious life, tore, devoured, digested, and the song of its labors droned without ceasing. Controlling, directing, ordering to the last detail, Dave sat in his unpretentious office. Love of the lumberman's craft ran hot in his veins. He had been born and bred to it. He had passed through its every phase. He was a Sawyer whose name was historical in the forests of Oregon. As a cant-hook man he had few equals. As foreman he could extract more work from these simple woodsman giants than could those he employed in a similar capacity. In work he was inevitable. His men knew that when he demanded they must yield. In this direction he displayed no sympathy, no gentleness. He knew the disposition of the lumberjack. These woodsmen rate their employer by his driving power. They understand and expect to be ruled by a stern discipline, and if this treatment is not forthcoming, their employer may just as well abandon his enterprise for all the work they will yield him. But though this was Dave in his business, it was the result of his tremendous force of character rather than the nature of the man. If he drove, it was honestly, legitimately. He paid for the best a man could give him, and he saw that he got it. Sickness was sure of ready sympathy, not outspoken, but practical. He was much like the prairie man with his horse. His beast is cared for far better than its master cares for himself, but it must work, and work enthusiastically to the last ounce of its power. Fail, and the horse must go. So it was with Dave. The man who failed him would receive his time instantly. There was no question, no excuse, and every lumberjack knew this and gladly entered his service. Dave was closeted with his foreman, Joel Dawson, receiving the day's report. "The tally's 8,000, Dawson was saying. Dave looked up from his books. His keen, humorous eyes surveyed the man's squat figure. "Not enough," he said. "She's pressing hard now," came the man's rejoinder, almost defensively. "She's got to do 20,000 more," retorted Dave finally. "Then you'll have to give her more saw room." "We'll see to it. Meanwhile, shove her. How are the logs running? Is Mason keeping the length?" "Guess he can't do better. We ain't handled nothin' under 80 foot." "Good. They're driving down the river fast?" "The boom's full, and we're working 'em good and plenty." The man paused. "'Bout more saw beds and rollers," he went on a moment later. "There ain't an inch of space, boss. We'll have to build." Dave shook his head and faced round from his desk. "There's no time. You'll have to take out the gang saws and replace them for log trimming." Dawson spat into the spittoon. He eyed the ugly, powerful young features of his boss speculatively, while he made a swift mental calculation. "That'll maybe give us 8,000 more. 'Tain't enough, I guess," he said emphatically. "Say, there's that mill up river. Her as belongs to Jim Truscott. If we had her runnin', I laws we'll handle 25,000 on a day and night shift, givin' us 50 all told." Dave's eyes lit. "I've thought of that," he said. "That'll put us up with a small margin. I'll see what can be done. How are the new boys making? I've had a good report from Mason up on No. 1 camp. He's transferred his older hands to new camps, and has the new men with him. He started to cut on Section 80. His estimate is $10 million in the stump on that cut. All big stuff. He's running a big saw gang up there. The roads were easy making, and good for travoying, and most of the timber is within half a mile of the river. We don't need to worry about the drive. He's got the stuff plenty, and all the hands he needs. It's the mill right here that's worrying." Dawson took a fresh chew. "Yes, it's the mill, I guess," he said slowly. "That and this here strike. We're going to feel it, the strike I mean. The engineers and firemen are going out, I hear, sure." "That doesn't hit us," said Dave sharply, but there was a keen look of inquiry in his eyes. "Don't it?" Dawson raised his shaggy eyebrows. "Our stuff is merely to be placed on board here. The government will see to its transport." The foreman shook his head. "What of them firemen and engineers in the mill? Say, they're mostly union men, and—" "I see." Dave became thoughtful. "Guess that ain't the only trouble neither," Dawson went on, warming. "Strikes is hellfire anyways. There ain't no stoppin' 'em when they get good and goin'. There's folk who'd hate work wuss'n prisin' when others of a different craft are buckin'. I hate strikes, anyway, and I'll feel a sight easier when the railroaders quits." "You're alarming yourself without need," Dave said easily, closing his books and rising from his seat. "Guess I'll get to supper. And see you remember I look to you to shove her. Are you postin' the tally?" "Sure. They're going up every shift." A few minutes later the foreman took his departure to hand over to Simon Odd, who ran the mills at night. Dave watched him go. Then, instead of going off to his supper, he sat down again. Dawson's warning was not without its effect on him, in spite of the easy manner in which he had set it aside. If his mills were to be affected by the strike, It would be the worst disaster that could befall, short of fire. To find himself with millions of feet coming down the river on the drive, and no possibility of getting it cut, would mean absolute ruin. Yes, it was a nasty thought. A thought so unpleasant that he promptly set it aside and turned his attention to more pleasant matters. One of the most pleasant that occurred to him was the condition of things in the village. Malkern had already begun to boom as the first result of his sudden burst of increased work. Outside capital was coming in for town plots, and several fresh buildings were going up. Addlestone Chicks, the dry goods storekeeper, was extending his premises to accommodate the enormous increase in his trade. 2 more saloons were being considered, both to be built by men from Calford, and the railroad had promised 2 mails a day instead of 1. Dave thought of these things with the satisfaction of a man who is steadily realizing his ambitions. It only needed his success for prosperity to come automatically to the village in the valley. That was it, his success. This thought brought to his mind again the matter of Jim Truscott's mill, and this again set him thinking of Jim himself. He had seen nothing of Jim since his meeting with him on the bridge, and the memory of that meeting was a dark shadow in his recollection. Since that time 2 days had passed, 2 days spent in arduous labor, when there had been no time for more than a passing thought for anything else. He had seen no one outside of his mills. He had seen neither Betty nor her uncle, no one who could tell him how matters were going with the prodigal. He felt somehow that he had been neglectful. He felt that he had wrongfully allowed himself to be swamped in the vortex of the whirling waters of his labors. He had purposely shut out every other consideration. Now his mind turned upon Betty, and he suddenly decided to take half an hour's respite and visit Harley Smith's saloon. He felt that this would be the best direction in which to seek Jim Truscott. 5 years ago it would have been different. He rose from his seat and stretched his cumbersome body. Young as he was, he felt stiff. His tremendous effort was making itself felt. Picking up his pipe, he lit it, and as he dropped the charred end of the match in the spittoon a knock came at the door. It opened in answer to his call, and in the half-light of the evening he recognized the very man whom he had just decided to seek. It was Jim Truscott who stood in the doorway, peering into the darkened room. And at last his searching eyes rested on the enormous figure of the lumberman. Dave was well in the shadow, and what light came in through the window fell full upon the newcomer's face. In the brief silence he had a good look at him. He saw that now he was clean-shaven, that his hair had been trimmed, that his clothes were good and belonged to the more civilized conditions of city life. He was good-looking beyond a doubt, a face, he thought, to catch a young girl's fancy. There was something romantic in the dark setting of the eyes, the keen aquiline nose, the broad forehead. It was only the lower part of the face that he found fault with. There was that vicious weakness about the mouth and chin, and it set him pondering. There were the marks of dissipation about the eyes, too, and now they were 100-fold more pronounced. Where before the rounded cheeks had once so smoothly sloped away, now there were puffings, with deep, unwholesome furrows which, in a man of his age, had no right to be there. Jim was the first to speak, and his manner was almost defiant. "Well?" he ejaculated. "Well?" responded Dave, and the newly opened waters suddenly froze over again. They measured each other, eye to eye. Both had the memory of their meeting 2 days ago keenly alive in their thought. Finally, Jim broke into a laugh that sounded harshly. "After 5 years' absence, your cordiality is overwhelming," he said. "I seem to remember meeting you on the bridge 2 days ago," retorted Dave. Then he turned to his desk and lit the lamp. The mill siren hooted out its mournful cry. Its roar was deafening, and answered as an excuse for the silence which remained for some moments between the two men. When the last echo had died out, Truscott spoke again. Evidently he had availed himself of those seconds to decide on a more conciliatory course. "That's nerve-racking," he said lightly. "Yes, if your nerves aren't in the best condition," replied Dave. Then he indicated a chair, and both men seated themselves. Truscott made himself comfortable and lit a cigar. "Well, Dave," he said pleasantly, "after 5 years I return here to find everybody talking of you, of your work, of the fortune you are making, of the prosperity of the village, which, by the way, is credited to your efforts. You are the man of the moment in the valley. You are it." Dave nodded. "Things are doing." "Doing, man! Why, it's the most wonderful thing. I leave a little dozy village, and I come back to a town thrilling with magnificent prosperity, with money in plenty for everybody, and on every hand talk of investment, and dreams of fortunes to be made. I'm glad I came. I'm glad I left that benighted country of cold and empty stomachs and returned to this veritable Tom Tiddler's ground. I, too, intend to share in the prosperity you have brought about. Dave, you are a wonder." "I thought you had come to talk of other matters," said Dave quietly. His words had ample effect. The enthusiasm dropped from the other like a cloak. His face lost its smile, and his eyes became watchful. "You mean—" "Betty," said Dave shortly. Truscott stirred uneasily. Dave's directness was a little disconcerting. Suddenly the latter leaned forward in his chair, and his steady eyes held his visitor. "5 years ago, Jim, you went away, and, going, you left Betty to my care, for you. That child has always been in my thoughts, and, though I've never had an opportunity to afford her the protection you asked of me, it has not been my fault. She has never once needed it. You went away to make money for her, so that when you came back you could marry her. I remember our meeting 2 days ago, and it's not my intention to say a thing of it. I have been so busy since then that I have seen nobody who could tell me of either her or you, so I know nothing of how your affairs stand. But if you've anything to say on the matter, now I'm prepared to listen. Did you make good up there in the Yukon?" Dave's tone was the tone Truscott had always known. It was kindly, it was strong with honesty and purpose. He felt easier for it, and his relief sounded in his reply. "I can't complain," he said, settling himself more comfortably in his chair. "I'm glad," said Dave simply. "I was doubtful of the experiment, but—well, I'm glad. And—" Suddenly Jim sprang to his feet and began to pace the room. Dave watched him. He was reading him. He was studying the nervous movements, and interpreting them as surely as though their meaning were written large in the plainest lettering. It was the same man he had known 5 years ago, the same, only with a difference. He beheld the weakness he had realized before, but now, where there had been frank honesty in all his movements and expressions, there was a furtive undercurrent which suggested only too clearly the truth of the stories told about him. "Dave," he burst out at last, coming to a sudden stand in front of him. "I've come to you about Betty. I've come to you to tell you all the regret I have at that meeting of ours on the bridge, and all I said at the time. I want to tell you that I'm a rotten fool and blackguard, that I haven't been near Betty since I came back. I was to have gone to tea that afternoon, and didn't do so because I got blind drunk instead, and when her uncle came to fetch me, I told him to go to hell, and insulted him in a dozen ways. I want to tell you that while I was away I practically forgot Betty. I didn't care for her any longer, that I scarcely even regarded our engagement as serious. I feel I must tell you this. And now it is all changed. I have seen her, and I want her. I love her madly, and I have spoiled all my chances. She'll never speak to me again. I am a fool and a crook, an utter wrong 'un, but I want her. I must have her." The man paused breathlessly. His words carried conviction. His manner was passion-swept. There could be no doubt as to his sincerity, or of the truth of the momentary remorse conveyed in his self-accusation. Dave's teeth shut tight upon his pipe-stem. "And you did all that?" he inquired, with a tenseness that made his voice painfully harsh. "Yes, I did. Dave, you can't say any harder things to me than I've said to myself. When I drink, there's madness in my blood that drives me where it will." The other suddenly rose from his seat and towered over him. The look on his rugged face was one of mastery. His personality dominated Truscott at that moment in a manner that made him shrink before his steady, luminous eyes. "How have you earned your living?" he demanded sharply. "I'm a gambler," came Jim's uneasy reply, the truth forced from him against his will. "You're a drunkard and a crook?" "I'm a fool, I told you." Dave accepted the admission. "Then for God's sake get out of this village, and write and release Betty from her engagement. You say you love her. Prove it by releasing her, and be a man." Dave's voice rang out deep with emotion. At that moment he was thinking of Betty, and not of the man before him. He was not there to judge him. His only thought was of the tragedy threatening the girl. Truscott had suddenly become calm, and his eyes had again assumed that furtive watchfulness as he looked up into the larger man's face. He shook his head. "I can't give her up," he said obstinately, after a pause. Dave sat down again, watching the set, almost savage expression on the other's face. The position was difficult. He was not only dealing with this man, but with a woman whose sense of duty and honor was such that left him little hope of settling the matter as he felt it should be settled. Finally he decided to appeal again to the man's better nature. "Jim," he said solemnly, "you come here and confess yourself a crook, and, if not a drunkard, at least a man with a bad tendency that way. You say you love Betty, in spite of having forgotten her while you were away. On your conscience, I ask you, can you willfully drag this girl, who has known only the purest, most innocent, and God-fearing life, into the path you admit you have been, are treading? Can you drag her down with you? Can you, in your utter selfishness, take her from a home where she is surrounded by all that can keep a woman pure and good? I don't believe it. That is not the Jim I used to know. Jim, take it from me, there is only one decent course open to you, one honest one. Leave her alone, and go from here yourself. You have no right to her so long as your life is what it is." "But my life is going to be that no longer," Truscott broke in with passionate earnestness. "Dave, help me out in this. For God's sake, do. It will be the making of me. I have money now, and I want to get rid of the old life. I, too, want to be decent. I do. I swear it. Give me this chance to straighten myself. I know your influence with her. You can get her to excuse that lapse. She will listen to you. My God, Dave, you don't know how I love that girl." While the lumberman listened his heart hardened. He understood the selfishness, the weakness underlying this man's passion. He understood more than that. Betty was no longer the child she was 5 years ago, but a handsome woman of perfect molding. And, truth to tell, he felt this sudden reawakening of the man's passion was not worthy of the name of the love he claimed for it, but rather belonged to baser inspiration. But his own feelings prevented his doing what he would like to have done. He felt that he ought to kick the man out of his office, and have him hunted out of the village. But years ago he had given his promise of help, and a promise was never a light thing with him. And besides that, he realized his own love for Betty, and could not help fearing that his judgment was biased by it. In the end, he gave the answer which from the first he knew he must give. "If you mean that," he said coldly, "I will do what I can for you." Jim's face lit, and he held out his hand impulsively. "Thanks, Dave," he cried, his whole face clearing and lighting up as if by magic. "You're a bully friend. Shake." But the other ignored the outstretched hand. Somehow he felt he could no longer take it in friendship. Truscott saw the coldness in his eyes, and instantly drew his hand away. He moved toward the door. "Will you see her tonight?" he asked over his shoulder. "I can't say. You'll probably hear from her." At the door the man turned, and Dave suddenly recollected something. "Oh, by the way," he said, still in his coldest manner, "I'd like to buy that old mill of yours, or lease it. I don't mind which. How much do you want for it?" Jim flashed a sharp glance at him. "My old mill?" Then he laughed peculiarly. "What do you want with that?" The other considered for a moment. "My mill hasn't sufficient capacity," he said at last. "You see, my contract is urgent. It must be completed before winter shuts down, under an enormous penalty. We are getting a few thousand a day behind, on my calculations. Your mill will put me right, with the margin to spare against accidents." "I see." And the thoughtfulness of Truscott's manner seemed unnecessary. He avoided Dave's eyes. "You are under a penalty, eh? I suppose the government are a hard crowd to deal with?" Dave nodded. "If I fail, it means something very like ruin," he said, almost as though speaking to himself. Truscott whistled. "Pretty dangerous, traveling so near the limit," he said. "Yes. Well, what about the mill?" "I must think it over. I'll let you know." He turned and left the office without another word, and Dave stared after him, speechless with surprise and disgust. End of chapter 7. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 8 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe. A Story of the Red Sand Valley by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 8. At the Church Bazaar. 2 days later brought Tom Chepstow's Church Bazaar. Dave had not yet had the opportunity of interceding with Betty and her uncle on behalf of Jim, but today he meant to fulfill his obligations as Tom's chief supporter in church affairs, and, at the same time, to do what he could for the man he had promised to help. The whole morning the valley was flooded with a tremendous summer deluge. It was just as though the heavens had opened and emptied their waters upon the earth. Dave viewed the prospect with no very friendly eye. He knew the summer rains only too well. The possibilities of flood were well grounded, and just now he had no desire to see the river rise higher than it was at present. Still, as yet there was no reason for alarm. This was the first rain, and the glass was rising. By noon the clouds broke, and the barometer's promise was fulfilled, so that by the time he had clad himself in his best broadcloth, he left his office under a radiant sky. In spite of the wet underfoot, it was a delight to be abroad. The air was fresh and sparkling. The dripping trees seemed to be studded with thousands of diamonds, as the poising raindrops glistened in the blazing sun. The valley rang with the music of the birds, and the health-giving scent of the pine woods was wafted upon the gentlest of zephyrs. Dave's soul was in perfect sympathy with the beauties about him. To him there could be no spot on God's earth so fair and beautiful as this valley. Passing the mill on his way out of the yards, he was met by Joel Dawson, whose voice greeted him with a note of satisfaction in it. "She's goin' full, boss," he said. "We set the last saws in her this morning, and she's steaming hard. There ain't nothin' idle. There ain't a band or gang left in her." And Dave, without praise, expressed his satisfaction at the rapidity with which his orders had been carried out. This was his way. Dawson was an excellent foreman, and his respect for his boss was largely based on the latter's capacity to extract work out of his men. While praise might have been pleasant to him, it would never have fallen in with his ideas of how the mill should be run. His pride was in the work, and to keep his respect at concert pitch it was necessary that he should feel that his boss was rather favoring him by entrusting to him the more important part of the work. Dave passed out of the yards certain that nothing would be neglected in his absence. If things went wrong, Dawson would receive no more consideration than a common lumberjack, and Dawson had no desire to receive his time. The meeting house stood slightly apart from the rest of the village. It was a large, staring frame building, void of all pretentiousness and outward devotional sign. The weatherboarding was painted, at least it had been, but the winter snows had long since robbed it of its original terracotta coloring and left its complexion a drab, neutral tint. The building stood bare, with no encompassing fence, and its chief distinctive features were a large doorway, a single row of windows set at regular intervals, and a pitched roof. As Dave drew near, he saw a considerable gathering of men and horses about the doorway and tie-post. He was greeted cordially as he came up. These men were unfeignedly glad to see him, not only because he was popular, but in the hopes that he would show more courage than they possessed, and lead the way within to the feminine webs being woven for their enmeshing. He chatted for some moments. Then, as no one seemed inclined to leave the sunshine for the tempting baits so carefully set out inside the building, he turned to Jenkins Mudley. "Are you fellows scared of going in?" he inquired, with his large laugh. Jenkins shook his head shamefacedly, while Harley Smith, loud and vulgar, with a staring diamond pin gleaming in his necktie, answered for him. "'Tain't that," he said. "His wife's kind of deputy for him. She's in there with his dollars." "And you?" Dave turned on him quickly. "Me? Oh, I ain't no use for them circuses. Too much tea and cake and kiddies to it for me. Give me a few of the jacks around, and I kind of feel it homely. Say, they ain't got a table for draw in there, have they?" inquired Chex facetiously. "That's what Harley Smith needs." Dave smilingly shook his head. "I don't think there's any gambling about this, unless it's the bran tub. But that is scarcely a gamble. It's a pretty sure thing you get bested over it. Still, there might be a raffle, or an auction. How would that do you, Harley Smith?" The saloon keeper laughed boisterously. He liked being the object of interest. He liked being noticed so much by Dave. It tickled his vulgar vanity. But to his disappointment, the talk was suddenly shifted into another channel by Chex. The dry goods merchant turned to Dave with very real interest. "Talking of draw," he said pointedly, "you know that shanty right opposite me? It's been empty this year and more. Who was it lived there? Why, the Sykeses, sure. You know it, it's got a shingle roof, painted red." "Yes, I know," replied Dave. "It belongs to me. I let Sykes live there because there wasn't another house available at the time. I used to keep it as a storehouse." "Sure, that's it," exclaimed Chex. "Well, there's someone running a game there at night. I've seen the boys goin' in, and it's been lit up. Some guy is running a faro bank, or something of the sort. My wife swears it's young Jim Truscott. She's seen him going in for the last 2 nights. She says he's always the first one in and the last to leave." "Pshaw!" Jenkins Mudley exclaimed, with fine scorn. "Jim ain't no gambler. I'd bet it's some crook in from Calford. There's lots of that kidney comin' around, seein' the place is on the boom. The bees allus get around where the honey's made." "Grows," suggested Chex amiably. Harley Smith laughed loudly. "Say, bully for you!" he cried sarcastically. "Young Jim ain't no gambler? Gee, I've seen him take 1,000 of the best bills out of the boys at craps right there in my bar. Gambler? Well, I'd snigger." And he illustrated his remark loudly and long. Dave had dropped out of the conversation at the mention of Jim Truscott's name. He felt that he had nothing to say. And he hoped to avoid being again brought into it. But Jenkins had purposely told him. Jenkins was a rigid churchman, and he knew that Dave was also a strong supporter of Parson Tom's. His wife had been very scandalized at the opening of a gambling house directly opposite their store, and he felt it incumbent upon him to fall in with her views. Therefore he turned again to Dave. "Well, what about it, Dave?" he demanded. "What are you going to do?" The lumberman looked him straight in the eye and smiled. "Do? Why, what all you fellows seem to be scared to do. I'm going into this bazaar to do my duty by the church. I'm going to hand them all my spare dollars, and if there's any change coming, I'll take it in dry goods." But the lightness of his tone and smile had no inspiration from his mood. He was angry. He was disappointed. So this was the worth of Jim's promises. This was the man who, in a perfect fever of passion, had said that the old life of gambling and debauchery was finished for him. And yet he had probably left his, Dave's, office and gone straight to a night of heavy gaming, and, if Chex were right, running a faro bank. He knew only too well what that meant. No man who had graduated as a gambler in such a region as the Yukon was likely to run a faro bank straight. Then a light seemed to flash through his brain, and of a sudden he realized something that fired the blood in his veins and set his pulses hammering feverishly. For the moment it set his thoughts chaotic. He could not realize anything quite clearly. One feeling thrilled him, one wild hope. Then, with stern self-repression, he took hold of himself. This was neither time nor place for such weakness, he told himself. He knew what it was. For the moment he had let himself get out of hand. He had for so long regarded Betty as belonging to Jim. He had for so long shut her from his own thoughts and only regarded her from an impersonal point of view that it had never occurred to him until that instant that there was a possibility of her engagement to Jim ever falling through. This was what had so suddenly stirred him. Now, actuated by his sense of duty and honor, he thrust these things aside. His loyalty to the girl, the strength of his great love for her, would not, even for a moment, permit him to think of himself. 5 years ago he had said good-bye to any hopes and thoughts such as these. On that day he had struggled with himself and won. He was not going to destroy the effects of that victory by any selfish thought now. His love for the girl was there, nothing could alter that. It would remain there, deep down in his heart, dormant but living. But it was something more than a mere human passion. It was something purer, loftier, something that crystallized the human clay of his thought into the purest diamonds of unselfishness. In the few moments that it took him to pass into the meeting-house and launch himself upon his task of furthering the cause of Tom Chepstow's church, his mind cleared. He could not yet see the line of action he must take if the gossip of Mr. Addlestone checks were true. But one thing was plain: that gossip must not influence him until its truth were established. Just as he was seized upon by at least half a dozen of the women who had wares to sell and were bent on morally picking his pockets, he had arrived at his decision. The hall was ablaze with colored stuffs. There were festoons and banners and rosettes and evergreen. Every bare corner was somehow concealed. There were drapings of royal blue and staring white, and sufficient bunting to make a suit of flags for a warship. All the seats and benches had been removed, and round the walls had been erected the stalls and booths of the saleswomen. One end of the room was given up to a platform, on which, in the evening, the most select of the local vocalists would perform. Beside this was a bran tub, where one could have a dip for 50 cents, and be sure of winning a prize worth at least 5. Then there was a fortune-telling booth on the opposite side, presided over by a local beauty, Miss Ava Wade, whose father was a small rancher just outside the valley. This institution was eyed askance by many of the women. They were not sure that fortune-telling could safely be regarded as strictly moral. Parson Tom was responsible for its inception, and his lean shoulders were braced to bear the consequences. Dave was by no means new to church bazaars. Anyone living in a small western village must have considerable experience of such things. They are a form of taxation much in favor, and serve multifarious purposes. They are at once a pleasant social function, where young people can safely meet under the matronly eye. They keep all in close touch with religion. They give the usually idle something to think of and work for, and the busy find them an addition to their burdens. They create a sort of central bureau for the exchange of scandal, and a ready market for trading useless articles to people who do not desire to purchase, but having purchased, feel that the moral sacrifice they have made is at least one step in the right direction to make up for many backslidings in the past. Dave doubtless had long since considered all this, but he saw and appreciated the purpose underlying it. He knew Tom Chepstow to be a good man, and though he had little inspiration as a churchman, he spared no pains in his spiritual labors, and the larger portion of his very limited stipend went in unobtrusive charity. No sick bed ever went uncheered by his presence, and no poor ever went without warm clothing and wholesome food in the terrible Canadian winter, so long as he had anything to give. Therefore Dave had come well provided with money, which he began at once to spend with hopeless prodigality. The rest of the men followed in the lumberman's wake, and soon the bustle and noise waxed furious. They all bought indiscriminately. Dave started on Mrs. Check's Gentleman's Outfitter's stall. His heart rejoiced when he sighted a pile of handkerchiefs which the lady had specially made for him, and which she now thrust at him with an exorbitant price marked upon them. He bought them all. He bought a number of shirts he could not possibly have worn. He bought underclothing that wouldn't have been a circumstance on his cumbersome figure. He passed on to Louisa Mudley's millinery stall and bought several hats, which he promptly shed upon the various women in his vicinity. He did his duty royally, and bought dozens of things which he promptly gave away. And his attentions in this matter were quite impartial. He did it with the air of some great good-naturedly schoolboy that set everybody delighted with him, with themselves, with everything, and the bazaar, as a result, went with a royal prosperous swing. Here, as in his work, his personality carried with it the magic of success. At last he reached Betty's stall. She was presiding over a hideous collection of cheap bric-a-brac. With her usual unselfishness and desire to promote harmony amongst the workers, and so help the success of the bazaar, she had sacrificed herself on the altar of duty by taking charge of the most unpopular stall. Nobody wanted the goods she had to sell. Consequently, Dave found her deserted. She smiled up at him a little pathetically as he came over to her. "Are you coming as a friend or as a customer? Most of the visits I have received have been purely friendly." She laughed, but Dave could see that the natural spirit of rivalry was stirred, and she was a little unhappy at the rush of business going on everywhere but at her stall. "I come as both," he said, with that air of frank kindliness so peculiarly his own. The girl's eyes brightened. "Then let's get to work on the customer part of your visit first," she said at once. "The other can wait. Now here I have a nice plate. You can hang it in your office on the wall. You see it's already wired. It might pass for old Worcester if you don't let in too much light. But there, you never have your windows washed, do you? Then I have," she hurried on, turning to other articles, "this. This is a shell, at least I suppose it is," she added naively. "And this is a Toby jug, and this is a pipe rack, this is for matches, this is for a whisk brush, and these two vases, they're real fine. Look at them. Did you ever see such colors? No, and I don't suppose anybody else ever did." She laughed, and Dave joined in her laugh. But her laugh suddenly died out. The man heard a woman, only a few feet away, mention Jim Truscott's name, and he knew that Betty had heard it too. He knew that her smiling chatter, which had seemed so gay, so irresponsible, had all been a pretense which had suddenly been swept aside at the mere mention of Jim's name. At that moment he felt he could have taken the man up in his two strong hands and strangled him. However, he allowed his feelings no display, but at once took up the challenge of the saleswoman. "Say, Betty, there's just one thing in the world I'm crazy about. It's bits of pots and things such as you've got in your stall. It seems like fate you should be running this stall. Now just get right to it and fetch out some tickets, a heap of 'em, and write 'Sold' on 'em, and dump 'em on all you like. How much for the lot?" "What do you mean, Dave?" the girl cried, her eyes wide and questioning. "How much? I don't want anybody else buying those things," Dave said seriously. "I want 'em all." Betty's eyes softened almost to tears. "I can't let you do it, Dave," she said gently. "Not all. Some." But the man was not to be turned from his purpose. "I want 'em all," he said doggedly. Here's $200. That'll cover it." He laid 4 bills of $50 each on the stall. "There," he added, "you can sell 'em over again if any of the boys want to buy." Betty was not sure which she wanted to do, cry or laugh. However, she finally decided on the latter course. Dave's simple contradiction was quite too much for her. "You're the most refreshing old simpleton I ever knew," she said. "But I'll take your money, for the church," she added, as though endeavoring to quiet her conscience. Dave sighed in relief. "Well, that's that. Now we come to the friendly side of my visit," he said. "I've got a heap to say to you. Jim Truscott's been to me." He made his statement simply, and waited. But no comment was forthcoming. Betty was stooping over a box, collecting cards to place on the articles on her stall. Presently she looked up, and her look was an invitation for him to go on. The man's task was not easy. It would have been easy enough had he not spoken with checks outside, but now it was all different. He had promised his help, but in giving it he had no clear conscience. He propped himself against the side post of her stall, and his weight set the structure shaking perilously. "I've often wondered, Betty," he said in a rumbling, confidential tone, "if there ever was a man, for that matter a woman, who really understood human nature. We all think we know a lot about it. We size up a man, and we reckon he's good, bad, or indifferent, and if our estimate happens to prove, we pat ourselves, and hold our heads a shade higher, and feel sorry for those who can't read a man as easy as we can." Betty nodded while she stuck some sold cards about her stall. "A locomotive's a great proposition, so long as it's on a set track. It's an all-fired nuisance without. Guess a locomotive can do everything it shouldn't when it gets loose of its track. My word, I'd hate to be around with a loco up to its fool tricks, running loose in a city. Seems to me that's how it is with human nature." Betty's brown eyes were thoughtfully contemplating the man's ugly features. "I suppose you mean we all need a track to run on?" "Why, yes," Dave went on, brightening. "Some of us start out in life with a ready-made track, with points we can jump if we've a notion. Some of us have a track without points, so there's no excuse for getting off it. Some of us have to lay down our own track and keep right on it, building it as we go. That's the hardest. We're bound to have some falls. You see, there's so much ballasting needed, the ground so mighty bumpy. I seem to know a deal about that sort of track. I've had to build mine, and I've fallen plenty. Sometimes it's been hard picking myself up, and I've been bruised and sore often. Still, I've got up, and I don't seem no worse for falling." Betty's eyes were smiling softly. "But you picked yourself up, Dave, didn't you?" she asked gently. "Well, not always. You see, I've got a mother. She's helped a whole heap. You see, she's mostly all my world, and I used to hate to hurt her by letting her see me down. She kind of thinks I'm the greatest proposition ever, and it tickles my vanity. I want her to go on thinking it, as it keeps me hard at work building that track. And now, through her, I've been building so long that it comes easier, and thinking of her makes me hang on so tight I don't get falling around now. There's other fellows haven't got a mother, or, you see, I've always had her with me. That's where it comes in. Now, if she'd been away from me 5 years, when I was very young, you see—" Dave broke off clumsily. He was floundering in rough water. He knew what he wanted to say, but words were not too easy to him. "Poor Jim," murmured Betty softly. Dave's eyes were on her in a moment. Her manner was somehow different from what he had expected. There was sympathy and womanly tenderness in her voice. But he had expected— Then his thoughts went back to the time when they had spoken of Jim on the bridge. And without knowing why, his pulses quickened, and a warmth of feeling swept over him. "Poor Jim," he said, after a long pause, during which his pulses had steadied and he had become master of his feelings again. "He's fallen a lot, and I'm not sure it's all his fault. He always ran straight when he was here. He was very young to go away to a place like the Yukon. Maybe you could pick him up. Maybe you could hold him to that track, same as Mother did for me." Betty was close beside him. She had moved out of her stall and was now looking up into his earnest face. "Does he want me to?" she asked wistfully. "Do you think I can help him?" The man's hands clenched tightly. For a moment he struggled. "You can," he said at last. "He wants you. He wants your help. He loves you so he's nearly crazy." The girl gazed up at him with eyes whose question the man tried but failed to read. It was some seconds before her lips opened to speak again. But her words never came. At that moment Addlestone Checks hurried up to them. He drew Dave sharply on one side. His manner was mysterious and important, and his face wore a look of outraged piety. "Something's got to be done," he said in a stage whisper. "It's the most outrageous thing I've seen in years. Right here, in the house where the parson preaches the Word. It sure is enough to set it shakin' to its foundation. Drunk, that's what he is, roarin', flamin', fightin' drunk. You must do something. It's up to you." "What do you mean? Who is drunk?" cried Dave, annoyed at the man's pharisaical air. Before he could get a reply, there was a commotion at the far end of the bazaar. Voices were raised furiously, and everybody had flocked in that direction. Once Dave thought he heard Chepstow's voice raised in protest. Betty ran to his side directly the tumult began. "Oh, Dave, what's the matter down there? I thought I heard Jim's voice." "So you did, Miss Betty," cried Checks, with sanctimonious spleen. "So you did, the drunken—" "Shut up, or I'll break your neck," cried Dave, threatening him furiously. The dry goods dealer staggered back just as Betty's hand was gently, but firmly, laid on Dave's upraised arm. "Don't bother, Dave," she said piteously. "I've seen him. Oh, Jim, Jim!" And she covered her face with her hands. End of chapter 8. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 9 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 9. In Dave's Office. It was the day after the bazaar. Betty had just returned home from her school for midday dinner. She was sitting at the open window, waiting while her aunt set the meal. The cool green of the wild cucumbers covering the veranda tempered the blistering summer heat which oppressed the valley. The girl was looking out upon the village below her, at the woodland slopes opposite, at the distant narrowing of the mighty walls which bounded her world, but she saw none of these things. She saw nothing of the beauty, the gracious foliage, the wonderful sunlight she loved. Her gaze was introspective. She saw only the pictures her thoughts conjured up. They were not pleasant pictures either, but they were absorbing. She knew that she had arrived at a crisis in her life. The scene she had witnessed at the bazaar was still burning in her brain. The shame stung and revolted her. The horror of it was sickening. Jim's disgrace was complete, yet, in spite of it, she could not help remembering Dave's appeal for him. He had said that Jim needed her more than ever now, and the thought made her uneasy, and her tender heart urged her in a direction she knew she must not take. It was so easy for her to condemn, she who knew nothing of temptation. And yet her position was so utterly impossible. Jim had been in the village all this time and had not been near her, that is, except on this one occasion, when he was drunk. He was evidently afraid to come near her. He was a coward, and she hated cowards. He had even persuaded Dave to intercede for him. She smiled as she thought of it, but her smile was for Dave, and not at the other's display of cowardice. It was not a smile of amusement either. She only smiled at the absurdity of Dave's pleading for one whom he knew to be wholly unworthy. It was the man's large heart, she told herself. And almost in the same breath she found herself resenting his kindly interference, and wishing he would mind his own business. Why should he be always thinking of others? Why should he not think sometimes of himself? Her dreaming now became of Dave alone, and she found herself reviewing his life as she knew it. Her eyes grew tender, and she basked in the sunlight of a world changed to pleasant thought. His ugliness no longer troubled her. She no longer saw it. She saw only the spirit inside the man, and somehow his roughness of voice, manner, and appearance seemed a wholly fitting accompaniment to it. Her thoughts of Jim had gone from her entirely. The crisis which she was facing had receded into the shadows. Dave became her dominant thought, and she started when her uncle's voice suddenly broke in upon her reverie. "Betty," he said, coming up behind her and laying one lean hand upon her rounded shoulder. "I haven't had time to speak to you about it since the bazaar, but now I want to tell you that you can have nothing more to do with young Truscott. He is a thorough-paced young scoundrel, and—" "You need say no more, uncle," the girl broke in bitterly. "You can tell me nothing I do not already know of him." "Then I trust you will send him about his business at once," added her aunt, who had entered the room bearing the dinner joint on a tray, just in time to hear Betty's reply. "I intend to settle everything this afternoon," she said simply. "In what way?" inquired her uncle sharply. Betty rose from her seat and crossed the room to her aunt's side. The latter, having set the dinner, was waiting beside her chair, ready to sit down as soon as the matter should be settled. Betty placed her arm about her stout waist, and the elder woman's face promptly relaxed. She could never long keep up even a pretense of severity where Betty was concerned. The girl promptly addressed herself to her uncle with all the frankness of one assured of a sympathetic hearing. "You have always taught me, uncle dear, that duty must be my first consideration in life," she began steadily. "I have tried to live up to that, and it has possibly made my conscience a little over keen." Her face clouded, but the clouds broke immediately, chased away by a plaintive smile. When Jim asked me to marry him 5 years ago, I believed I loved him. At one time I'm sure I did, in a silly, girlish fashion. But soon after he went away I realized that a girlish infatuation is not real love. This knowledge I tried to hide even from myself. I would not believe it, and for a long time I almost managed to convince myself. That was until Jim's letters became fewer and colder. With his change I no longer attempted to conceal from myself the real state of my own feelings. But even then my conscience wouldn't let me alone. I had promised to wait for him, and I made up my mind that, come what might, unless he made it impossible, I would marry him. She sighed. Well, you know the rest. He has now made it impossible. What his real feelings are for me, she went on with a pathetic smile, I have not had an opportunity of gauging. As you know, he has not been near me. I shall now make it my business to see him this afternoon and settle everything. My conscience isn't by any means easy about it, but I intend to give him up." Her aunt squeezed her arm sympathetically, and her uncle nodded his approval. "Where are you going to see him?" the latter asked. "You mustn't see him alone." Then he burst out wrathfully, "He's a blackguard, and—" "No, no, uncle, don't say that," Betty interrupted him. "Surely he is to be pitied. Remember him as he was. You cannot tell what temptations have come his way." The parson's face cleared at once. His angry outbursts were always short-lived. "I'm sorry, Betty," he said. "My dear, you shame me. I'm afraid that my hasty temper is always leading to my undoing as a churchman." The half-humorous smile which accompanied his words passed swiftly. "Where are you going to see him?" he again demanded. "Down at Dave's office," the girl replied after a moment's thought. "Eh?" Her uncle was startled, but Mary Chepstow smiled on her encouragingly. "Yes, you see," she went on, "Dave had a good deal to do with our engagement, in a way, and—" "I'm glad Dave is going to help you through this business," said her aunt, with a glance which effectually kept her husband silent. "He's a dear fellow, and—let's have our dinner. It's nearly cold." Aunt Mary was not brilliant, she was not meddlesome, but she had all a woman's intuition. She felt that enough had been said. And, for some obscure reason, she was glad that Dave was to have a hand in this matter. Nor had her satisfaction anything to do with the man's ability to protect her niece from possible insult. That afternoon Dave received an unexpected visit. He was alone in his office, clad for hard work, without coat, waistcoat, collar, or tie. He had no scruples in these matters. With all an American's love of freedom, he abandoned himself to all he undertook with a whole-heartedness which could not tolerate even the restraint of what he considered unnecessary clothing. And just now, in the terrific heat, all these things were superfluous. Betty looked particularly charming as she hurried across the lumber yard. She was dressed in a spotless white cotton frock, and, under her large sun hat, her brown hair shone in the sunlight like burnished copper. Without the least hesitation, she approached the office and knocked peremptorily on the door. The man inside grudgingly answered the summons. His books were occupying all his attention, and his thoughts were filled with columns of figures. But the moment he beheld the white, smiling vision, the last of his figures fled precipitately from his mind. "Why, come right in, little Betty," he cried, hastily setting the only available chair for her. Then he bethought himself of his attire. Say, you might have let me know. Just half a minute and I'll fix myself up." But the girl instantly protested. "You'll do just as you are," she exclaimed. "Now you look like a lumberman, and I like you best that way." Dave grinned and sat down a little self-consciously. But Betty had no idea of letting any conventionalities interfere with the matter she had in hand. She was always direct, always single-minded, when her decision was taken. She gave him no time to speculate as to the object of her visit. "Dave," she began seriously, "I want you to do me a great favor." Then she smiled. "As usual," she added, "I want you to send for Jim Truscott and bring him here." Dave was on his feet in an instant and crossed to the door. The next moment his voice roared out to one of his foremen. It was a shout that could have been heard across his own milling floor, with every saw shrieking to the top of its work. He waited, and presently Simon Odd came running across the yard. He spoke to him outside, and then returned to the office. "He'll be along in a few minutes," he said. "I've sent Odd with the buckboard." "Are you sure he'll come?" Dave smiled confidently. "I told Odd to bring him." "I hope he'll come willingly," the girl said, after a thoughtful pause. "So do I," observed Dave dryly. "Well, little girl?" Betty understood the inquiry, and looked him fearlessly in the eyes. "You sowed your wheat on barren soil, Dave," she said decidedly. "Your appeal for Jim has borne no fruit." The man shifted his position. It was the only sign he gave. But the fires were stirred into a sudden blaze, and his blood ran fiercely through his veins. "That's not a heap like you, Betty," was all he said. "Isn't it?" The girl turned to the window. The dirt on the glass made it difficult for her to see out of it, but she gazed at it steadily. "I suppose you'll think me a mean, heartless creature," she said slowly. "You'll think little enough of my promises, and still less of my loyalty." She paused. Then she raised her head and turned to him again. "I cannot marry Jim. I cannot undertake his reformation. I cannot give up my life to a man whom I now know I never really loved. I know you will not understand. I know only too well your own lofty spirit, your absolute unselfishness. I know that had you been in my place you would have fulfilled your promise at any cost. But I can't. I simply can't." "No." It was the man's only comment. But his mind was busy. He knew Betty so well that he understood a great deal without asking questions. "Aunt Mary and Uncle know my decision," the girl went on. "They know I am here, and that I am going to see Jim in your presence. You see, I thought if I sent for him to come to our house, he might refuse. He might insult Uncle again. I thought somehow it would be different with you." Dave nodded. "I don't blame your uncle and aunt for making you give him up," he said. "I'd have done it in their place." "Yet you appealed for him?" Betty's eyes questioned him. "Sure, I promised to help him. That was before the bazaar." Suddenly Betty held out her hands with a little appealing movement. Dave wanted to seize them and crush them in his own, but he did not stir. "Tell me you don't think badly of me. Tell me you do not think me a heartless, wretched woman. I have thought and prayed for guidance, and now it seems to me I am a thoroughly wicked girl. But I must not marry him." The man rose abruptly from his seat. He could no longer look into her troubled eyes and keep his own secret. When he spoke it was with his back to her, as he made a pretense of filling his pipe at the tobacco jar on the table. His voice was deep with emotion. "I thank God you've decided," he said. "You've done right by everybody. And you've shown more courage refusing him than if you'd gone through with your promise, because you've done it against your conscience. No, little Betty," he went on, turning to her again with infinite kindness in his steady eyes, "there's no one can call you heartless, or any other cruel name. And they'd better not in my hearing," he finished up clumsily. A few minutes later the rattle of buckboard wheels sounded outside, and before Betty could reply, Dave took the opportunity of going to the door. Jim Truscott was standing outside with a gigantic Simon Odd close behind him, much in the manner of a warder watching his prisoner. The flicker of a smile came and went in the lumberman's eyes at the sight. Then his attention was held by the anger he saw in Jim's dissipated face. He was not a pleasant sight. His eyes were heavy and bloodshot, and the lines about them were accentuated by his general unwashed appearance. Even at that distance, as they stood there facing each other, he caught the reek of stale brandy the man exhaled. His clothes, too, had the appearance of having been flung on hurriedly, and the shirt and collar he wore were plainly filthy. Altogether he was an object for pity, and at the same time it was not possible to feel anything for him but a profound repugnance. "He was abed," said the giant Odd, the moment Dave appeared. Then, with a complacent grin, "but he guessed he'd come right along when I told him you was kind of busy and needed him important." But Jim's angry face flamed. "Nothing of the sort. This damned ruffian of yours dragged me out, blast him." "Cut it," Dave warned him sharply. "There's a lady here to see you. Come right in." The warning had instant effect. Truscott stepped into the room and stood face to face with Betty. Dave closed the door and stood aside. For a few intense moments no word was spoken. The man stared stupidly into the girl's unsmiling face. Then he looked across at Dave. It was Betty who finally broke the silence. "Well, Jim," she said kindly, "at last we meet." She noted all the signs of dissipation in the young face, which, but a few years ago, had been so fresh and clean and good-looking. Now it was so different, and, to her woman's eyes, there was more than the mere outward signs. There was a spirit looking out of his bloodshot eyes that she did not recognize. It was as though the soul of the man had changed. It had degenerated to a lower grade. There was something unwholesome in his expression, as though some latent brutality had been stirred into life, and had obliterated every vestige of that clean, boyish spirit that had once been his. "And," she went on as he remained silent, "you had to be cajoled into coming to see me." Still the man did not speak. Whether it was shame that held him silent, it was impossible to tell. Probably not, for there was a steady, growing light in his eyes that suggested thoughts of anything but of a moral tone. He was held by her beauty. He was held as a man is sometimes held by some ravishing vision that appeals to his lower senses. He lost no detail of her perfect woman's figure, the seductive contours so wonderfully molded. His eyes drank in the sight, and it set his blood afire. Dave never turned his eyes. He, too, was watching. And he understood and resented the storm that was lashing through the man's veins. "Have you nothing to say to me after these long years?" the girl asked again, forced to break the desperate silence. Then the woman in her found voice. "Oh, Jim, Jim, the pity of it! and I thought you so strong." Dave clenched his hands at his sides, but made no other movement. Then Betty's manner suddenly changed. All the warmth died out of her voice, and, mistress of herself again, she went straight to her object. "Jim, it was I who sent for you. I asked Dave to do this for me." "A word from you would have been enough," the man said, with a sudden fire that lost nothing of its fierce passion in the hoarse tone in which he spoke. "A word from me?" There was unconscious irony in the girl's reply. "Yes, a word. I know. You are thinking of when your uncle came to me. You're thinking of our first meeting on the bridge. You're thinking of yesterday. I was drunk. I admit it. But I'm not always drunk. I tell you, a word from you would have been enough." The girl's eyes reproached him. "A word from me after 5 years' absence? It seems to me you should not have needed a word from me. Jim, you had to come to me, whatever your state, poor or rich, it would have made no difference to me. I should have met you as we parted, ready to fulfill my pledge." "You mean—" The man's bloodshot eyes were alight. A tremendous passion was urging him to the limits of his restraining powers. He had almost forgotten where he was. He had quite forgotten Dave. The sight of this woman with her beautiful figure, her sweet face and serious eyes, almost maddened him. He was from the wilds, where he had long since buried his wholesome youthful ideals. The life he had lived had entirely deadened all lofty thought. He only saw with a brain debased to the level of the animal. He desired her. He madly desired her now that he had seen her again, and he realized that his desire was about to be thwarted. Betty drew back a step. The movement was unconscious. It was the woman's instinct at the sight of something threatening which made her draw away from the passion she saw blazing in his eyes. Dave silently watched the man. "I mean," said the girl solemnly, "that you have made our pledge impossible. I mean," she went on with quiet dignity, "that I cannot marry you now, even if you wish it. No, no," as Jim made a sudden movement to speak, "it is quite useless to discuss the matter further. I insisted on this meeting to settle the matter beyond question. Dave here witnessed our engagement, and I wished him to witness its termination. You will be better free, and so shall I. There could have been no happiness in a marriage between us." "But I won't give you up," the man suddenly broke out. He had passed the narrow limits of his restraint. His face flushed and showed blotched in the sudden scarlet. For a second, after that first fiery outburst, no words came. Then the torrent flowed forth. "Is this what I went away for? Is this what I have slaved for in the wilds of the Yukon? Is this what I am to find now that I have made the money you desired? No, no, you can't get rid of me like that. You don't mean it. You can't mean it. Betty, I want you more than anything on earth." He rushed out, his voice dropping to a persuasive note. "I want you, and without you life is nothing to me. I must have you." He took a step forward, but it was only a step, for the girl's steady eyes held him, and checked his further advance. And something in her attitude turned his mood to one of fierce protest. "What is it that has come between us? What is it that has changed you?" Betty snatched at his pause. "Such questions come well from you, Jim," she said with some bitterness. "You know the truth. You do not need me to tell you." Her tone suddenly left the demon in the man loose. His passion-lit eyes lowered, and a furtive, sinister light shone in them when he lifted them again. "I know, I understand," he cried. "This is an excuse, and it serves you well." The coldness of his voice was in painful contrast to his secret passion. "The old story, eh? You have found someone else. I never thought much of a woman's promise, anyhow. I wonder who it is." Then, with a sudden vehemence, "But you shan't marry him. Do you hear? You shan't while I am—" "Quit it!" Dave's great voice suddenly filled the room and cut the man's threats short. Jim turned on him in a flash. Until that moment he had entirely forgotten the lumberman. He eyed the giant for a second. Then he laughed cynically. "Oh, I'd forgotten you. Of course," he went on. "I see now. I never thought of it before. I remember, you were on the bridge together when I first—" Dave had taken a couple of strides and now stood between the two. His movement silenced the man while he addressed himself to Betty. "You're finished with him?" he inquired in a deep, harsh voice. There was something so compelling about him that Betty simply nodded. Instantly he swung around on the younger man. "You'll vacate this place, quick," he said deliberately. The two men eyed each other for some seconds. Truscott's look meant mischief. Dave's was calmly determined. The latter finally stepped aside and, crossing to the door, held it open. "I said you'll vacate," he said sharply. Truscott turned and glanced at the open door. Then he glanced at Betty, who had drawn farther away. Finally his frigid eyes turned upon Dave's great figure standing at the door. For an instant a wicked smile played round his lips, and he spoke in the same cynical tone. "I never thought of you in the marriage market, Dave," he said with a vicious laugh. "I suppose it's only natural. Nobody ever associated you with marriage. Somehow your manner and appearance don't suggest it. I seem to see you handling lumber all your life, not dandling children on your knee. But there, you're a good catch, a mighty good one, and I was fool enough to trust you with my cause. Ye gods! Well, your weight of money has done it, no doubt. I congratulate you. She has lied to me, and no doubt she will lie—" But the man, if he finished his remark at all, must have done so to the stacks of lumber in the yards, and to the accompaniment of the shriek of the saws. There was no fuss, scarcely any struggle. Dave moved with cat-like swiftness, which in a man of his size was quite miraculous, and in a flash Jim Truscott was sprawling on the hard red ground on the outer side of the doorway. And when Dave looked round at Betty, the girl's face was covered with her hands, and she was weeping. He stood for a second, all contrition, and clumsily fumbling for words. He believed she was distressed at his brutal action. "I'm sorry, little Betty," he blurted out at last. "I'm real sorry, but I just couldn't help it." End of chapter 9. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 10 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 10. An Auspicious Meeting. Malkern as a village had two moments in the day when it wore the appearance of a thoroughly busy city. At all other times there was little outward sign to tell of the prosperity it really enjoyed. Malkern's really bustling time was at noon, when its workers took an hour and a half recess for the midday meal, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, when the day and night shifts at the mill exchanged places. There was no 8-hour working day in this lumbering village. The lumberjacks and all the people associated with it worked to make money, not to earn a mere living. They had not reached that deplorable condition of social permission when the worker for a wage believes he is a man who is making millions for an employer, who is prospering only by his, the worker's, capacity to do. They were working each for himself, and regarded the man who could afford them such opportunity as an undisguised blessing. The longer the time, the higher the wages, and this was their whole scheme of life. Besides this, there is a certain pride of achievement in the lumberjack. He is not a mere automaton. He is a man virile, strong, and of a wonderful independence all his own. His spirits are animal, keen of perception, keen for all the joys of life such as he knows. He lives his life, whether in play or work. Whether he be a sealer, a cant-hook man, a teamster, or an axeman, his pride is in his skill, and the rating of his skill is estimated largely by the tally of his day's work, on which depends the proportion of his wages. It was the midday dinner hour now, and the mill was debauching its rough tide of workers upon the main street. Harley Smith's bar was full of men seeking unnecessary appetizers. Every boarding house was rapidly filling with hungry men clamoring for the ample, even luxurious meal awaiting them. These men lived well. Their work was tremendous, and food of the best, and ample, was needed to keep them fit. A few stores which the village boasted were full of eager purchasers demanding instant service lest the precious time be lost. Harley Smith's hotel abutted on the main road, and the tide had to pass its inviting portals on their way to the village. Usually the veranda was empty at this time, for the regular boarders were at dinner, and the bar claimed those who were not yet dining. But on this occasion it possessed a solitary occupant. He was sitting on a hard Windsor chair, tilted back at a dangerous angle, with his feet propped upon the veranda rail in an attitude of ease, if not of elegance. He was apparently quite unconcerned at anything going on about him. His broad-brimmed hat was tilted well forward upon his nose in a manner that served the dual purpose of shading his eyes from the dazzling sunlight and permitting his gaze to wander whither he pleased without the observation of the passers-by. To give a further suggestion of indolent indifference, he was luxuriously smoking one of Harley Smith's best cigars. But the man's attitude was a pretense. No one passed the veranda who escaped the vigilance of his quick eyes. He scanned each face sharply, and passed on to the next, nor did his watchfulness relax for one instant. It was clear he was looking for someone whom he expected would pass that way, and it was equally evident he had no desire to advertise the fact. Suddenly he pushed his hat back from his face, and at the same time his feet dropped to the boarded floor. This brought his chair on its 4 legs with a jolt, and he sat bolt upright. Now he showed the bloated young face of Jim Truscott. There was a look in his eyes of something approaching venomous satisfaction. He had seen the man he was looking for and promptly beckoned to him. Dick Mansell was passing at that moment, and his small ferret-like eyes caught the summons. He hesitated, nor did he come at once in response to the other's smile of good fellowship. "Dick," Truscott said. Then he added genially, "I was wondering if you'd come along this way." Mansell nodded indifferently. His face was ill-humored, and his small eyes had little friendliness in them. He nodded, and was about to pass on, but the other stayed him with a gesture. "Don't go," he said. "I want to speak to you. Come up to my room and have a drink." He kept his voice low, but he might have saved himself the trouble. The passing crowd were far too intent upon their own concerns to bother with him. The fact was, his attitude was the result of nearly 48 hours of hard thinking, thinking inspired by a weak character goaded to offense by the rough but justifiable treatment meted out to him in Dave's office. This man's character, at no time robust, was now morally run down, and its condition was like the weakly body of an unhealthy man. It collected to itself every injurious germ and left him diseased. His brain and nerves were thrilling with resentment, and a desire to get even with the board. He was furiously determined that Dave should remember with regret the moment he had laid hands upon him, and that he had come between him and the girl he had intended to make his own. Mansell, stepping onto the veranda, paused and looked the other full in the eye. "Well," he said, after a moment's doubtful consideration, "what is it? 'Tain't like you givin' drink away, 'specially to me. What monkey tricks is it?" There was truculence in the Sawyer's tone. There was offense in his very attitude. "Are you comin' to my room for that drink?" Truscott spoke quite coldly, but he knew the curse of the man's thirst. He had reason to. Mansell laughed without any mirth. "Guess I may as well drink your brandy. It'll taste the same as any other. Go ahead." His host at once led the way into the hotel and up the stairs to his room. It was a front room on the first floor, and comparatively luxurious. The moment the door closed behind him, Mansell took in the details with some interest. "A mighty swell apartment for you," he observed, offensively. Truscott shrugged as he turned his back to pour out drinks at the table. "That's my business," he said. "I pay for it, and," he added, glancing meaningly over his shoulder, "I can afford to pay for it, or anything else I choose to have." Mansell was a fine figure of a man, and beside him the other looked slight, even weedy. But his face and head spoiled him. Both were small and mean, and gave the impression of a low order of intelligence. Yet he was reputed one of the finest sawyers in the valley, and a man, when not on the drink, to be thoroughly trusted. Before he went away to the Yukon with Jim, he had been a teetotaler for 2 years, and on that account, and his unrivaled powers as a sawyer, he had acted as the other's foreman in his early lumbering enterprise. Except, however, for those 2 years his past had in it far more shadows than light. He grinned unpleasantly. "No need to ask how you come by the stuff," he said. Truscott was round on him in an instant. His eyes shone wickedly, but there was a grin about his lips. "The same way you tried to come by it, too, only you couldn't keep your damned head clear. You couldn't let this stuff alone." He handed the man a glass of neat brandy. "You and your cursed drink nearly ruined my chances. It wasn't your fault you didn't. When I ran that game up in Dawson, I was a fool to take you into it. I did it out of decency, because you had gone up there with me, and quite against my best judgment when I saw the way you were drinking. If you'd kept straight, you'd be in the same position as I am. You wouldn't have returned here more or less broke and only too ready to set rotten yarns going around about me." The sawyer had taken the brandy and swallowed it. Now he set the glass down on the table with a vicious bang. "What yarns?" he demanded, angrily. "Tchah! Hardwick's a meddling busybody. You might have known it would come back to me, sooner or later. But I didn't bring you here to throw these things up in your face. You brought it on yourself. Keep a civil tongue, and if you like to stand in, I'll put you into a good thing. You're not working, and you've got no money?" Truscott's questions came sharply. His plans were clear in his mind. These points he had made sure of already. But he wanted to approach the matter he had in hand in what he considered the best way in dealing with a man like Mansell. He knew the Sawyer to have scruples of a kind, that is, until they had been carefully undermined by brandy. It was his purpose to undermine them now. "You seem to know a heap," Mansell observed sarcastically. Then he became a shade more interested. "What's the good thing?" Jim poured some brandy out for himself, at the same time, as though unconsciously, replenishing the other's glass liberally. The Sawyer watched him while he waited for a reply, and suddenly a thought occurred to his none too ready brain. "Drink, eh?" he laughed mockingly, as though answering a challenge on the subject. "Drink? Say, who's been doing the drink since you got back? Folks say as your gal has gone right back on you, that there wench as you was a sparkin' before we lit out. An' it's clear along of liquor. They say you're soused most every night, and most days, too. You should get gassin', I don't think." The man's mean face was alight with brutish glee. He felt he had handed the other a pretty retort. And in his satisfaction he snatched up his glass and drank off its contents at a gulp. Indifferent to the jibe, Jim smiled his satisfaction as he watched the other drain his glass. "You've got no work?" he demanded, as Mansell set it down empty. "Sure I ain't," the other grinned. "And," he added, under the warming influence of the spirit, "I ain't worryin' a heap, neither. My credit's good with the boardin' house boss. You see," he went on, his pride of craft in his gimlet eyes, "I'm kinda known here for a boss Sawyer. When they want Sawyers, there's always work for Dick Mansell." "Your credit's good?" Truscott went on, ignoring the man's boasting. "Then you have no money?" "I allows the market's kinda low." Mansell's mood had become one of clumsy jocularity under the influence of the brandy. "If you can get work so easily, why don't you?" Truscott demanded, filling the two glasses again as he spoke. Mansell seated himself on the bed, unbidden. "Well," he began expansively, "I'm kinda holiday makin', as they say. You see," he went on with a leer, "I worked so almighty hard gettin' back from the Yukon, I'm kinda fatigued. Savvy? Guess I'll get to work later. Say, one of them for me?" he finished up, pointing at the glasses. Truscott nodded, and Mansell helped himself greedily. The former fell in with the other's mood. He found him very easy to deal with. It was just a question of sufficient drink. "Well, I don't believe in work anyway. That is, unless it happens to be my pleasure to. I worked hard up at Dawson, but it was my pleasure. I made good money, too. A hell of a sight more than you or anybody else ever had any idea of." "You ran a dandy game," agreed the Sawyer. "With plenty of customers, with mighty fat rolls of money." Mansell nodded. "I was a fool to quit you," he said regretfully. "You were, but it isn't too late. if you aren't yearning to work too hard." Truscott's smile was crafty, and even with the drink in him, Mansell saw and understood it. "Monkey tricks?" he said. "Monkey tricks, if you like." Mansell looked over at the bottle. "Hand us another horn of that poison and I'll listen," he said. The other poured out the brandy readily, taking care to be more than liberal. He watched the Sawyer drink, and then, drawing a chair forward, he sat down. "What's that old mill of mine worth?" he asked suddenly. They exchanged glances silently. Truscott was watching the effect of his question, and the other was trying to fathom the meaning of it. "I'd say," Mansell replied slowly, giving up the puzzle and waiting for enlightenment, "I'd say, to a man who needs it bad, it's worth anything over $15,000. For scrappin', I'd say it wasn't worth but $5,000. I was thinking of a man needing it. $15,000 and over." Truscott leaned forward in his chair and became confidential. "Dave wants to buy that mill, and I'm going to sell it to him," he said impressively. "I'll take $20,000 for it, and get as much more as I can. See? Now, I don't want that money. I wouldn't care to handle his money. I've got plenty, and the means of making heaps more if I need it." He paused to let his words sink in. Mansell nodded with his eyes on the brandy bottle. As yet he did not see the man's drift. He did not see where he came in. He waited, and Truscott went on. "Now, what would you be willing to do for that $20,000, or more?" he asked smilingly. The other turned his head with a start, and, for one fleeting second, his beady eyes searched his companion's face. He saw nothing there but quiet good nature. It was the face of the old Jim Truscott, used to hide the poisoned mind behind it. "Give me a drink," Mansell demanded roughly. "This needs some thinkin'." Truscott handed him the bottle, and watched him while he drank nearly half a tumbler of the raw spirit. "Well?" Mansell breathed heavily. "Seems to me I'd do a heap," he said at last. "Would you take a job as sawyer in Dave's mill and act under my orders?" "It kinda depends on the orders." For some reason the lumberman became cautious. The price was high, almost too high for him. Truscott suddenly rose from his seat, and, crossing the room, turned the key in the door. Then he closed the window carefully. He finally glanced round the room, and came back to his seat. Then, leaning forward and lowering his tone, he detailed carefully all that the lumberman would have to do to earn the money. It took some time in the telling, but at last he sat back with a callous laugh. "That's all it is, Dick, my boy," he cried familiarly. "You will be as safe as houses. Not only that, but I may not need your help at all. I have other plans which are even better, and which may do the job without your help. See? This is only in case it is necessary. You see, I don't want to leave anything to chance. I want to be ready. And I want no after consequences. You understand? You may get the money for doing nothing. On the other hand, what you have to do entails little enough risk. The price is high simply because I do not want the money, and I want to be sure I can rely on you." The man's plausibility impressed the none too bright-witted lumberman. Then, too, the brandy had done its work. His last scruple fled, banished by his innate crookedness, set afire by the spirit and the dazzling bait held out to him. It was a case of the clever rascal dominating the less dangerous, but more brutal, type of man. Mansell was as potter's clay in this man's hand. The clay dry would have been impossible to mold, but moistened, the artist in villainy had no difficulty in handling it. And the lubricating process had been liberally supplied. "I'm on," Mansell said, his small eyes twinkling viciously. "I'm on, sure. 20,000! Gee! But I'll need it all, Jim," he added greedily. "I'll need it all, and any more you get. You said it yourself, I was to get the lot. Yes," as though reassuring himself, "I'm on." Truscott nodded approvingly. "Good boy," he said pleasantly. "But there's one more thing, Dick. I make it a proviso that you don't go on any teetotal racket. I know you. Anyway, I don't believe in the water wagon worth a cent. It don't suit you in work like this. But don't get drunk and act foolish. Keep on the edge, see? Get through this racket right, and you've got a small pile that'll fill your belly up like a distillery, after. You'll get the stuff in a bundle the moment you've done the work." Mansell reached out for the bottle without invitation, picked it up, and put the neck to his lips. Nor did he put it down till he had drained it. It was the culminating point. The spirit had done its work, and as Truscott watched him he knew that, body and soul, the man was his. The lumberman flung the empty bottle on the bed. "I'll do it, you damned crook!" he cried. "I'll do it, but not because I like you, or anything to do with you. It's the bills I need, sure, green, crisp, crinkly bills. But I'll need 50 of 'em now. Hand over, pard," he cried exultingly. "Hand over, you imp of hell. I want 50 now, or I don't stir a hand. Hand 'em—" Suddenly the man staggered back and fell on the bed, staring stupidly at the shining silver-plated revolver in the other's hands. "Hold your noise, you drunken hog!" Jim cried in a biting tone. "This is the sort of thing I suppose I can expect from a blasted fool like you. Now understand this. I'm going to give you that 50, not because you demand it, but to seal our compact. And by the holy Moses, when you've handled it, if you attempt to play any game on me, I'll blow you to hell quicker than any through mail could carry you there. Get that, and let it sink into your fool brain." End of chapter 10. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 11 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe. A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 11. The Summer Rains. Truscott looked up from his paper and watched the rain as it hissed against the window. It was falling in a deluge, driven by a gale of wind which swept the woodlands as though bent on crushing out the last dignity of the proud forest giants. The sky was leaden, and held out no promise of relenting. It was a dreary prospect, yet to the man watching it was a matter of small moment. It was nearly midday, and as yet he had not broken his fast. In fact, his day was only just beginning. His appearance told plainly the story of his previous night's dissipation. Still, his mood was in no way depressed. He was too well seasoned to the vicious life he had adopted for that. Besides, the prosperity of Malkern brought much grist to his mill, and its quality more than made up for the after-effects of his excesses. He turned to his paper again. It was a day old. A large headline faced him announcing the spreading of the railway strike. Below it was a column describing how business was already affected, and how shortly, if a settlement were not soon arrived at, it was feared that the transcontinental traffic could only be kept open with the aid of military engineers. The rest of the paper held no interest for him. He had only read this column, and it seemed to afford him food for much thought. He had read it over twice, and was now reading it for a third time. At last he threw the paper aside and walked across to the table to pour himself out a drink. The thought of food sickened him. The only thing possible was a whiskey and milk, and he mixed the beverage and held it to his lips. But the smell of it sickened him, and he set it down and moved away to the window. There was little enough to attract him thither, but he preferred the prospect to the sight and smell of whiskey at that hour of the day. After some moments he made another attempt on his liquid breakfast. He knew he must get it down somehow. He turned and looked at it, shuddered, and turned again to the window. And at that instant he recognized the great figure of Dave, clad from head to foot in oilskins, making his way back from the depot to the mill. The sight fixed his attention, and all the venom in his distorted nature shone in the wicked gleam that sprang into his eyes. His blood was fired with hatred. "Betty, for you? Never in your life," he muttered at the passing figure. "Never in mine, Dave, my boy. It's you and me for it, and by God, I'll never let up on you." All unconscious of the venomous thoughts the sight of him had inspired, Dave strode on through the rain. He was deep in his own concerns, and at that moment they were none too pleasant. The deluge of rain dampened his spirits enough, but the mail he had just received had brought him news that depressed him still more. The Engineers' Union had called for a general cessation of work east of Winnipeg, and he was wondering how it was likely to affect him. Should his engineers go out, would it be possible to replace them? And if he could, how would he be able to cope with the trouble likely to ensue? He could certainly fall in with the union's demands, but, well, he would wait. It was no use anticipating trouble. But more bad news was awaiting him when he reached his office. Dawson, in his absence, had opened a letter which had arrived by runner from Bob Mason, the foreman of the camps up in the hills. Dawson was no alarmist. He always looked to Dave for everything when a crisis confronted them. He felt that if not a crisis, something very like it was before them now, so he calmly handed Mason's letter to his boss, confident in the latter's capacity to deal with the situation. "This come along by hand," he said easily. "Guess, seein' it's wrote 'important' on it, I opened it." Dave nodded while he threw off his oilskins. He made no particular haste, and deposited his mail on his desk before he took the letter from his foreman. At last, however, he unfolded the sheet of foolscap on which it was written, and read the ominous contents. It was a long letter dealing with the business of the camps, but the one paragraph which had made the letter important threw all the rest into insignificance. It ran: "I regret to have to report that an epidemic of mountain fever has broken out in 2 of our camps, the new No. 8 and No. 1. We have already nearly 80 cases on the sick list, chiefly amongst the new hands from Ottawa who are not yet acclimatized. The summer rains have been exceedingly heavy, which in a large measure accounts for the trouble. I shall be glad if you will send up medical aid and a supply of drugs at once. Dysentery is likely to follow, and you know what that means. We are necessarily short-handed now, but by increasing hours and offering inducements, and by engaging any stray hands that filter up to the camps, I hope to keep the work going satisfactorily. I am isolating the sick, of course, but it is most important that you send me the medical aid at once," etc., etc. Dave was silent for a while after reading the letter, and the gravity of his expression was enhanced by the extreme plainness of his features. His steady eyes were looking out through the open doorway at the mill beyond, as though it were some living creature to whom he was bound by ties of the deepest affection, and for whom he saw the foreshadowing of disaster. At last he turned. "Damn the rain!" he said impatiently. Then he added, "I'll see to it." Dawson glanced quickly at his chief. "Nothing I can do, boss?" he inquired casually. A grim smile played over Dave's rugged features. "Nothin', I guess," he said, "unless you can fix a nozzle onto Heaven's water main and turn it on to the strikers down east." The other shook his head seriously. "I ain't worth a cent in the plumbin' line, boss," he said. Dawson left the office. The mill claimed him at all times. He never neglected his charge, and rarely allowed himself long absences beyond the range of its strident music. The pressure of work seemed to increase every day. He knew that the strain on his employer was enormous, and somehow he would have been glad if he could have shared this new responsibility. Dave had just taken his slicker from the wall again when Dawson came back to the door. "Say, there's that fellow Mansell been around this mornin' lookin' for a job. I said he'd best come around tomorrow. I didn't guess I'd take him on till I see you. He's a drunken bum, anyway." Dave nodded. "He used to be a dandy Sawyer," he said, "and we need him. Is he drinking now?" "I've heard tell. He stank of whiskey's mornin'. That's why I passed him on. Yes, he's a dandy Sawyer, sure. He was on the water wagon 'fore he went off up north with young Truscott. Maybe he'll sober up again, if we put him to work." Dave clenched the matter in his decided way. "Put him on the time sheet tomorrow, and set him on the No. 1 rollers, beside our night office. You can keep a sharp eye on him there. He's a bit of a backslider, but if giving him a job'll pull him up and help him, why give it him. We've no right to refuse." He struggled into his slicker again as Dawson went off. He inspected the weather outside with no very friendly eye. It meant so much to him. At the moment the deluge was like a bursting waterspout, and the yards were like a lake dotted with islands of lumber. But he plunged out into it without a moment's hesitation. His work must go on, no matter what came. He hurried off in the direction of Chepstow's house. It was some time since he had seen his friend, and though the cause of his present visit was so serious, he was glad of the opportunity of making it. Tom Chepstow saw him coming and met him on the veranda. He was always a man of cheery spirits, and just now, in spite of the weather, he was well enough satisfied with the world. Matters between Betty and Jim Truscott had been settled just as he could wish, so there was little to bother him. "I was really considering the advisability of a telephone from here to your office, Dave," he said, with a smiling welcome. "But, joking apart, I never seem to see you now. How's things down there? If report says truly, you're doing a great work." Dave shook his head. "The mills are," he said modestly. Chepstow laughed heartily. "That's your way of putting it. You and the mills are one. Nobody ever speaks of one without including the other. You'll never marry, my boy. You are wedded to the shriek of your beloved buzzsaws. Here, take off those things and come in. We've got a drop of Mary's sloe gin somewhere." They went into the parlor and Dave removed his oilskins. While he hung them to drain on a nail outside, the parson poured him out a wineglass of his wife's renowned sloe gin. He drank it down quickly, not because he cared particularly about it, but out of compliment to his friend's wife. Then he set his glass down and began to explain his visit. "This isn't just a friendly visit, Tom," he said. "It's business, bad business. You've got to help me out." The parson opened his eyes. It was something quite new to have Dave demanding help. "Go ahead," he said, his keen eyes lighting with amusement. Dave drew a bunch of letters from his coat pocket. He glanced over them hastily, and picked out Mason's and handed it to the other. In picking it out he had discovered another letter he had left unopened. "Read that," he said while he glanced at the address on the unopened envelope. The handwriting was strange to him, and while Tom Chepstow was reading Mason's letter, he tore the other open. As he read, the gravity of his face slowly relaxed. At last an exclamation from the parson made him look up. "This is terrible, Dave." "It's a bit fierce," the other agreed. "Have you read it all?" he inquired. "Yes." "Then you've got my meaning in coming to you?" "I see. I hadn't thought of it." Dave smiled into the other's face. "You're going to do it for me? It may mean weeks. It may even mean months. You see, it's an epidemic. At the best, it might be only a couple of weeks. They're tough, those boys. On the other hand, it might mean anything to me." Chepstow nodded. He understood well enough what an epidemic of mountain fever in his lumber camps must mean to Dave. He understood the conditions under which he stood with regard to his contract. A catastrophe like that might mean ruin, and ruin for Dave would mean ruin for nearly all connected with Malkern. "Yes, I'll do it, Dave. Putting all friendship on one side, it is clearly my duty. Certainly, I'll go up there and lend all the aid I possibly can. You must outfit me with drugs and help." Dave held out his hand and the two men gripped. "Thanks, Tom," he said simply, although he experienced a world of relief and gratitude. "I wouldn't insult you with a bribe before you consented, but when you come back there's a thumping check for your charities lying somewhere around my office." The parson laughed in his whole-hearted fashion, while his friend once more donned his oilskins. "I'm always open to that sort of bribery, old boy," he said, and was promptly answered by one of Dave's slow smiles. "That's good," he said. Then he held up his other letter, but he did not offer it to be read. "Betty told you what happened at my office the other day. I mean, what happened to Jim Truscott?" The parson's face clouded with swift anger. "The "Just so. Yes, we had some bother, but he's just sent me this. A most apologetic letter. He offers to sell me his mill now. I want to buy it, you know. He wants $20,000 cash for it. I shall close the deal at once." He laughed. "Hard up, I suppose?" Dave shook his head. "I don't think so. His change of front is curious, though," he went on thoughtfully. "However, that don't matter. I want the mill, and I'm going to buy. So long. I've got to go and look at that piece of new track I'm getting laid down. My single line to the depot isn't sufficient. I'll let you know about starting up to the camps. I've got a small gang of lumberjacks coming up from Ottawa. Maybe I'll get you to go up with them later. Thanks, Tom." The two men shook hands again, and Dave departed. He battled his way through the driving rain to his railroad construction, and on the road he thought a good deal of Truscott's neglected letter. There was something in its tone he could not convince himself about. Why, he asked himself, should he, so closely following on the events which had happened in his office, deliberately turn round and display such a Christian-like spirit? Somehow it didn't seem to suit him. It didn't carry conviction. Then there was the letter. Its wording was too careful. It was so deliberately careful that it suggested a suppression of real feeling. This was his impression, and though Dave was usually an unsuspicious man, he could not shake it off. He thought of little else but that letter all the way to his works, and after reviewing the man's attitude from what, in his own simple honesty, he considered to be every possible standpoint, he finally, with a quaint, even quixotic kindliness, assured himself that there could after all be but one interpretation to it. The man was penitent at his painful exhibition before Betty, and his vile accusations against himself. That his moral strength was not equal to standing the strain of a personal interview. That his training up at the Yukon, where he had learned the sordid methods of a professional gambler, had suggested the selling of his mill to him as a sort of peace offering. And the careful, stilted tone of the letter itself was due to the difficulty of its composition. Further, he decided to accept his offer, and do so in a cordial, friendly spirit, and when opportunity offered, to endeavor, by his own moral influence, to drag him back to the paths of honest citizenship. This was the decision to which his generous nature prompted him. But his head protested. End of chapter 11. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 12 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 12. The Old Mills. When Dave reached the construction camp, the work was in full swing. The men, clad in oilskins, paid little heed to the rain. Ahead was the gang spreading the heavy stone gravel bed, behind it came those laying and trimming ties. Following close upon their heels came others engaged in setting and bolting the rails, while hard in the rear followed a gang leveling, checking gauge, and ballasting. It was very rough railroad construction, but the result was sufficient for the requirements. It was rapid, and lacked the careful precision of a permanent way, but the men were working at high pressure against time. Dave saw that all was well here. He exchanged a few words with the foreman, and gave his orders. Then he passed on, intending to return to the mill for his buckboard. Crossing the bridge to take a short cut, he encountered Betty driving home from her school in her uncle's buggy. She drew up at once. "Whither away, Dave?" she cried. Then she hastily turned the dozy old mare aside, so as to open the wheels to let the man climb in. "Come along. Don't stand there in the rain. Isn't it awful? The river'll be flooding tomorrow if it doesn't stop soon. Back to the mills?" Dave clambered into the buggy and divested himself of his dripping oilskins. The vehicle was a covered one and comparatively rainproof, even in such a downpour. "Well, I guess so," he said. "I'm just going back to get my buckboard. Then I'm going up to get a look at Jim Truscott's old mill. He sent word this morning to say he'll sell it to me." The girl chirruped at the old mare, but offered no comment. The simple process of driving over a road nothing could have induced the parson's faithful beast to leave seemed to demand all her attention. "Did he send, or have you seen him?" she asked him presently, and it was plain that the matter was of unusual interest to her. "I said he sent. He wrote to me and mailed the letter." "Was there anything else in the letter?" The girl's tone was cold enough. Dave, watching her, was struck by the decision in her expression. He wanted to hear what she thought of the letter. He was anxious to see its effect on her. He handed it to her and quietly took the reins out of her hands. "You can read it," he said, and Betty eagerly unfolded the paper. The mare plodded on, splashing solemnly and indifferently through the torrential streams flooding the trail, and they were nearly through the village by the time she handed the letter back and resumed the reins. "Curious. I don't think I understand him at all," she said gravely. "It's an apology," said Dave, anxious for her to continue. "Yes, I suppose it is." She paused. "But why to you?" Then a whimsical smile spread over her round face. "I thought you two were nearly square. Now, if the apology had come to me—" "Yes, I hadn't thought of that." Both sat thinking for some time. They arrived at the point where the trail turned up to Tom Chepstow's house. Betty ignored the turning and kept on. "Is that mill worth all that money?" she asked suddenly. Dave shook his head. "You've come too far," he said, pointing at her uncle's house, and the girl smiled. "I want to have a look at the mill. Why are you buying it at that price, Dave?" "Because there's no time to haggle, and I want it." Betty nodded. She was looking straight ahead, and the man failed to see the tender light his words had conjured in her eyes. She knew that Dave would never have paid that money to anybody else, no matter how much he wanted the mill. He was doing it for Jim. However unworthy the man was, it made no difference to his large-hearted nature. The tenderness still lingered in her eyes when she turned to him again. "Is Jim hard up?" she inquired. The frigidity of her tone was wholly at variance with her expression, but it told plainly of her feelings for the subject of her inquiry. Dave shook his head. "From all I've heard, and from his own talk, I'd guess not." Betty suddenly became very angry. She wanted to shake somebody, even Dave, since he was the only person near enough to be shaken. "He says in his letter, 'as the mill is no further use to me,'" she cried indignantly. "Dave, your Christian spirit carries you beyond all bounds. You have no right to give all that money for it. It isn't worth it anyway. You are, and oh, I've simply no words for him." "But your uncle, with due regard for his cloth, has," Dave put in quickly. Betty's indignation was gone in an instant, lost in the laugh which responded to his dry tone. He had no intention of making her laugh, but he was glad she did so. It told him so much. It reassured him of something on which he had needed reassurance. Her parting with Jim, giving up as it did the habit and belief of years, had troubled him. Then in some measure he had felt himself responsible, although he knew perfectly well that no word of his had ever encouraged her on the course she had elected. He was convinced now. Her regard for Jim was utterly dead, had been dead far longer than probably even she realized. With this conviction a sudden wild hope leaped within him. But, like summer lightning, its very brilliance left the night seemingly darker. No, it could never be now. Betty liked him only too well. Her frank friendliness was too outspoken, and then, ah yes, he knew himself. Did he ever get the chance of forgetting? Did not his mirror remind him every morning? Did not his hairbrushes, even, force it upon him as they loyally struggled to arrange some order in his obstinate wiry hair? Did not every chair, even his very bed, cry out at the awful burden they were called upon to support? Somehow his thoughts made him rebellious. Why should he be so barred? Why should he be denied the happiness all men are created for? But in a man like Dave such rebellion was not likely to find vent in words, or even mood. In the midst of his thought the drone of his own distant mills came to him through the steady hiss of the rain. The sound held him, and he experienced a strange comfort. It was like an answer to his mute appeal. It reminded him that his work lay before him. It was a call to which he was wedded, bound. It claimed his every nerve. It demanded his every thought like the most exacting mistress. And for the moment it gripped him with all the old force. "Say," he cried, holding up a warning finger, untidy with years of labor, "isn't she booming? Hark at the saws," he went on, his eyes glowing with pride and enthusiasm. "They're singing to the beat of the band. It's real music." They listened. "Hark," he went on presently, and Betty's eyes watched him with a tender smile in their own brown depths. "Hear the rise and fall of it as the breeze carries it. Hear the boom of the 90-footers as they drop into the chutes. Isn't it great? Isn't it elegant music?" Betty nodded. Her sympathy was with him if she smiled at his words. "A lumbering symphony," she said. Dave's face suddenly fell. "Ah," he said apologetically, "you weren't brought up on a diet of buzzsaw trimmings." Betty shook her head. "No," she said gently, "patent food." Dave's enthusiasm dropped from him, and his face, unlit by it, had fallen back into its stern set. At the sight of the almost tragic change, Betty's heart smote her, and she hastened to make amends, fearful lest he should fail to realize the sympathy she had for him. "Ah, no, Dave," she cried. "I know. I understand. I, too, love those mills for what they mean to you, to us, to Malkern. They are your world. They are our world. You have slowly, laboriously built them up. You have made us, Malkern. Your prosperity means happiness and prosperity to hundreds in our beloved valley. You do not love those mills for the fortune they are piling up for you, but for the sake of those others who share in your great profits and whose lives you have been able to gladden. I know you, Dave, and I understand the real music you hear." The man shook his head, but his voice rang with deep feeling. He knew that he did not deserve all this girl's words conveyed, but coming from her it was very sweet. "Little Betty," he said, "you kind of run away with things. There's a fellow called Dave I think about a heap. I think about him such a heap I'm most always thinking of him. He's got ambition, bad, so bad he thinks of precious little else. Then he's most terrible human. You'd marvel if you knew just how human he was. Now you'd think, maybe, he'd not want anything he hasn't got, wouldn't you? You'd think he was happy and content to see everything he undertakes prospering, and other folks happy. Well, he just isn't, and that's a fact. He's mighty thankful for mercies received, but there's a heap of other mercies he grumbles because he hasn't got." There was so much sincerity in the man's voice that Betty turned and stared at him. "And aren't you happy, Dave?" she asked, hardly knowing what she said, but, womanlike, fixing on the one point that appealed to her deepest sympathy. He evaded the direct question. "I'm as happy as a third child in playtime," he said, and then, before she could fully grasp his meaning, "Ah, here's the mill. Guess we'll pull up right here." The old mare came to a standstill, and Dave sprang out before Betty could answer him. And as soon as she had alighted, he led the horse to a shed out of the rain. Then together they explored the mill, and their talk at once became purely technical. The man became the practical lumberman, and, notebook in hand, He led the way from room to room and floor to floor, observing every detail of the conditions prevailing. And all the time they talked, Betty displaying such an exhaustive knowledge of the man's craft that at times she quite staggered him. It was a revelation, a source of constant wonder, and it added a zest to the work which made him love every moment spent in carrying it out. It was over an hour before the inspection was finished, and to Dave it scarcely seemed more than a matter of minutes. Then there was yet the drive home with Betty at his side. As they drove away, the culminating point in the man's brief happiness was reached when the girl, with interest such as his own might have been, pointed out the value of his purchase. "It will take you exactly a week to outfit that mill, I should say," she said. "Its capacity for big stuff is so small you shouldn't pay a cent over $10,000 for it." Dave smiled. Sometimes Betty's keenness of perception in his own business made him feel very small. Several times already that morning she had put things so incisively before him that he found himself wondering whether he had considered them from the right point of view. He was about to answer her, but finally contented himself with a wondering exclamation. "For heaven's sake, Betty, where did you learn it all?" It was a delighted laugh that answered him. "Where? Where do you think? Why, from the one man competent to teach me. You forget that I came to you for instruction 5 years ago." The girl's eyes were dancing with pleasure. Somehow the desire for this man's praise and approval had unconsciously become part of her whole outlook. Her simple honesty would not let her deny it, showed her no reason for denying it. She sometimes told herself it was just her vanity. It was the desire of a pupil for a master's praise. She as yet could see no other reason for it, and would have laughed at the idea that any warmer feeling could possibly underlie it. Dave's pleasure in her acknowledgment was very evident. "I haven't forgotten, Betty," he said, "but I never taught you all that. It's your own clever little head. You could give Joel Dawson a start and beat him." "You don't understand," the girl declared quickly. "It was you who gave me the groundwork, and then I thought and thought. You see, I wanted to help Jim when he came back." Dave had no reply to make. The girl's plain statement had damped his enthusiasm. He had forgotten Jim. She had done this for love of the other man. "I want you to do me a great favor," she went on presently. "I want it very, very much. You think I've learned a lot. Well, I want to learn more. I don't know quite why. I suppose it's because I'm interested. I want to see the big lumber being trimmed. I want to see your own mill in full work, and have what I don't understand explained to me. Will you do it? Some night. I'd like to see it all in its most inspiring light. Will you, Dave?" She laid a coaxing hand on his great arm, and looked eagerly into his eyes. At that moment the lumberman would have promised her the world. And he would have striven with every nerve in his body to fulfill his promise. "Sure," he said simply. "Name your own time." And for once the girl didn't thank him in her usual frank way. She simply drew her hand away and chirruped at the old mare. For the rest of the drive home she remained silent. It was as though Dave's ready, eager promise had suddenly affected her in some disturbing way. Her brown eyes looked straight ahead along the trail, and they were curiously serious. They reached the man's home. He alighted, and she drove on to her own destination with a feeling of relief not unmixed with regret. Dave's mother had been long waiting dinner for her boy. She had seen the buggy and guessed who was in it, and as he came up she greeted him with pride and affection shining in her old eyes. "That was Betty?" she inquired, moving across to the dinner table while the man removed his slicker. "Yes, Ma," he said coolly. He had no desire to discuss Betty with anyone just then, not even with his mother. "Driving with her, dear?" she asked, with smiling, searching eyes upon his averted face. "She gave me a lift," Dave replied, coming over and sitting down at the table. His mother, instead of helping him to his food, suddenly came round to his side and laid one affectionate hand upon his great shoulder. The contrast in these two had something almost ridiculous in it. He was so huge, and she was so small. Perhaps the only things they possessed in common, outside of their mutual adoration, were the courage and strength which shone in their gray eyes, and the abounding kindliness of heart for all humanity. But whereas these things in the mother were always second to her love for her boy, the boy's first thought and care was for the great work his own hands had created. "Dave," she said very gently, "when am I going to have a daughter? I'm getting very, very old, and I don't want to leave you alone in the world." The man propped his elbow on the table and rested his head on his hand. His eyes were almost gloomy. "I don't want to lose you, Ma," he said. "It would break me up terrible. Life's mostly lonesome anyhow." Then he looked keenly up into her face, and his glance was one of concern. You aren't ailing any?" The old woman shook her head, and her eyes smiled back at him. "No, boy, I'm not ailing, but I worry some at times. You see, I like Betty very, very much. In a different way, I'm almost as fond of her as you are." Dave started and was about to break in, but his mother shook her head, and her hand caressed his cheek with infinite tenderness. "Why don't you marry her now that the other is broken off?" But Dave turned to her and, swept by an almost fierce emotion, would not be denied. "Why, Ma? Why?" he cried, with all the pent-up bitterness of years in the depth of his tone. Look at me, and you ask me why." He held out his two hands as though to let her see him as he was. "Would any woman think of me, look at me with thoughts of love? She couldn't. What am I? A mountain of muscle, brawn, bone, whatever you will, with a face and figure even a farmer would hate to set up over a corn patch at harvest time." He laughed bitterly. "No, no, Ma," he went on, his tone softening, and taking her worn hand tenderly in his. "There are folks made for marriage, and folks that aren't. And when folks that aren't get marrying they're doing a mean thing on the girl. I'm not going to think a mean thing for Betty, let alone do one." His mother moved away to her seat. "Well, boy, I'll say no more, but I'm thinking a time'll come when you'll be doing a mean thing by Betty if you don't, and she'll be the one that'll think it. Ma!" "The dinner's near cold." End of chapter 12. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 13 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 13. Betty Decides. 2 nights later Dave was waiting in the tally room for his guests to arrive. The place was just a corner partitioned off from the milling floor. It was here the foreman kept account of the day's work, a bare room, small and hardly worth the name of office. yet there was work enough done in it to satisfy the most exacting master. The master of the mills had taken up a position in the narrow doorway, in full view of the whole floor, and was watching the sawyer on number 1. It was Mansell. He beheld with delight the wonderful skill with which the man handled the giant logs as they creaked and groaned over the rollers. He appeared to be sober, too. His deliberate movements, timed to the fraction of a second, were sufficient evidence of this. He felt glad that he had taken him on his time-sheet. Every really skillful sawyer was of inestimable value at the moment, and, after all, this man's failing was one pretty common to all good lumbermen. Dawson came up, and Dave nodded in the sawyer's direction. "Working good," he observed with satisfaction. "Too good to last, if I know anything," grumbled the foreman. "He'll get breaking out, and then I've a mind to set him on a buzz saw. These big saws won't stand for tricks if he happens to git around with a jag on." "You can't put a first-class sawyer onto a buzzer," said Dave decisively. "It's tantamount to telling him he doesn't know his work. No, keep him where he is. If he signs in with a souse on, push him out till he's sober. But so long as he's right, let him work where he is." "Guess you're boss of this layout," grumbled the foreman. "Just so." Then, as though the matter had no further concern for him, Dawson changed the subject. "There's 20 jacks scheduled by tonight's mail," he said, as though speaking of some dry goods instead of a human freight. "They're for the hills tonight. Mr. Chepstow's promised to go up and dose the boys for their fever. I'm putting it to him tonight. He'll take 'em with him. By the way, I'm expecting the parson and Miss Betty along directly. They want to get a look at this." He waved an arm in the direction of the grinding rollers. "They want to see it busy." Dawson was less interested in the visitors. "I see 'em as I come up," he said indifferently. "Looked like they'd been around your office." Dave turned on him sharply. "Go down and bring 'em along up. And say, get things ready for sending up to the camps tonight. Parson'll have my buckboard and the black team. He's got to travel quick. They can come right away back when he's got there. See he's got plenty of bedding and rations. Load it down good. There's a case of medical supplies in my office. That goes with him. Then you'll get 3 Democrats from Mullock's livery barn for the boys. See they've got plenty of grub, too." When Dave gave sharp orders, Dawson simply listened and obeyed. He understood his employer, and never ventured criticism at such times. He hurried away now to give the necessary orders, and then went on to find the visitors. Directly he had gone, the master of the mills moved over to the sawyer on number 1. "You haven't forgotten your craft, Mansell," he said pleasantly, his deep voice carrying clarion-like distinctly over the din of the sawing floor. "Would you forget how to eat, boss?" the man inquired surlily, measuring an oncoming log keenly with his eye. He bore down on a jolting lever and turned the log into a fresh position. Then he leaned forward and dipped the end of it with chalk. Hand and eye worked mechanically together. He knew to a hair's breadth just where the trimming blade should strike the log to get the maximum square of timber. Dave shook his head. "It would take some forgettin'," he said with a smile. "You see, there's always a stomach to remind you." The log was passing, and the man had a moment's breathing space while it traveled to the fangs of the rushing saw. He looked up with a pair of dark, brooding eyes, in which shone a peculiarly offensive light. "Just so," he vouchsafed. "I learned this when I learned to eat, and it's filled my belly that long, for yer ain't like to set me forgettin'." He turned to the rollers and watched the log. He saw it hit the teeth of the saw plumb on its chalk mark. "An awful waste out of a lumberman's life, that 5 years," Dave went on, when the crucial moment had passed. "That mill would have been doing well now, and you were foreman." He was looking straight into the fellow man's face. He noted the terrible inroads drink had made upon it, the sunken eyes, the pendulous lip, the lines of dissipation in deep furrows around his mouth. He pitied him from the bottom of his heart, but allowed no softness of expression. "Say," exclaimed the sawyer with a vicious snap, "when I'm lumberin' I ain't got time for rememberin' anything else, which is a heap good. I don't guess it's good for anyone buttin' in when the logs are rollin'. Guess that log's comin' right back." The man's unnecessary insolence was a little staggering. Yet Dave rather liked him for it. The independence of the sawyer's spirit appealed to him. He really had no right to criticize Mansell's past, to stir up an unpleasant memory for him. He knew his men, and he realized that he had overstepped his rights in the matter. He was simply their employer. It was for him to give orders, and for them to obey. In all else he must take them as man and man. He felt now that there was nothing more for him to say, so while the sawyer clambered over to the return rollers, ready for the second journey of the log, he walked thoughtfully back to his office. At that moment his visitors appeared, escorted by Dawson. The foreman was piloting them with all the air of a guide and the pride of his association with the mills. Betty was walking beside him, and while taking in the wonderful scene that opened out before her, she was listening to the conversation of the two men. The foreman had taken upon himself to tell the parson of the orders he had received for the night journey, and the details of the preparations being made for it. The news came to Chepstow unpleasantly, yet he understood that its urgency must be great, or Dave would never have decided upon so sudden a journey. He was a little put out, but quite ready to help his friend. It was the first Betty had heard of it. She was astonished and resentful. She had heard that there was fever up in the hills, but her uncle had told her nothing of Dave's request to him. Therefore, before greetings had been exchanged, and almost before the door of the tally room had closed upon the departing foreman, she opened a volley of questions upon him. "What's this about Uncle going up to the hills to-night, Dave?" she demanded. "Why has it been kept secret? Why so sudden? Why to-night?" Her inquiring glance turned from one to the other. Dave made no hurry to reply. He was watching the play of the strong, eager young face. The girl's directness appealed to him even more than her beauty. Tonight she looked very pretty in a black clinging gown which made her look almost fragile. She seemed so slight, so delicate, yet her whole manner had such reserve of virile force. He thought now, as he had often thought before, she possessed a brain much too big and keen for her body, yet withal so essentially womanly as to be something to marvel at. The girl became impatient. "Why wasn't I told? For goodness' sake, don't stand there staring, Dave." "There's no secrecy exactly, Betty," the lumberman said. "That is, except from the folks in the village. You see, anything likely to check our work, such as fever up in the camps, is liable to set them worrying and talking. We didn't mean to keep it from you—" "Yes, yes," the girl broke in, "but why this hurry? Why to-night?" And so she forced Dave into a full explanation, which alone would satisfy her. At the end of it she turned to her uncle, who had stood quietly by, enjoying the manner in which she dictated her will upon the master of the mills. "It's an awful shame you've got to go, Uncle, especially while you've got all the new church affairs upon your hands. But I quite see Dave's right, and we must get the boys well as quickly as possible. We've got to remember that these mills are not only Dave's. They also belong to Malkern, one might almost say to the people of this valley. It is the ship, and we are its freight. So we start at midnight. Does Auntie know?" Instantly 2 pairs of questioning eyes were turned upon her. That coupling of herself with her uncle in the matter had not escaped them. "Your Aunt Mary knows I am going sometime, but she hasn't heard the latest development, my dear," her uncle said. "But you said 'we' just now." Dave understood. He knew what was coming. But then he understood Betty as did no one else. He smiled. "Of course I said 'we,'" Betty exclaimed, with a laugh which only served to cloak the resolve that lay behind it. "You are not going alone. Besides, you can physic people well enough, uncle dear, but you can't nurse them worth a cent. School's all right, and can get on without me for a while. Well?" She smiled quickly from one to the other. "Well, we're ready, aren't we? We can't let this interfere with our view of the mill." Her uncle shook his head. "You can't go up there, Betty," he said seriously. "You can't go about amongst those men. They're good fellows. They're men. But—" He looked over at Dave as though seeking support, a thing he rarely needed. But he was dealing with Betty now, and where she was concerned there were times when he felt that a little support might be welcome. Dave promptly added his voice in support of his friend's protest. "You can't go, little Betty," he said. "You can't, little girl," he reiterated, shaking his shaggy head. "You think you know the lumberjacks, and I'll allow you know them a lot. But you don't know 'em up in those camps. They're wild men. They're just as savage as wolves and foolish as babes. They're just great big baby men, and as irresponsible as half-witted schoolboys. I give you my word I can't let you go up. I know how you want to help us out. I know your big heart. And I know still more what a help you'd be." "And that's just why I'm going," Betty snapped him up. That one unfortunate remark undid all the impression his appeal might otherwise have made. And as the 2 men realized the finality of her tone, they understood the hopelessness of turning her from her purpose. "Uncle dear," she went on, "please say yes, because I'm going, and I'd feel happier with your sanction. Dave," she turned with a smile upon the lumberman, "you've just got to say yes, or I'll never let you subscribe to any charity or anything I ever get up in Malkern again. Now, you 2 dears, mind, I'm going anyway. I'll just count 3, and you both say yes together." She counted deliberately, solemnly, but there was a twinkle in her brown eyes. 1, 2, 3, and a simultaneous "yes" came as surely as though neither had any objection to the whole proceeding. And furthermore, both men joined in the girl's laugh when they realized how they had been cajoled. To them she was quite irresistible. "I don't know whatever your aunt will say," her uncle said lugubriously. "It's not so much what she'll say as what may happen up there," protested Dave, his conscience still pricking him. But the girl would have no more of it. "You are 2 dear old, yes, old, sillies. Now, Dave, the mills." Betty carried all before her with these men who were little better than her slaves. They obeyed her slightest command, hardly knowing they obeyed it. Her uncle's authority, whilst fully acknowledged by her, was practically non-existent. Her loyalty to him and her love for both her guardians left no room for the exercise of authority. And Dave, well, he was her adviser in all things, and like most people who have an adviser, Betty went her own sweet way, but in such a manner that made the master of the mills believe that his help and advice were practically indispensable to her. End of chapter 13. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 14 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 14. The Mills. Dave obediently led the way out of the tally room to the great milling floor, and at once they were in the heart of his world. It was by no means new to Betty. She had seen it all before, but never had the mills been driven at such a pressure as now, and the sensation the knowledge gave her was one which demanded the satisfaction of optical demonstration. She was thrilled with a sense of emergency. The roar of the machinery carried with it a meaning it had never held before. There was a current of excitement in the swift, skillful movements of the sawyers as they handled the mighty logs. To her stirred imagination there was a suggestion of superhuman agency, of some nether world, in the yellow light of the flares which lit that vast sea of moving rollers. As she gazed out across it at the dim, distant corners, she felt as though at any moment the machinery might suddenly become manned by hundreds of hideous gnomes, such as she had read of in the fairy tales. Yet it was all real and human, and Dave was the man who controlled, whose brain and eyes watched over every detail, whose wonderful skill and power were carrying that colossal work to the goal of success. As she looked, she sighed. She envied the man whose genius had made all this possible. Above the roar, Dave's voice reached her. "This is only part of it," he said. "Come below." And she followed him to the spiral iron staircase which led to the floor below. Her uncle brought up the rear. At ordinary times the lower part of the mills was given over to the shops for the manufacture of smaller lumber, building stuff, doors and windows, flooring, and tongue and groove. Betty knew this. She knew every shop by heart, just as she knew most of the workmen by sight. But now it was all changed. The partitions had been torn down, and the whole thrown into one floor. It was a replica of the milling floor above. Here again there were everlasting rollers. Here again were the tremendous logs traveling across and across the floor. Here again were the roar and shriek of the gleaming saws. The girl's enthusiasm rose. Her eyes wandered from the fascinating spectacle to the giant at her side. She felt a lump rise in her throat. She wanted to laugh, she wanted to cry, but she did neither. Only her eyes shone as she gazed at him, and his plainness seemed to fall from him. She saw the man standing at her side, but the great ungainly Dave had gone, leaving in his place only such a hero as her glowing heart could create. They stood there watching, watching. None of the three spoke. None of them had any words. Dave saw and thought. His great unimaginative head had no care for the picture side of it. His eyes were on the sawyers, most of them stripped to the waist in the heat of their labors in the summer night. To him the interest of the scene lay in the precision and regularity with which log following log over the rollers, and the skill with which they were cut. Parson Tom, with a little more imagination, built up in his mind the future prosperity of their beloved valley, and thanked the Almighty Providence that it had sent them such a man as Dave. But Betty, in spite of her practical brain, lost sight of all the practical side of the work. As she watched, she was living in such a dream as only comes once in a lifetime to any woman. At that moment her crown of glory was set upon Dave's rough head. All she had hoped for, striven for all her life, seemed so small at the thought of him. And the delight of those moments became almost painful. She had always looked upon him as her Dave, her beloved chum, her adviser, her prop to lean on at all times. But no, he was well and truly named. He was no one's Dave. He was just Dave of the Mills. They moved on to a small doorway, and passing along a protected gallery they worked their way toward the boom. The place was a vast backwater of the river, enlarged to accommodate millions of feet of logs. It was packed with a mass of tumbled lumber, over which, in the dim light thrown by waste fire, 100 and more jacks could be seen, clambering like a colony of monkeys, pushing, prizing, easing, pulling with their peavies to get the logs freed so that the grappling tackle could seize and haul them up out of the water to the milling floors above. Here again they paused and silently gazed at the stupendous work going on. There was no more room for wonder either in the girl or her uncle. The maximum had been reached. They could only silently stare. Dave was the first to move. His keen eyes had closely watched the work. He had seen log after log fly up in the grapple of the hydraulic cranes. He had seen them shot into the gaping jaws of the building. He had seen that not an idle hand was down there in the boom, and he was satisfied. Now he wanted to go on. "There's the waste," he said casually. "But I guess you've seen that heaps, only it's a bit bigger now, and we've had to build 2 more feeders." Betty answered him, and her tone was unusually subdued. "Let's see it all, Dave," she said, almost humbly. All her imperiousness had gone, and in its place was an ecstatic desire to see all and anything that owed its existence to this man. Dave strode on. He was quite unconscious of the change that had taken place in Betty's thoughts of him. To him these things had become everyday matters of his work. They meant no more to him than the stepping stones toward success, which everyone who makes for achievement has to tread. Their way took them up another iron staircase outside the main building. At the top of it was an iron gallery, which passed round 2 angles of the mill, and terminated at the 3 feeders, stretching out from the mills to the great waste fire 100 yards away. From this gallery there was an inspiring view of the everlasting fire. It had been lit when the mill first started its operation years ago, and had been burning steadily ever since, and so it would go on burning as long as the saws inside continued to rip the logs. The feeders were 3 shafts supported on iron trestle work, each carrying an ever-moving, endless bed on which the waste trimmings of the logs were thrown. These were borne upward and outward for 100 yards till the shafts hung high above the blazing mass. Here the endless band doubled under, and its burden was precipitated below, where it was promptly devoured by the insatiable flames. For some moments they watched the great timber pass on its way to the fire, and so appalling appeared the waste that Parson Tom protested. "This seems to me positively wanton," he said. "Why, the stuff you're sending on to that fire is perfect lumber. At the worst, what grand fuel it would make for the villagers." Dave nodded his great head. He often felt the same about it. "Makes you sicken some to see it go, doesn't it?" he said regretfully. "It does me. But say, we've got a waste yard full, and the folks in Malkern are welcome to all they can haul away. Even Mary uses it in her stoves. but they can't haul or use it fast enough. If it wasn't for this fire, there wouldn't be room for a rat in Malkern inside a year. Guess it's got to be, more's the pity." There was no more to be said, and the three watched the fire in silent awe. It was a marvelous sight. The dull red-yellow light shone luridly over everything. The mill, on the one hand, loomed majestically out of the dark background of night. The fire, over 40 feet in height, lit the buildings in a curious, uncanny fashion, throwing grotesque and lurid shadows in every direction. Then all around, on the farther sides, spread the distant dark outline of ghostly pine woods, whose native gloom resisted a light which, by contrast, was so insignificantly artificial. It gave a weird impression that had a strong effect upon Betty's rapt imagination. Dave again broke the spell. He could not spare too much time, and as they moved away, Betty sighed. "It's all very, very wonderful," she said, moving along at his side. "And to think even in winter, no matter what the snowfall, that fire never goes out." Dave laughed. "If it rained like it's been raining today for 6 months," he said, "I don't guess it could raise more than a splutter." Then he turned to Tom Chepstow. "Is there anything else you'd like to see? You've got 3 hours to midnight." But the parson had seen enough, and as he had yet to overhaul the supplies he was to take up to the hill camps, they made their way back to the tally room. At the rollers on which Mansell was working, Dave paused with Betty, while her uncle went on. They watched a great log appear at the opening over the boom. The chains of the hydraulic crane creaked under their burden. Dave pointed at it silhouetted against the light of the waste fire beyond. "Watch him," he said. "That's Dick Mansell." The pride in his tone was amply justified. Mansell was at the opening, waiting, peavey in hand. They saw the log dripping and swaying as it was hauled up, until its lower end cleared the rollers. On the instant the sawyer leaned forward and plunged his hook into the soft pine bark. Then he strained steadily and the log came slowly onward. A whistle and the crane was eased an inch at a time. The man held his strain, and the end lowered ever further over the rollers until it touched. 2 more whistles, and the log was lowered faster until it lay exactly horizontal, and then the rollers carried it in. Once its balance was past, the sawyer struck the grappling chains loose with his peavey, and with a rattle they fell clear, while the prostrate giant lumbered ponderously into the mill. It was all done so swiftly. Now Mansell sprang to the foremost end and chalked the log as it traveled. Then, like a cat, he sprang to the rear of it and measured with his eye. Dissatisfied, he ran to its side and prized it into a fresh position, glancing down it, much as a rifleman might glance over his sights. Satisfied at length, he ran on ahead of the moving log to his saws. Throwing over a lever, he quickened the pace of the gleaming blade. On came the log. The yielding wood met the merciless fangs of the saw upon the chalk line, and passed hissing and shrieking on its way as though it had met with no obstruction. The girl took a deep breath. "Splendid!" she cried. Well as she knew this work, tonight it appealed to her with a new force, a deeper and more personal interest. "Easy as pie," Dave laughed. Then, more seriously, "Yet it's dangerous as hell." Betty nodded. She knew. "But you don't have many accidents, thank goodness." Dave shrugged. "Not many, considering. But you don't often see a sawyer with perfectly sound hands. There's generally something missing." "I know. Look at Mansell's arm there." Betty pointed at a deep furrow on the man's forearm. "Yes, Mansell's been through it. I remember when he got that. Like an Indian holds his first scalp as a sign of his prowess, or the knights of old wore golden spurs as an emblem of their knighthood, the Sawyer, minus a finger or so, has been literally through the mill, and can claim proficiency in his calling. But those are not the dangers I was figuring on." Betty waited for him to go on. "Yes," he said solemnly, "it's the breaking saw. That's the terror of a Sawyer's life. And just now, of mine. It's always in the back of my head like a black shadow. One breaking saw would do more damage cutting up this big stuff than it would take a fire to do in an hour. It would be the next best thing to bursting a charge of dynamite. Take this saw of Mansell's. A break, a bend out of the truth, the log slips while it's being cut. Any of these things. You wouldn't think a 90-footer could be thrown far. If any of those things happened, good-bye to anything or anybody with whom it came into contact. But we needn't to worry. Let's get in there to your uncle." End of chapter 14. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 15 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 15. Betty Takes Cover. In the office they found Parson Tom at work with pencil and notebook. The latter he closed as they came in. "For goodness sake, shut that door behind you," he laughed. "I've been trying to think of the things I need for my journey tonight, but that uproar makes it well nigh impossible." The words brought Betty back to matters of the moment. Everything had been forgotten in the interest of her tour of the mills at Dave's side. Now she realized that time was short, and she too must make her preparations. Dave closed the door. "We'd best get down to the barn and fix things there," he said. "Then you can get right back home and arrange matters with Mary. Betty could go on and prepare her." The girl nodded her approval. "Yes," she said, "and I can get my own things together." Both men looked at her. She answered their challenge at once, but now there was a great change in her manner. She no longer laughed at them. She no longer carried things with a high hand. She intended going up to the camps, but it almost seemed as though she desired their justification to support her decision. Somehow that tour of the mills at Dave's side had lessened her belief in herself. "Yes," she said, "I know neither of you wants me to go. Perhaps from your masculine point of view you are both right. But I want to go. I do indeed. This is no mere whim. Uncle, speak up and admit the necessity for nursing. Who on earth is up there to do it? No one." Then she turned to Dave, and her earnest eyes were full of almost humble entreaty. "You won't refuse me, Dave?" she said. "I feel I must go. I feel that someone, some strange voice, is calling me to go, that my presence there is needed. I am only a woman, and in these big schemes of yours it is ridiculous to think that I should play a part. Yet somehow, oh, Dave, won't you let me help, if only in this small way? It will be something for me to look back upon when you have succeeded, something for me to cherish, this thought that I have helped you even in so small a way. You won't refuse me. It is so little to you, and it means so much to me." Her uncle was watching the grave face of the lumberman, and when she finished he waited, smiling, for the effect of her appeal. It was some moments before Dave answered. Betty's eyes were shining with eager hope, and at last her impatience got the better of her. "You said yes once tonight," she urged softly. Her uncle's smile broadened. He was glad the onus of this thing was on the broad shoulders of his friend. "Betty," said Dave at last, looking squarely into her eyes, "will you promise me to keep to the sick camps, and not go about amongst the jacks who aren't sick without your uncle?" There was something in the man's eyes which made the girl drop hers suddenly. She colored slightly, perhaps with vexation. She somehow felt awkward, and she had never felt awkward with Dave in her life before. However, she answered him gladly. "I promise willingly." "Then I'll not go back on my promise. Go and get ready, little girl," he said gently. She waited no more. Her eyes thanked him, and for once, though he never saw it, nor, if he had, would he have understood it, there was a shyness in them such as had never been there before. As the door closed behind her, he turned with a sigh to his old friend. "Well, Tom," he said, with a dry, half-regretful smile, "it strikes me there are a pair of fools in this room." The parson chuckled delightedly. "But one is bigger than the other. You wait until Mary sees you. My word!" Betty hurried out of the mill. She knew the time was all too short. Besides, she did not want to give the men time to change their minds. And then there was still her aunt to appease. Outside in the yards the thirsty red sand had entirely lapped up the day's rain. It was almost as dry as though the summer rains were mere showers. The night was brilliantly fine, and though as yet there was no moon, the heavens were diamond-studded, and the Milky Way spread its ghostly path sheer across the sky. Half running in her eagerness, the girl dodged amongst the stacks of lumber, making her way direct to a point in the fence nearest to her home. To go round to the gates would mean a long, circuitous route that would waste at least 10 minutes. As she sped, the din of the mill rapidly receded, and the shadows thrown by the flare lights of the yards behind her lengthened and died out, merged in the darkness of the night beyond their radiance. At the fence she paused and looked about for the easiest place to climb. It was high, and the lateral rails were wide apart. It was all the same whichever way she looked, so, taking her courage in both hands, and lifting her skirts knee-high, she essayed the task. It was no easy matter, but she managed it, coming down on the other side much more heavily than she cared about. Still, in her excited state, she didn't pause to trouble about a trifle like that. She was strangely happy without fully understanding the reason. This trip to the hills would be a break in the monotony of her daily routine. But somehow it was not that elated her. She loved her work, and at no time wanted to shirk it. No, it was not that. Yet it was something to do with her going. Something to do with the hill camps. Something to do with helping Dave. Ah, yes, it was that. She knew it now, and the knowledge thrilled her with a feeling she had never before experienced. Her course took her through a dense clump of pine woods. She was far away from the direct trail, but she knew every inch of the way. Somehow she felt glad of the cool darkness of those woods. Their depths of shadow swallowed her up and hid her from all the rest of the world, and for the moment it was good to be alone. She liked the feeling that no one was near her, not even Dave. She wanted to think it all out. She wanted to understand herself. this delight that had come to her, this joy. Dave had promised to let her help him in his great work. It was good to be true. How she would work! Yes, she would strain every nerve to nurse the men back to health, so that there should be no check in the work. Suddenly she paused in her thought. Her heart seemed to stand still, then its thumping almost stifled her. She had realized her true motive. Yes, she knew it now. It was not the poor sick men she was thinking of. She was not thinking of her uncle, who would be slaving for sheer love of his fellow men. No, it was of Dave she was thinking. Dave. Her Dave. Now she knew. She loved him. She felt it here, and she pressed both hands over her heart, which was beating tumultuously and thrilling with an emotion such as she had never known before. Never, even in the days when she had believed herself in love with Jim Truscott. She wanted to laugh, to cry aloud her happiness to the dark woods which crowded round her. She wanted to tell all the world. She wanted everything about her to know of it, to share in it. Oh, how good God was to her! She knew that she loved Dave. Loved him with a passion that swept every thought of herself from her fevered brain. She wanted to be his slave, his all. Suddenly her passion-swept thoughts turned hideously cold. What of Dave? Did he? Could he? No, he looked upon her as his little chum, and nothing more. How could it be otherwise? Had he not witnessed her betrothal to Jim Truscott? Had he not been at her side when she renounced him? Had he not always looked after her as an elder brother? Had he— She came to a dead standstill in the heart of the woods, gripped by a fear that had nothing to do with her thoughts. It was the harsh sound of a voice, and it was just ahead of her. It rang ominously in her ears at such an hour and in such a place. She listened. Who could be in those woods at that hour of the night? Who beside herself? The voice was so distinct that she felt it must be very, very near. Then she remembered how the woods echo, particularly at night, and a shiver of fear swept over her at the thought that perhaps the sound of her own footsteps had reached the ears of the owner of the voice. She had no desire to encounter any drunken lumberjacks in such a place. Her heart beat faster as she cast about in her mind for the best thing to do. The voice she had first heard now gave place to another, which she instantly recognized. The recognition shocked her violently. There could be no mistaking the second voice. It was Jim Truscott's. Hardly knowing what she did, she stepped behind a tree and waited. "I can't get the other thing working yet," she heard Truscott say in a tone of annoyance. "It's a job that takes longer than I figured on. Now, see here, you've got to get busy right away. We must get the brakes on him right now. My job will come on later, and be the final check. That's why I wanted you tonight." Then came the other voice, and to the listening girl, its harsh note had in it a surly discontent that almost amounted to open rebellion. "Say, that ain't how you said, Jim. We fixed it so I hadn't got to do a thing till you'd played your hand. Play it, and if you fail clear out, then it's right up to me, and I'll stick to the deal." Enlightenment was coming to Betty. This was some gambling plot. She knew Jim's record. Some poor wretch was to be robbed. The other man was of course a Confederate. But Jim was talking again. Now his voice was commanding, even threatening. "This is no damn child's play. We're going to have no quibbling. You want that money, Mansell, and you've got to earn it. It's the spirit of the bargain I want, not the letter. Maybe you're weakening. Maybe you're scared. Damn it, man, it's the simplest thing. Do as I say, and the money's yours." At the mention of the man's name, Betty was filled with wonder. She had seen Mansell at work in the mill. The night shift was not relieved until 6 o'clock in the morning. How then came he there? What was he doing in company with Jim? But now the Sawyer's voice was raised in downright anger, and the girl's alarm leapt again. "I said I'd stick to the deal," he cried. Then he added doggedly, "And a deal's a deal." Jim's reply followed in a much lower key, and she had to strain to hear. "I'm not going to be fooled by you," he said. "You'll do this job when I say. When I say, mind—" But at this point his voice dropped so low that the rest was lost. And though Betty strained to catch the words, only the drone of the voices reached her. Presently even that ceased. Then she heard the sound of footsteps receding in different directions, and she knew the men had parted. When the silence of the woods had swallowed up the last sound, she set off at a run for home. She thought a great deal about that mysterious encounter on her way. It was mysterious, she decided. She wondered what she should do about it. These men were plotting to cheat and rob some of Dave's lumberjacks. Wasn't it her duty to try and stop them? She was horrified at the thought of the depths to which Jim had sunk. It was all so paltry, so mean. Then the strangeness of the place they had selected for their meeting struck her. Why those woods, so remote from the village? A moment's thought solved the matter to her own satisfaction. No doubt Mansell had made some excuse to leave the mill for a few minutes, and in order not to prolong his absence too much, Jim had come out from the village to meet him. Yes, that was reasonable. Finally, she decided to tell Dave and her uncle. Dave would find a way of stopping them. Trust him for that. He could always deal with such things better, yes, even better than her uncle, she admitted to herself in her newborn pride in him. A few minutes later the twinkling lights through the trees showed her her destination. Another few minutes and she was explaining to her aunt that she was off to the hill camps nursing. As had been expected, her news was badly received. "It's bad enough that your uncle's got to go in the midst of his pressing duties," Mrs. Tom exclaimed with heat. "What about the affairs of the new church? What about the sick folk right here? What about old Mrs. Stiles? She's likely to die any minute. Who's to bury her with him away? And what about Sarah Dingley? She's haunted, delusions, and there's no one can pacify her but him. And now they must needs take you. It isn't right. You up there amongst all those rough men. It's not decent. It's—" "I know, Auntie," Betty broke in. "It's all you say. But think of those poor helpless sick men up there with no comfort. They've just got to lie about and either get well or die. No one to care for them. No one to write a last letter to their friends for them. No one to see they get supper food and—" "Stuff and nonsense!" her aunt exclaimed. "Now you, Betty, listen to me. Go if you must. I'll have nothing to do with it. It's not with my consent you'll go. And someone is going to hear what I think about it, even if he does run the Malkern mills. If Dave wasn't so big, and such a dear good fellow, I'd like—yes, I'd like to box his ears. Be off with you, and see to your packing, miss, and don't forget your thickest flannels. Those mountains are terribly cold at nights, even in summer." Then, as the girl ran off to her room, she exploded in a final burst of anger. "Well, they're all fools, and I've no patience with any of 'em." It did not take long for Betty to get her few things together and pitch them into a grip. The barest necessities were all she required, and her practical mind guided her instinctively. Her task was quite completed when, 10 minutes later, she heard the rattle of buckboard wheels and her uncle's cheery voice downstairs in the parlor. Then she hurried across to her aunt's room. She knew her uncle so well. He wouldn't bother to pack anything for himself. She dragged a large kit bag from under the bed, and, ransacking the bureau, selected what she considered the most necessary things for his comfort, and flung them into it. It was all done with the greatest possible haste, and by the time she had everything ready, her uncle joined her and carried the grips downstairs. In the meantime, Mary Chepstow, all her anger past, was busily loading the little table with an ample supper. She might disapprove her niece's going, she might resent the sudden call on her husband, but she would see them both amply fed before starting, and that the buckboard was well provisioned for the road. For the most part, supper was eaten in silence. These people were so much in the habit of doing for others, so many calls were made upon them, that such an occasion as this presented little in the way of emergency. It was their life to help others, their delight, and their creed. And Mary's protest meant no more than words. She only hesitated at the thought of Betty's going amongst these rough lumberjacks. But even this, on reflection, was not so terrible as she at first thought. Betty was an unusual girl, and she expected the unusual from her. So she put her simple trust in the Almighty, and did all she knew to help them. It was not until the meal was nearly over that Chepstow imparted a piece of news he had gleaned on his way from the mill. He suddenly looked up from his plate, and his eyes sought his niece's face. She was lost in a happy contemplation of the events of that night at the mill. All her thoughts, all her soul was, at that moment, centered upon Dave. Now her uncle's voice startled her into a self-conscious blush. "Who do you think I met on my way up here?" he inquired, searching her face. Betty answered him awkwardly. I don't know," she said. Her uncle reached for the salad, and helped himself deliberately before he enlightened her further. "Jim Truscott," he said at last, without looking up. "Jim Truscott!" exclaimed Aunt Mary, her round eyes wondering. Then she voiced a thought which had long since passed from her niece's mind. "What was he doing out here at this hour of the night?" The parson shrugged. "It seems he was waiting for me. He didn't call here, I suppose?" Mary shook her head. Betty was waiting to hear more. "I feel sorry for him," he went on. "I'm inclined to think we've judged him harshly. I'm sure we have. It only goes to show how poor and weak our efforts are to understand and help our fellows. He is very, very repentant. Poor fellow, I have never seen anyone so down in his luck. He doesn't excuse himself. In fact, he blames himself even more than we have done." "Poor fellow," murmured Aunt Mary. Betty remained silent, and her uncle went on. "He's off down east to make a fresh start. He was waiting to tell me so. He also wanted to tell me how sorry he was for his behavior to us, to you, Betty, and he trusted you would find it possible to forgive him, and think better of him when he was gone. I never saw a fellow so cut up. It was quite pitiful." "When's he going?" Betty suddenly asked, and there was a hardness in her voice which startled her uncle. "That doesn't sound like forgiveness," he said. "Don't you think, my dear, if he's trying to do better, you might—" Betty smiled into the earnest face. "Yes, uncle, I forgive him everything, freely, gladly, if he's going to start afresh." "Doubt?" But Betty had still that conversation in the woods in her mind. "I mustn't judge him. His own future actions are all that matter. The past is gone, and can be wiped out. I would give a lot to see him right himself." "That is the spirit, dear," Aunt Mary put in. "Your uncle is quite right. We must forgive him." Betty nodded, but remained silent. She was half inclined to tell them all she had heard, but it occurred to her that perhaps she had interpreted it all wrong, and yet, anyway, if he were sincere, if he really meant all he had said to her uncle, she must not, had no right to do or say anything that could prejudice him. So she kept silent, and her uncle went on. "He's off tomorrow on the eastbound mail. That's why he was waiting to see me tonight. He told me he had heard I was going up into the hills, and waited to catch me before I went. Said he couldn't go away without seeing me first. I told him I was going physicking, that the camps were down with fever, and the spread of it might seriously interfere with Dave's work. He was very interested, poor chap, and hoped all would come right. He spoke of Dave in the most cordial terms, and wished he could do something to help. Of course, that's impossible. But I pointed out that the whole future of Malkern, us all, depended on the work going through. Dave would be simply ruined if it didn't. There's a tremendous lot of good in that boy. I always knew it. Once he gets away from this gambling and cuts out the whiskey, he'll get right again. I suggested his turning teetotaler, and he assured me he'd make up his mind to do it. Well, Betty, my dear, time's up." Chepstow rose from the table and filled his pipe. Betty followed him and put on her wraps. Aunt Mary stood by to help to the last. It was less than an hour from the time of Betty's return home that the final farewells were spoken and the buckboard started back for the mill. Aunt Mary watched them go. She saw them vanish into the night, and slowly turned back across the veranda into the house. They were her all, her loved ones. They had gone for perhaps only a few weeks, but their going made her feel very lonely. She gave a deep sigh as she began to clear the remains of the supper away. Then, slowly, two unforbidden tears welled up into her round, soft eyes and rolled heavily down her plump cheeks. Instantly she pulled herself together and dashed her hand across her eyes. And once more the steady courage which was the keynote of her life asserted itself. She could not afford to give way to any such weakness. End of chapter 15. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 16 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 16. Disaster at the Mill. Night closed in leaden-hued. The threat of storm had early brought the day to a close, so that the sunset was lost in the massing clouds banking on the western horizon. Summer was well advanced, and already the luxurious foliage of the valley was affected by the blistering heat. The emerald of the trees and the grass had gained a maturer hue, and only the darker pines resisted the searching sunlight. The valley was full ripe, and kindly nature was about to temper her efforts and permit a breathing space. The weather-wise understood this. Dave was standing at his office door, watching the approach of the electric storm, preparing to launch its thunders upon the valley. Its progress afforded him no sort of satisfaction. Everybody but himself wanted rain. It had already done him too much harm. He was thinking of the letter he had just received from Bob Mason up in the hills. Its contents were so satisfactory, and this coming rain looked like undoing the good his staunch friends in the mountain camps had so laboriously achieved. While Mason reported that the fever still had the upper hand, its course had been checked. The epidemic had been grappled with and held within bounds. That was sufficiently satisfactory, seeing Chepstow had only been up there 10 days. Then, too, Mason had had cause to congratulate himself on another matter. A number of recruits for his work had filtered through to his camps from heaven, and themselves alone knew where. This was quite good. These men were not the best of lumbermen, but under the camp boss they would help to keep the work progressing, which, in the circumstances, was all that could be asked. A few minutes later Dave departed into the mills. Since the mill up the river had been converted and set to work, and Simon Odd had been given temporary charge of it, he shared with Dawson the work of overseeing. As he mounted to the principal milling floor, the great siren shrieked out its summons to the night shift, and sent the call echoing and re-echoing down the valley. There was no cessation of work. The relief stood ready, and the work was passed on from hand to hand. Dave saw his foreman standing close by number 1, and he recognized the relief as Mansell. Dawson was watching the man closely, and, judging by the frown on his face, it was plain that something was amiss. He moved over to him and beckoned him into the office. "What's wrong?" he demanded, as soon as the door was closed. Dawson was never the man to choose his words when he had a grievance. That was one of the reasons his employer liked him. He was so rough and so straightforward. He had a grievance now. "I ain't no sort of use for these schoolhouse ways," he said with the added force of an oath. Dave waited for his next attempt. "That skunk Mansell. He's got back tonight. He ain't been on the time-sheet for nigh to a week." "You didn't tell me. Still, he's back." Dave smiled into the other's angry face, and his manner promptly drew an explosion from the hot-headed foreman. "Yes, he's back, but he wouldn't be if I was boss. That's the sort of Sunday school racket I ain't no use for. He's back because you say he's to work right along. Sort of to help him. Yes, he's back. He's been fighting drunk for 6 nights, and I'd hate to say he's dead sober now." "Yet you signed him on. Why?" "Oh, as to that, he's sober, I guess. But the drink's in him. I tell you, boss, he's rotten, plumb rotten, when the drink's in him. I know him. Say—" But Dave had had enough. "You say he's sober. Well, let it go at that. The man can do his work. That's the important thing to us. Just now we can't bother with his morals. Still, you'd best keep an eye on him." He turned to his books, and Dawson busied himself with the checker sheets. For some time both men worked without exchanging a word, and the only interruption was the regular coming of the tally boys, who brought the check slips of the lumber measurements. Through the thin partitions the roar of machinery was incessant, and at frequent intervals the hoarse shouts of the checkers reached them. But this disturbed them not at all. It was what they were used to, what they liked to hear, for it told of the work going forward without hitch of any sort. At last the master of the mills looked up from a mass of figures. He had been making careful calculations. "We're short, Dawson," he said, briefly. "Short by 500,000 feet," the foreman returned, without even looking round. "How's Aud doing up the river?" "Good. The machinery's newer, I guess." "Yes, but we can't help that. We've no time for installing new machinery here. Besides, I can't spare the capital." Dawson looked around. "'Tain't that," he said. "We're short of the right stuff in the boom. Lestways, we was yesterday. 150 logs. We're doing better today, though not good enough. It's that doggone fever, I guess." "What's in the reserve?" 1,500 logs now. I've drew on them mighty heavy. We've used up that number twice over already. I'm scant to draw further. You see, it's a heap better turning out short than using up that. If we're short on the cut, only us knows it. If we finish up our reserve, and have to shut down some of the saws, other folks'll know it, and we ain't looking for that trouble." Dave closed his book with a slam. All his recent satisfaction was gone in the discovery of the shortage. He had not suspected it. "I must send up to Mason. It's hell." "It's wuss." Dave swung round on his loyal assistant. "Use every log in the reserve. Every one, mind. We've got to gamble. If Mason keeps us short, we're done anyway. Maybe the fever will let up and things'll work out all right." Dave flung his book aside and stood up. His heavy face was more deeply lined than it had been at the beginning of summer. He looked to be nearer 50 than 30. The tremendous work and anxiety were telling. "Get out to the chutes," he went on, in a sharp tone of command he rarely used. "I'll see to the tally. Keep 'em right at it. Squeeze the saws, and get the last foot out of 'em. Use the reserve till it's done. We're up against it." Dawson understood. He gave his chief one keen glance, nodded, and departed. He knew, no one better, the tremendous burden on the man's gigantic shoulders. Dave watched him go. Then he turned back to the desk. He was not the man to weaken at the vagaries of ill fortune. Such difficulties as at the moment confronted him only stiffened his determination. He would not take a beating. He was ready to battle to the death. He quietly, yet earnestly, cursed the fever to himself, and opened and reread Mason's letter. One paragraph held his attention, and he read it twice over. "If I'm short on the cut, you must not mind too much. I can easily make it up when things straighten out. These hands I'm taking on are mostly green. I can only thank my stars I'm able to find them up here. I can't think where they came from. However, they can work, which is the great thing. And, though they need considerable discipline, they're a rebellious lot. I mean to make them work." It was a great thought to the master of the mills that he had such men as Bob Mason in his service. He glowed with satisfaction at the thought, and it largely compensated him for the difficulties besetting him. He put the letter away and looked over the desk for a memorandum pad. Failing to find what he required, he crossed over to a large cupboard at the far corner of the room. It was roomy, roughly built, to store books and stationery in. The top shelf alone was in use, except that Dawson's winter overcoat hung in the lower part. It was on the top shelf that Dave expected to find the pad he wanted. As he reached the cupboard, a terrific crash of thunder shook the building. It was right overhead, and pealed out with nerve-racking force and abruptness. It was the first attack of the threatened storm. The peal died out, and all became still again, except for the shriek of the saws beyond the partition walls. He waited, listening, and then a strange sound reached him. So used was he to the din of the milling floor that any unusual sound or note never failed to draw and hold his attention. A change of tone in the song of the saws might mean so much. Now this curious sound puzzled him. It was faint, so faint that only his practiced ears could have detected it, yet to him it was ominously plain. Suddenly it ceased, but it left him dissatisfied. He was about to resume his search when again he started, and the look he turned upon the door had unmistakable anxiety in it. There it was again, faint, but so painfully distinct. He drew back, half inclined to quit his search, but still he waited, wondering. The noise was as though a farrier's rasp was being lightly passed over a piece of well-oiled steel. At last he made up his mind. He must ascertain its meaning, and he moved to leave the cupboard. Suddenly a terrific grinding noise shrieked harshly above the din of the saws. It culminated in a monstrous thud. Instinctively he sprang back, and was standing half inside the cupboard when a deafening crash shook the mills to their foundations. There was a fearful rending and smashing of timber. Something struck the walls of the office. It crashed through, and a smashing blow struck the cupboard door and hurled him against the inner wall. He thrust out his arms for protection. The door was fast. He was a prisoner. Now pandemonium reigned. Crash on crash followed in rapid succession. It was as though the office had become the center of attack for an overwhelming combination of forces. The walls and floor shivered under the terrific onslaught. The very building seemed to totter, as though an earthquake were in progress. But at last the end came with a thunder upon the cupboard door. The panels were ripped like tinder, and something vast launched itself through the wrecked woodwork. It struck the imprisoned man in the chest, and in a moment he was pinned to the wall, gasping under ribs bending to the crushing weight which felt to be wringing the very life out of him. A deadly quiet fell as suddenly as the turmoil had arisen, and his quick ears told him that the saws were still, and all work had ceased in the mill. But the pause was momentary. A second later a great shouting arose. Men's voices, loud and hoarse, reached him, and the rushing of heavy feet was significant of the disaster. And he was helpless, a prisoner. He tried to move. His agony was appalling. His ribs felt to be on the verge of cracking under the enormous weight that held him. He raised his arms, but the pain of the effort made him gasp and drop them. Yet he knew he must escape from his prison. He knew that he was needed outside. The shouting grew. It took a definite tone, and became a cry that none could mistake. Dave needed no repetition of it to convince him of the dead truth. The fire specter loomed before his eyes, and horror nigh drove him to frenzy. In his mind was conjured a picture, a ghastly picture such as all his life he had dreaded and shut out of his thoughts. His brain suddenly seemed to grow too big for his head. It grew hot, and his temples hammered. A surge of blood rose with a rush through his great veins. His muscles strung tense, and his hands clenched upon the imprisoning beam. He no longer felt any pain from the crushing weight. He was incapable of feeling anything. It was a moment when mind and body were charging with a maddening force that no other time could command. With his elbows planted against the wall behind him, with his lungs filled with a deep whistling breath, he thrust at the beam with every ounce of his enormous strength put forth. He knew all this imprisonment meant, not to himself alone, not to those shouting men outside. It was the mills. "Hark! Fire! Fire!" The cry was on every hand. The mills, his mills, were afire. He struggled as never before in his life had he struggled. He struggled till the sweat poured from his temples, till his hands lacerated, till the veins of his neck stood out like straining ropes, till it seemed as though his lungs must burst. He was spurred by a blind fury, but the beam remained immovable. Hark! The maddening cry filled the air. Fire! 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 It was everywhere, driving him, urging him, appealing. It rang in his brain with an exquisite torture. It gleamed at him in flaming letters out of the darkness. His mill! Suddenly a cry broke from him as he realized the futility of his effort. It was literally wrung from him in the agony of his soul. Nor was he aware that he had spoken. God, give me strength. And as the cry went up, he hurled himself upon the beam with the fury of a madman. Was it in answer to his prayer? The beam gave. It moved. It was so little, so slight, but it moved. And now, with every fiber braced, he attacked it in one final effort. It gave again. It jolted. It lifted, its rough end tearing the flesh of his chest under his clothing. It tottered for a moment. He struggled on, his bulging eyes and agonized gasping telling plainly of the strain. Inch by inch it gave before him. His muscles felt to be wrenching from the containing tissues. His breathing was spasmodic and whistling. His teeth were grinding together. It gave further, further. Suddenly, with a crash, it fell. The door was wrenched from its hinges, and he was free. He dashed out into the wreck of his office. All was in absolute darkness. He stumbled his way over the debris which covered the floor, and finally reached the shattered remains of the doorway. Now he was no longer in darkness. The milling floor was all too brilliantly lit by the leaping flames down at the chute end of the No. 1 rollers. He waited for nothing, but ran toward the fire. Beyond, dimly outlined in the lurid glow, he could see the men. He saw Dawson and others struggling up the chute with nozzle and hose, and he put his hands to his mouth and bellowed encouragement. $500 if you get her under, he cried. If any spur were needed, that voice was sufficient. It was the voice of the master the lumberjacks knew. Dawson on the lead struggled up, and as he came Dave shouted again. Now, boy, sling it hard, and pass the word to pump like hell. He reached over to the chute. Dawson threw the nozzle, and as Dave caught it a stream of water belched from the spout. None knew better than he the narrowness of the margin between saving and losing the mills. Another minute and all would have been lost. The whole structure was built of resinous pine, than which there is nothing more inflammable. The fire had got an alarming hold even in these few minutes, and for nearly an hour victory and disaster hung in the balance. Nor did Dave relinquish his post while any doubt remained. It was not until the flames were fully under control that he left the lumberjacks to complete the work. He was weary, more weary than he knew. It seemed to him that in the brief hour he had gone through a lifetime of struggle, both mental and physical. He was sore in body and soul. This disaster had come at the worst possible time, and, as a result, he saw in it something like a week's delay. The thought was maddening, and his ill humor found vent in the shortness of his manner when Dawson attempted to draw him aside. "Out with it, man!" he exclaimed peevishly. Dawson hesitated. He noticed for the first time the torn condition of his chief's clothes, and the bloodstains on the breast of his shirt. Then he blurted out his thankfulness in a tone that made Dave regret his impatience. "I'm a mighty thankful you're safe, boss," he said fervently. Then, after a pause, But you got the racket? You're wise to it?" Dave shrugged. Reaction had set in. Nothing seemed to matter, the cause or anything. The mill was safe. He cared for nothing else. "Something's broke, I suppose," he said almost indifferently. "Sure, something's bust. It bust on purpose. Get it?" The foreman's face lit furiously as he made his announcement. Dave turned on him. All his indifference vanished in a twinkling. "Eh? Not an accident?" In an access of loyal rage, Dawson seized him by the arm in a nervous clutch and tried to drag him forward. "Come on," he cried. "Let's find him. It's Mansell." With a sudden movement Dave flung him off, and the force he used nearly threw the foreman off his feet. His eyes were burning like two live coals. "Come on," he cried harshly, and Dawson was left to follow as he pleased. End of chapter 16. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 17 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 17. The Last of the Sawyer. Dave's lead took the foreman in the direction of the wrecked office. Now, in calmer moments, the full extent of the damage became apparent. The first 3 sets of rollers were hopelessly wrecked, and the saws were twisted and their settings broken and contorted all out of recognition. Then the fire had practically destroyed the whole of the adjacent northwest corner of the mill. The office was a mere skeleton, a shattered shell, and the walls and flooring adjoining had been torn and battered into a complete ruin. In the midst of all this, 6 heavy logs, in various stages of trimming, lay scattered about where the machinery happened to have thrown them. It was a sickening sight to the master of the mills, but in his present mood he put the feeling from him, lost in a furious desire to discover the author of the dastardly outrage. He paused for a moment as one great log lying across 6 of the roller beds barred his way. He glanced swiftly over the wreckage. Then he turned to the man following him. "Any of the boys cut up?" he inquired. "Some of them is pretty mean damaged," Dawson replied. "But it ain't too bad, I guess. I allows it was sheer luck. But there's Mansell. We ain't located him." Mansell was uppermost in his mind. He could think of nothing, and no one else. He wanted to get his hands about the fellow's throat. In his rage he felt that the only thing to give him satisfaction at the moment would be to squeeze the fellow's life slowly out of him. Dawson was a savage when roused, nor did he make pretense of being otherwise. If he came across the Sawyer, well, perhaps it was a good thing that Dave was with him. That is, a good thing for Mansell. Dave scrambled over the log, and the 2 men hurried on to the saw that had been Mansell's. Neither spoke until this was reached. Then Dave turned. "Say, go you right on over by the crane and rake around there. Maybe he jumped the boom and got out that way. I'll be along directly." It was a mere excuse. He wanted to investigate alone. The foreman obeyed, although reluctantly. The moment he was gone, Dave jumped up on the rollers to examine the machinery that had held the saw. The light of the dying fire was insufficient, and he was forced to procure a lantern. His first anger had passed now, and he was thoroughly alert. His practiced eye lost no detail that could afford the least possible clue to the cause of the smash. Dawson had said it was Mansell, and that it was no accident. but then he knew well enough that Dawson had a bad enough opinion of the Sawyer, and since the smash had apparently originated on number 1, he had probably been only too glad to jump to the conclusion. For himself, he was personally determined to avoid any prejudice. He quickly discovered that the saw in question had been broken off short. The settings were desperately twisted, and he knew that the force capable of doing this could have only been supplied by the gigantic log that had been trimming at the moment. Therefore the indication must come from the saw itself. He searched carefully, and found much of the broken blade. The upper portions were broken clean. There was neither dinge nor bend in them, but the lower portions were less clean. One piece particularly looked as though a sharp instrument had been at work upon it. Then the memory of that faint rasping sound, which had been the first thing to attract his attention before the smash, came back to him. He grew hot with rising anger, and stuffed the piece of saw blade inside his shirt. "The cur!" he muttered. "Why? Why? Guess Dawson was right, after all. The liquor was in him, but why should he try to smash us?" He jumped down to the alleyway, intending to join his foreman, when a fresh thought occurred to him. He looked over at the remains of the office, then he glanced up and down at the broken rollers of number 1, and his lips shut tight. "I was in there," he said to himself, with his eyes on the wrecked office. "And he knew it." At that moment Dawson's excited voice interrupted him. "Say, boss, come right along here. Guess I've got 'em." Dave joined him hurriedly. He found the foreman bending over a balk of timber, one that had evidently been hurled there in the smash. It was lying across the sill of the opening over the boom, projecting a long way out. Beneath it, just where it rested on the sill, but saved from its full weight by the cant at which it was resting, a human figure was stretched out face downward. Dawson was examining the man's face when Dave reached him, and started to explain hurriedly. "I didn't rightly recognize him," he said. "You see, he's got out of his working kit. Might 'a' been goin' to the meetin'. He was sure lightin' out of here for keeps." To Dave the prostrate figure suggested all that the foreman said. The man had calculated that smash, manufactured it. No more evidence was needed. He had got himself ready for a bolt for safety, preferring the boom as offering the best means of escape and the least chance of detection. Once outside, there would be no difficulty in getting away. As Dawson said, his clothes suggested a hurried journey. There were the thick frieze the lumberjack wears in winter, and would be ample protection for summer nights out in the open. Yes, it had been carefully thought out. But the reason of this attack on himself puzzled him, and he repeatedly asked himself, why? There could not be much question as to the man's condition. If he were not yet dead, he must be very near it, for the small of his back was directly under the angle of the beam and crushed against the sill. Dave stood up from his examination. "Get one of the boys, quick," he said. "Start him out at once for Doc Simon's, over at High River. It's only 15 miles. He'll be along before morning, anyhow. I'll carry this down to the office. Don't say a word around the mill. We've just had an accident. See? And say, Dawson, you're looking for a raise, and you're going to get it. That is, if this mill's in full workforce this day week. We're short of logs. Well, this'll serve as an excuse for saws being idle. It's an ill wind, eh? Meantime, get what saws you can going. Now, cut along." The foreman's gratitude shone in his eyes. Had Dave given him the least encouragement, he would undoubtedly have made him what he considered an elegant speech of thanks, but his employer turned from him at once and set about releasing the imprisoned man. As soon as he had prized the beam clear, he gathered him up in his arms and bore him down the spiral staircase to the floor below. Then he hurried on to his office with his burden. And as he went he wondered. The Sawyer might dislike Dawson. But he had no cause for grudge against him, Dave. Then why had he waited until he was alone in the tally room? The whole thing looked so like a direct attack upon himself rather than on the mills that he was more than ever puzzled. He went back over the time since he had employed Mansell, and he could not remember a single incident that could serve him as an excuse for such an attack. It might have been simply the madness of drink, and yet it seemed too carefully planned. Yes, that was another thing. Mansell had been on the drink for a week, fighting drunk, Dawson had said. In the circumstances, it was not reasonable for him to plan the thing so carefully. Then a sudden thought occurred to him. Were the others in it? Was Mansell only the tool? He was suddenly startled by a distinct sound from the injured man. It was the Sawyer's voice, harsh but inarticulate, and it brought with it a suggestion that he might yet learn the truth. He increased his pace, and reached the office a few moments later. Here he prepared a pile of fur rugs upon the floor and laid the Sawyer upon it. Then he waited for some minutes, but as nothing approaching consciousness resulted, he finally left him, intending to return again when the doctor arrived. There was so much to be done in the mill that he could delay his return to it no longer. It was nearly 4 hours later when he went back to his office. He had seen the work of salvage in order, and at last had a moment to spare to attend to himself. He needed it. He was utterly weary, and his lacerated chest was giving him exquisite pain. He found Mansell precisely as he had left him. Apparently there had been no movement of any sort. He bent over him and felt his heart. It was beating faintly. He lifted the lids of his closed eyes, and the eyeballs moved as the light fell upon them. He turned away and began to strip himself of his upper garments. There was a gash in his chest fully 6 inches long, from which the blood was steadily, though sluggishly, flowing. His clothes were saturated and caked with it. He bathed the wound with the drinking water in the bucket, and tearing his shirt into strips, made himself a temporary bandage. This done, he turned to his chair to sit down, when, glancing over at the sick man, he was startled to find his eyes open and staring in his direction. He at once went over to him. "Feeling better, Mansell?" he inquired. The man gave no sign of recognition. His eyes simply stared at him. For a moment he thought he was dead, but a faint though steady breathing reassured him. Suddenly an idea occurred to him, and he went to a cupboard and produced a bottle of brandy. Pouring some out into a tin cup, with some difficulty he persuaded it into Mansell's mouth. Then he waited. The staring eyes began to move, and there was a decided fluttering of the eyelids. A moment later the lips moved, and an indistinct but definite sound came from them. "How are you now?" Dave asked. There was another long pause, during which the man's eyes closed again. Then they reopened, and he deliberately turned his head away. "You didn't get hurt?" he asked in faint spasmodic gasps. "No." Dave leaned over him. "Have some more brandy?" The man turned his head back again. He didn't answer, but the look in his eyes was sufficient. This time Dave poured out more, and there was no difficulty in administering it. "Well?" he suggested, as the color slowly crept over the man's face. "Good. The sound died away, and the eyes closed again. but only to reopen quickly. "He said you'd get killed," he gasped. "Who?" "Jim." The Sawyer's eyelids drooped again. Without a moment's hesitation, Dave plied him with more of the spirit. "You mean Truscott?" he asked sharply. He was startled, but he gave no sign. He realized that at any time the man might refuse to say more. Then he added, "He's got it in for me." The sick man remained perfectly still for some seconds. His brain seemed to move slowly. When he did speak, his voice had grown fainter. "Yes." Dave's face was hard and cold as he looked down at him. He was just about to formulate another question when the door opened and Dr. Simons hurried in. He was a brisk man and took the situation in at a glance. "A smash?" he inquired. Then his eyes on the bottle at Dave's side. "What's that, brandy?" "Brandy." The lumberman passed it across to him. "Yes, a smash-up. The poor chap's badly damaged, I'm afraid. Found him with a heavy beam lying across the small of his back. You were the nearest doctor, so I sent for you." "Eh? Oh, yes," as the doctor pointed at the blood on his clothes. "When you've finished with him, you can put a stitch in me. Some of the boys, too. I'll leave it to you, Doc. They'll need me in the mill. I gave him brandy, and it roused him to consciousness." "Right. You might get back in half an hour." Dr. Simons moved over to the sick man, and Dave put on his coat and left the office. When he returned, the doctor met him with a grave face. "What's the night like?" he asked. "I've got to ride back." He went to the door, and Dave followed him out. "His back is broken," he said when they were out of earshot. "It's just a question of hours." "How many?" "Can't say with any certainty. It's badly smashed, and no doubt other things besides. Paralysis of the—" "Has he said anything? Has he shown any inclination to talk?" "No. That is, he looked around the room a good deal, as though looking for someone. Maybe you." "Can nothing be done for the poor chap?" "Nothing. Better get him a parson. I'll come over tomorrow to see him, if he's alive. Anyway, I'll be needed to sign a certificate. I must get back to home by daylight. I've got fever patients. Now just come inside and I'll fix you up. Then I'll go and see to the boys. After that, home." "You're sure nothing—" "Plumb sure. Sure as I am you're going to have a mighty bad chest if you don't come inside and let me stop that oozing blood I see coming through your clothes." Without further protest, Dave followed the doctor into the office and submitted to the operation. "That's a rotten bad place," he assured him in his brisk way. "You'll have to lie up. You ought to be dead beat from loss of blood. Gad, man, you must go home, or I won't answer—" But Dave broke in testily. "Right-ho, Doc. You go and see to the boys. Send your bill in to me for the lot." As soon as he had gone, Dave sat thoughtfully gazing at the doomed Sawyer. Presently he glanced round at the brandy bottle. The doctor had positively said the poor fellow was doomed. He rose from his seat and poured out a stiff drink. Then he knelt down, and supporting the man's head, held it to his lips. He drank it eagerly. Dave knew it had been his one pleasure in life. Then he went back to his chair. "Feeling comfortable?" he inquired gently. "Yes, boss," came the man's answer promptly. Then, "What did the doc say?" "Guess you're handing in your checks," Dave replied after a moment's deliberation. The Sawyer's eyes were on the brandy bottle. "How long?" he asked presently. "Maybe hours. He couldn't say." "He's wrong, boss. 'Tain't hours. I'm mighty cold an' it's creeping up quick." Dave looked at his watch. It was already past 2:00. "He said he'd come and see you in the morning." "I'll be stiff by then," the dying man persisted, with his eyes still on the bottle. "Say, boss," he went on, "that stuff's a heap warming, and I'm cold." Dave poured him out more brandy. Then he took off his own coat and laid it over the man's legs. His fur coat and another fur robe were in the cupboard, and these he added. And the man's thanks came awkwardly. "I can't send for a parson," Dave said regretfully, after a few moments' silence. "I'd like to, but Parson Tom's away up in the hills. It's only right—" "He's gone up to the hills?" the sick man interrupted him, as though struck by a sudden thought. "Yes, it's fever." Mansell lay staring straight up at the roof. And as the other watched him, he felt that some sort of struggle was going on in his slowly moving mind. Twice his lips moved as though about to speak, but for a long time no sound came from them. The lumberman felt extreme pity for him. He had forgotten that this man had so nearly ruined him, so nearly caused his death. He only saw before him a dimly flickering life, a life every moment threatening to die out. He knew how warped had been that life, how worthless from a purely human point of view, but he felt that it was as precious in the sight of one as that of the veriest saint. He racked his thoughts for some way to comfort those last dread moments. Presently the dying man's head turned slightly toward him. "I'm goin', boss," he said with a gasp. "It's getting up, the cold. Will you have brandy?" The lighting of the man's eyes made a verbal answer unnecessary. Dave gave him nearly half a tumbler, and his ebbing life flickered up again like a dying candle flame. "The doc said you was hurt bad, boss. I heard him. I'm sorry, real miserable sorry, now." "Now?" "Yep. You see, I'm goin'." "Ah." "I'm kinda glad there ain't no parson around. Guess there's a heap I wouldn't 'a' said to him." The dying man's eyes closed for a moment. Dave didn't want to break in on his train of thought, so he kept silent. "You see," Mansell went on again almost at once, "he kinda drove me to it. That and the drink. He give me the drink, too. Jim's curious mean by you." "But Jim's gone east days ago." "No, he ain't. He's lyin' low. He ain't east now." "You're sure?" Dave's astonishment crept into his tone. Mansell made a movement which implied his certainty. "He was to give me a heap of money. The money you give for his mill. He wants you smashed. He wants the mill smashed. An' I did it. Say, I bust that saw of mine, an' she was a beaut," he added with pride and regret. "I got a rasp on to it, but it's all come back on me. Guess I'll be goin' to hell for that job, that an' others. Say, boss—" He broke off, looking at the brandy bottle. Dave made no pretense at demur. The man was rapidly dying, and he felt that the spirit gave him a certain ease of mind. The ethics of his action did not trouble him. If he could give a dying man comfort, he would. "There's no hell for those who are real sorry," he said, when the fellow had finished his drink. "The good God is so thankful for a man's real sorrow for doing wrong that he forgives him right out. He forgives a sight easier than men do. You've nothing to worry over, lad. You're sorry, that's the real thing." "Sure, boss?" "Dead sure. Say, boss, I'd 'a' hate to done you up. But there was the money, and I wanted it bad." "Sure you did. You see, we all want a heap the good God don't reckon good for us." The man's eyes suddenly closed while Dave was speaking. Then they opened again, and this time they were staring wildly. "I'm goin'," he gasped. Dave was on his knees in a second, supporting his head. He poured some brandy into the gasping mouth, and for a brief moment the man rallied. Then his breathing suddenly became violent. "I'm done," he gasped in a final effort, and a moment later the supporting hand felt the lead-like weight of the lolling head. The man was dead. The lumberman reverently laid the head back upon the rugs, and for some minutes remained where he was kneeling. His rough, plain face was buried in his hands. Then he rose to his feet and stood looking down upon the lifeless form. A great pity welled up in his heart. Poor Mansell was beyond the reach of a hard fate, beyond the reach of earthly temptation and the hard knocks of men. And he felt it were better so. He covered the body carefully over with the fur robe and sat down at his desk. He sat there for some minutes listening to the sounds of the workers at the mills. He was weary, so weary, but at last he could resist the call no longer, and he went out to join in the labor that was his very life. End of chapter 17. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 18 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 18. Face to Face. For the few remaining hours of night Dave took no leisure. He pressed forward the work of repairing the damage with a zest that set Joel Dawson herding his men on to almost superhuman feats. There was no rest taken, no rest asked. And it said something for the devotion of these lumberjacks to their employer that no grouse or murmur was heard. The rest which the doctor had ordered Dave to take did not come until long after his breakfast hour, and then only it came through sheer physical inability to return to his work. His breakfast was brought to the office, and he made a weak pretense of eating. Then, as he rose from his seat, for the first time in his life he nearly fainted. He saved himself, however, by promptly sitting down again, and in a few seconds his head fell forward on his chest, and he was sound asleep, lost in the dreamless slumber of exhaustion. 2 hours later Dawson put his head in through the office doorway. He saw the sleeping man and retreated at once. He understood. For himself, he had not yet come to the end of his tether. Besides, Simon Odd would relieve him presently. Then, too, there were others upon whom he could depend for help. It was noon when a quiet tap came at the office door. Dave's old mother peeped in. She had heard of the smash and was fearful for her boy. Seeing him asleep, she tiptoed across the room to him. She had met the postmaster on her way, and brought the mail with her. Now she deposited on his desk, and stood looking down at the great recumbent figure with eyes of the deepest love and anxiety. All signs of his lacerated chest were concealed, and she was spared what would have been to her a heart-breaking sight. Her gentle heart only took in the unutterably weary attitude of the sleeper. That was sufficient to set her shaking her gray head and sighing heavily. The work, she told herself sadly, was killing him. Nor did she know at the moment how near to the truth she was. For a moment she bent over him, and her aged lips lightly touched his mass of wiry hair. To the world he might be unsightly, he might be ungainly, he might be, well, all he believed himself to be. To her he possessed every beauty, every virtue a doting mother can bestow upon her offspring. She passed out of the office as silently as she came, and the man's stertorous breathing rose and fell steadily, the only sound in that room of death. 2 hours later he awoke with a start. A serving girl blundered into the room with a basket of food. His mother had sent over his dinner. The girl's apologies were profuse. "I just didn't know, Mr. Dave. I'm sure sorry. Your ma sent me over with these things, and she said I was to set 'em right out for you. You see, she didn't just say you was sleepin', she—" "All right, Maggie," Dave said kindly. Then he looked at his watch, and to his horror found it was 2:00. He had slept the entire morning through. He swiftly rose from his seat and stretched himself. He was stiff and sore, and that stretch reminded him painfully of his wounded chest. Then his eyes fell upon the ominous pile of furs in the corner. Ah, there was that to see to. He watched the girl set out his dinner and remembered he was hungry. And the moment she left the room he fell upon the food with avidity. Yes, he felt better, much better, and he was glad. He could return to his work and see that everything possible was done, and then there was that other matter. He had just finished his food when Dr. Simons came in with an apology on his lips. "A bit late," he exclaimed. "Sorry I couldn't make it before." "Ah!" His quick eyes fell upon the pile of furs. "Dead?" he inquired. Dave nodded. "Sure," the other rattled on. "Had to be. Knew it. Well, there are more good Sawyers to be had. Let's look at your chest." Dave submitted, and then the doctor, at the lumberman's request, went off with a rush to see about the arrangements for the Sawyers' burial. He had hardly left the place, and Dave was just thinking of going across to the mill again, when there was another call. He was standing at the window. He wanted to return at once to his work, but for some, to him, unaccountable reason he was a prey to a curious reluctance. It was a form of inertia he had never before experienced, and it half annoyed him, yet was irresistibly fascinating. He stood there more or less dreamily, watching the buzzing flies as they hurled themselves against the dirty glass panes. He idly tried to count them. He was not in the least interested, but at that moment, as a result of his wound and his weariness, his brain felt that it needed the rest of such trivialities. It was while occupied in this way that he saw Jim Truscott approaching, and the sight startled him into a mental activity that just then his best interests in the mills failed to stir him to. Then Mansell had told the truth. Jim had not gone east as he had assured Tom Chepstow it was his intention to do. Why was he coming to him now? A grim thought passed through his mind. Was it the fascination which the scene of a crime always has for the criminal? He sat down at his desk and, when his visitor's knock came, appeared to be busy with his mail. Truscott came in. Dave did not look up, but the tail of his eye warned him of a peculiarly furtive manner in his visitor. "Half a minute," he said, in a preoccupied tone. "Just sit down." The other silently obeyed, while Dave tore open a telegram at haphazard, and immediately became really absorbed in its contents. It was a wire from his agent in Winnipeg, and announced that the railroad strike had been settled, and the news would be public property in 24 hours. It further told him that he hoped in future he would have no further hitch to report in the transportation of the Malkern timber, and that now he could cope with practically any quantity Dave might ship down. The news was very satisfactory, except for the reminder it gave him of the disquieting knowledge that his mills were temporarily wrecked, and he could not produce the quantities the agent hoped to ship. At least he could not produce them for some days, and, yes, there was that shortage from the hills to cope with, too. This brought him to the recollection that the author of half his trouble was in the office, and awaiting his pleasure. He turned at once to his visitor, and surveyed him closely from head to foot. Truscott was sitting with his back to the pile of rugs concealing the dead Sawyer. Presently their eyes met, and in the space of that glance the lumberman's thought flowed swiftly. Nor when he spoke did his tone suggest either anger or resentment, merely a cool inquiry. "You changed your mind?" he said. "What about?" Truscott was on the defensive at once. "You didn't go east, then?" The other's gaze shifted at once, and his manner suggested annoyance with himself for his display. "Oh, yes, I went as far as Winnipeg. Guess I got hung up by the strike, so I came back again. Who told you?" "Tom Chepstow." Truscott nodded. It was some moments before either spoke again. There was an awkwardness between them which seemed to increase every second. Truscott was thinking of their last meeting and something else. Dave was estimating the purpose of this visit. He understood that the man had a purpose, and probably a very definite one. Suddenly the lumberman rose from his seat as though about to terminate the interview, and his movement promptly had the effect he desired. Truscott detained him at once. "You had a bad smash last night. That's why I came over." Dave smiled. It was just the glimmer of a smile, and frigid as a polar sunbeam. As he made no answer, the other was forced to go on. "I'm sorry, Dave," he continued, with a wonderful display of sincerity. Then he hesitated, but finally plunged into a labored apology. "I dare say Parson Tom has told you something of what I said to him the night he went away. He went up to clear out the fever for you, didn't he? He's a good chap. I hoped he'd tell you anyway. I just hadn't the face to come to you myself after what had happened between us. Look here, Dave, you've treated me white since then, I mean about that mill of mine. You see, well, I can't just forget old days and old friendships. They're on my conscience bad. I want to straighten up. I want to tell you how sorry I am for what I've done and said in the past. You'd have done right if you'd broken my neck for me. I went east, as I said, and all these things hung on my conscience like cobwebs, and I'm determined to clear 'em away. Dave, I want to shake hands before I go for good. I want you to try and forget. The strike's over now, and I'm going away today. He broke off. It seemed as though he had suddenly realized the frigidity of Dave's silence and the hollow ring of his own professions. It is doubtful if he were shamed into silence. It was simply that there was no encouragement to go on, and, in spite of his effrontery, he was left confused. "You're going today?" Dave's calmness gave no indication of his feelings, nor did he offer to shake hands. Truscott nodded. Then, "The smash, was it a very bad one?" "Pretty bad." It won't interfere with your work, I hope?" "Some." Dave's eyes were fixed steadily upon his visitor, who let his gaze wander. There was something painfully disconcerting in the lumberman's cold regard, and in the brevity of his replies. "Doc Simons told me about it. the other went on presently. "He was fetched here in the night. He said you were hurt, but you seem all right." Dave made it very hard for him. There were thoughts in the back of his head, questions that must be answered. For an instant a doubt swept over him, and his restless eyes came to a standstill on the rugged face of the master of the mills. But he saw nothing there to reassure him, or to give him cause for alarm. It was the same as he had always known it, only perhaps the honest gray eyes lacked their kindly twinkle. "Yes, I'm all right. Doc talks a heap." "Did he lie?" Dave shrugged. "It depends what he calls hurt. Some of the boys were hurt." "Ah, he didn't mention them." Again the conversation languished. "I didn't hear how the smash happened," Truscott went on presently. Dave's eyes suddenly became steely. "It was Mansell's saw. Something broke. Then we got a fire. I just got out, a miracle. I was in the tally room." The lumberman's brevity had in it the clip of snapping teeth. If Truscott noticed it, it suited him to ignore it. He went on quickly. His interest was rising and sweeping him on. "On Mansell's saw?" he said. "When I heard you'd got him working, I wondered. He's bad for drink. Was he drunk?" Dave's frigidity was no less for the smile that accompanied his next words. "Maybe he'd been drinking." But Truscott was not listening. He was thinking ahead, and his next question came with almost painful sharpness. "Did he get smashed?" "A bit." "Ah, was he able to account for the accident?" The man was leaning forward in his anxiety, and his question was literally hurled at the other. There was a look, too, in his bleared eyes which was a mixture of devilishness and fear. All these things Dave saw, but he displayed no feeling of any sort. "Accidents don't need explaining," he said slowly. "But I didn't say this was an accident. Here, get your eye on that." He drew a piece of saw blade from his pocket. It was the piece he had picked up in the mill. "Guess it's the bit where it's collared by the driving arm." Truscott examined the steel closely. "Well?" "It's just smashed?" Truscott replied questioningly. Dave shook his head. "You can see where it's been filed." Truscott re-examined it and nodded. "I see now. God!" The exclamation was involuntary. It came at the sudden realization of how well his work had been carried out, and what that work meant. Dave, watching, grasped something of its meaning. There was that within him which guided him surely in the mental working of his fellow man. He was looking into the very heart of this man who had so desperately tried to injure him. And what he saw, though he was angered, stirred him to a strange pity. "It's pretty mean when you think of it," he said slowly. "Makes you think some, doesn't it? Makes you wonder what folks are made of. If you hated, could you have done it? Could you have deliberately set out to ruin a fellow, to take his life? The man that did this thing figured on just that." "Did he say so?" Truscott's face had paled, and a haunting fear looked out of his eyes. It was the thought of discovery that troubled him. Dave ignored the interruption, and went on with his half-stern, half-pitying regard fixed upon the other. "Had things gone right with him, and had the fire got a fair hold, nothing could have saved us." He shook his head. "That's a mean hate for a man I've never harmed. For a man I've always helped. You couldn't hate like that, Truscott? You couldn't turn on the man that had so helped you? It's a mean spirit, So mean that I can't hate him for it. I'm sorry, that's all." He must be a devil. The fear had gone out of Truscott's eyes. All his cool assurance had returned. Dave was blaming the Sawyer, and he was satisfied. The lumberman shrugged his great shoulders. "Maybe he is. I don't know. Maybe he's only a poor weak foolish fellow whose wits are all mussed up with brandy, and so he just doesn't know what he's doing." "The man who filed that steel knew what he was doing," cried Truscott. "Don't blame him," replied Dave, his deep voice full and resonant like an organ note. But Truscott had achieved his object, and he felt like expanding. Dave knew nothing, suspected nothing. Mansell had played the game for him, or perhaps— "I tell you it was a diabolical piece of villainy on the part of a cur who—" "Don't raise your voice, lad," said Dave, with a sudden solemnity that promptly silenced the other. "Reach round behind you and lift that fur robe." He had risen from his seat and stood pointing one knotty finger at the corner where the dead man was lying. His great figure was full of dignity. His manner had a command in it that was irresistible to the weaker man. Truscott turned, not knowing what to expect. For a second a shudder passed over him. It spent itself as he beheld nothing but a pile of furs. But he made no attempt to reach the robe until Dave's voice, sternly commanding, urged him again. "Lift it!" he cried. And the other obeyed even against his will. He reached out, while a great unaccountable fear took hold of him and shook him. His hand touched the robe. He paused. Then his fingers closed upon its furry edge. He lifted it, and, lifting it, beheld the face of the dead Sawyer. Strangely enough, the glazed eyes were open, and the head was turned, so that they looked straight into the eyes of the living. The hand that held the robe shook. The nerveless fingers relinquished their hold, and it fell back to its place and shut out the sight. But it was some moments before the man recovered himself. When he did so, he rose from his chair and moved as far from the dead man as possible. This brought him near the door, and Dave followed him up. "He's dead!" Truscott whispered the words half unconsciously, and the tone of his voice was almost unrecognizable. It sounded like inquiry, yet he had no need to ask the question. "Yes, he's dead, poor fellow," said Dave solemnly. Then, after a long pause, the other dragged his courage together. He looked up into the face above him. Did he say why he did it, or was he—" It was a stumbling question, which Dave did not let him complete. "Yes, he told me all, the whole story of it. That's the door, lad. You won't need to shake hands now." End of chapter 18. Recording by Roger Melin.